Very good afternoon to you, and welcome to the marathon edition of today's Sports Life. It is Saturday, the 28th day of June 2024, and time check, it is 4 minutes gone past the hour of 1 p.m. as it is that time when we take you through 29th it is. Yes, 29th day of June 2024. I'm sorry about that. And time check, it is 4 minutes gone past the hour of 1. And it is that time when we take you through all that has happened and is happening in the world of sport. It's an unstoppable crew we've got here, as well as unstoppable listeners we've got on the other side of the divide. And together we'll enjoy yourselves from 1 p.m. down to 5 p.m. Do two amazing halves. We start with footballing stories coming from the European scene, and later on we'll talk local stories coming from Nigeria and Africa as our own continent. A beautiful afternoon to you once more. My name is Osasi Hiwin, and as usual, I will be the man behind the console to drive you through this ever amazing and entertaining world of football. You can call me the demigod in the world of sports. Yes, that's what I am. And I won't be doing it alone. I've got my colleagues right here with me. I'll start with Chukwu Zite. Zite, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good to my guys in the colleagues in the studio. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt City. Surprising. Okay, let me say surprising. We are seeing the cup finals of the President Federation's Cup on our TV, and I think it's another big step in the right direction from the MPFL board, and I think it's what we want to be hearing. We had most likely, I don't say most likely, slightly bad news because of the statement or the memo that was released by CAF yesterday, because we are now hoping and praying for some draws in our favor. And yeah, we have one of our best legs, Enugu Rangers to Monsters and Enugu Eyimba. But the funniest thing is that bad news, small bad news. People that were knocked out by the second round of the Premier round of the CAF Champions League are out. So no more competitions come if you're knocked out from the Champions League. And our points are at risk, and that's the issue. So I just hope.
Who says Rangers wants to leave from the preliminary round to the CAF Champions, CAF Confederations Cup?
Are we prepared to go more than the CAF?
They will shock you.
I hope so. I just hope so.
All right, and sitting next to him is Ovie Wallace. Ovie, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio. Good afternoon, sports enthusiasts in Rivers and also listening outside of the states. And as usual, it's always nice to be in the first part of the show talking foreign football and stuff. As he has already said that we see the girls on our screen.
I just saw something funny right now. A defender giving her goalkeeper a head pass, and instead of catching the ball right in the 80-yard box, the goalkeeper decided to hit the ball out of play. Maybe she felt it was a back pass or a back head. Maybe a back head. All right, and okay, go ahead, Wallace.
As you say, that it's nice to be here at the Euros. We are back. We see two beautiful games this later this afternoon. But we see how the Euros go. We hope that we cover the games to come. And as I always say, let's just get the show started.
All right, let's get the show started. As we've also got the lady in the house bringing the energy from the other side. She is Gift. Is your good Gift? Sorry for wondering your name. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, City. I'm so pleased to be here, and we are going to be discussing sports in general. You're welcome once more.
All right, and we've got ladies on our screens right now as Rivers Angels are up against Niger Rattles. Is the President's Federation's Cup. Yes, the President's Federation's Cup final. So we expect to see magic between these two?
It's normal gameplay between the two ladies. I think Rivers United, Rivers Angels are not the best in the land as of this season. Yeah,
but they got to the Federations Cup final.
Talk about the best.
They almost won the NWFL. They almost won the NWFL.
And they almost cannot kill a bird. That's the simple language. It almost cannot kill a bird.
You said they are not the best in the land.
As of today, they're not the best until they win the cup final.
I said they got to the finals. They got to the Super 6. They almost won it. And you say they are not the best.
United went to 3 finals and lost all. Are they the best?
Please don't bend this.
No, it's the same thing you're saying now. It's the same thing you're saying.
There's a difference in the statement when you say they are not the best in the land. Who is the best in the land?
The winners at the end of the FL right now.
The winners.
Yes, right now. Yes.
They are nowhere here. So Rivers Angels has more at stake,
they don't have any
or more in the stake when you have to talk about the best
teams. Who are champions in the land right now?
Edo Queens. But they are not here. But you have a
Rivers champions can lose this match.
This is the president federation.
I'm trying to let you understand or see the rationale. Rivers United got to the finals of the President's Federations Cup.
Yes.
They also got to the Super 6 playoff. They did very well. In fact, they were in pole position to win the Nigerian Women's Football League title for this season. But just
they did not
dropping
win
points, a draw. I think that draw was to Heartland or so.
It's the same thing. You're looking for excuses.
No. But look at it clearly. They've surfaced in 2 finals. I think they stand a better chance to be called heavyweights than even Edo Queens.
I said they are not the best in the land right now.
So who is the best in the land?
Because they are the champions of the land right now.
You call the champions the best.
It's so simple.
It's like Man City and Man U. Man City won the Premier League. Man City are currently the best. You can't have the best because they won the Premier League. Then Manchester United reached the Carabao Cup final. So because they now lost to Manchester United, now call Manchester United the best, because they gave them a challenge. They reached 2 finals. You now call them the best. No, you don't call them the best. The best.
It doesn't matter your finals. You're not going to finals. Finals are not going to do anything.
No issues. We won't start our fight now. It's just too early to start this fight. And the ground for the fight is not the Nigerian scene. We are presently in the European scene. So if we want to fight now, let's get to the European scene first. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know very well that the show it's always packed to be interactive, just like what you've seen right now. You could also weigh into it. So you could start by sending us a line on the SMS and the WhatsApp platforms. Those platforms are open right from the go. 07019339962. I'll take that again. 0701-933-9962. So you could be part of the conversation at any point in time by dropping us a line via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. And later on the show, we would also throw open the phone lines to take your calls, to take your live reactions as they come in. The numbers to call as then is 0817-0000-951. I'll take that again. 0817-0000-951. You could also call the second line, which is 0810-951-0951. I'll take that again also. 0810-951-0951. And on the menu today, we've got a lot to talk about. The Euros 2024 is definitely on the menu because the round of 16 will commence today. Italy will start off things with Switzerland by 5 p.m. So we're going to be talking about it. We also have other areas to touch. Don't forget that the Copa America is also ongoing. So we would talk about the Copa America. We'll also talk about stories coming from various angles of global football. That's how it is. At this point, I say to you, it's time for us to get started. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride as we'll take you through the week in review.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Good afternoon, sports lovers, and welcome to the Week in Review. The Week in Review is a segment where we bring to you happenings during the course of the week in sports. I am your host for today. My name is Benjamin Mina Wachiku. Today, we start with athletics. Elian Thompson-Herah, the two-time Olympic champion in the 100 meters and 200 meters, will miss the Paris Olympics with an Achilles injury. The 31-year-old Jamaican, a five-time Olympic gold medalist, sustained the injury at the New York Grand Prix and had to be carried off the track. Thompson-Herah, the only sprinter other than compatriot Usain Bolt to win multiple Olympics titles in both the 100 meters and 200 meters, was aiming to defend a 100-meter crown after choosing not to run in the Jamaican 200 trials. She said a small tear on my Achilles tendon ended her chances of competing at a third Olympic. Now we move on to wrestling. Starting from the local scene, Nigeria Wrestling Federation, NWF, has said that overseas camping stage for its wrestlers' preparation for the 2024 Paris Olympic will begin on Monday in Saarbrücken, Germany. NWF Federation boss Daniel Igali revealed this to the news agency of Nigeria in Ibadan, saying the overseas training would follow the ongoing local campaign in Yenagoa, which will end on Sunday. Preparations for the Olympics are in top gear. We've been in camp in Yenagoa for over 2 weeks and training so far has been going well. He said, we have 5 Olympic-bound athletes and 3 training partners each in camp. Now we move to tennis. The draw for the third Grand Slam of the year was made at Wimbledon on Friday, and world number 1, Igor Swiatek, was dealt a tough hand. The Pole, a 5-time Slam winner, but who has never gone beyond the quarterfinals of the grass at Wimbledon, will play former Australian Open winner Sofia Kenin in the first round. Here are selected draws for the WTA. Igor Swiatek will play host to Sofia Kenin. Ekaterina Alexandrova will play Emma Raducanu. Paula Badoza will play Karolina Muchova. Victoria Azarenka will play Sloane Stevens. Naomi Osaka will play Diane Parry. And in the ATP, here are selected draws. Yannick Sinner will play Hanik Huntsman. Matthew Berrettini will play Maton Foskovis. Dmitry Grigor will play Dusan Lajovic. Carlos Alcaraz will play Marc Lager. Paul Tommy will play Pedro Martinez, while Vic Kovrika will play Novak Djokovic. Now we move to basketball. Bronny James, the 19-year-old son of LA Lakers superstar LeBron James, was selected 55 overall by the Lakers in Thursday's second round of the NBA draft, setting up the first father-son combination in NBA history. It's a dream come true for 4-time NBA most valuable player, LeBron James, who said for years he dreamt of playing alongside his son. In the history of the NBA, there has never been a father and son that has shared an NBA basketball court. Lakers general manager Rob Pelinka said that feelings like something that could be magical. In Formula 1, Max Verstappen was quickest in the only practice section at the Austrian Grand Prix despite causing a red flag. Championship leader Max Verstappen stopped on track halfway through the session due to a sensor issue with his engine, but rode back down the hill on the main street and was pushed back to the garage. He came back onto the track just a few minutes later and went on to top the timing sheet by 0.276 seconds from McLaren Oscar Piastri and Ferrari Charles Leclerc. Here are the drivers, the Austrian practice time sheet. We have in first Max Verstappen, second Oscar Piastri, third Charles Leclerc, fourth Carlos Sainz, fifth Lewis Hamilton. Now we move to boxing. Anthony Joshua will face Daniel Dubois in an all-British heavyweight clash for the IBF World Heavyweight title at Wembley on September 21st. Alexander Usyk announced on Tuesday that he had vacated the IBF belt, which means Joshua can regain one of the world title he previously held if he defeats Daniel Dubois, who has been upgraded from IBF interim title holder to the IBF champion. Now we move to football. The Nigerian Super Eagles winger Ademola Lookman has emerged as the Atlanta player of the season. The Bergamo-based side has a season to remember, both in the continent and in domestic scene. Atlanta qualified for 2 finals, with the Nigerian international playing active role in the campaign. He was instrumental to Atlanta winning the UEFA Europa League, beating Bayer Leverkusen 3-0 in the final. The club on Thursday announced Ademola Lookman as the player of the season. Now to the Euros. Captain Virgil van Dijk says the Netherlands may have overestimated themselves going into the Euro 2024. The Dutch only qualified for the last 16 as one of the best third place finish after losing to Austria on Tuesday. I can completely understand the criticism, Virgil van Dijk said. Things overall can and should be better. Maybe we overestimated ourselves. Ronald Koeman's side finished behind France and Austria to top Group D with an impressive 6 points. Fixtures of the Euros for the round of 16. Saturday, 29th June, we'll see Switzerland play Italy in Berlin. Germany versus Denmark in Dortmund. On Sunday, we'll see England play Slovakia, while Spain will slug it out with Georgia. On Monday, 1st July, France will play Belgium, while Portugal will play Slovakia. And on Tuesday, Romania will play Netherlands and Austria will host Turkey. This is where we bring the Week in Review to an end. Join us next week for a new edition of the Week in Review. My name is Benjamin Mina Mwachiku.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, it is the marathon edition of Today Sports Live, Saturday 29th, 2024. Many thanks to Benjamin Mina for the Week in Review there, taking you through everything that has happened and probably is still happening in the world of sports. We're back to the studios and we will be hitting the road immediately as we look to start from the Euros 2024, where the dust has now settled on the group stage actions from the Euros 2024 in Germany, and it is time for us to look at the last 16 actions. Presently, it's the knockout round, so somebody must win at the end of the day, else it will not go ahead. So somebody must win, another person must go. That's how it is. So this is no longer the group stage where you now have to, I think various tactics will have to come in. If you're going to be very defensive, you'll be very defensive. If you're going to be very curtailing, you'll be very curtailing. If you want to be very offensive, you do everything you can to get a victory. That's how it is at this point. As I said before, Switzerland would start with Italy by 5 p.m. today in Berlin. And also today, Germany, the host, will take on Denmark in Dortmund by 8 p.m. And for tomorrow, England will be up against Slovakia in Gelsenkirchen by 5 p.m. And Spain, same tomorrow, will take on Georgia, who happen to be the new giant killers, in Cologne by 8 p.m. And on Monday, France will be up against Belgium. That one is going to be the fight to the finish because it's two heavyweights. Yes, France, a heavyweight. Belgium, I don't know if you call them a heavyweight in the making, but Belgium are also a heavyweight. They've been to the semi-finals of the World Cup, so we can categorize them as a heavyweight. So it's one game to watch out for. You've got Kylian Mbappe on one end. He needs to go forward because if he has taken a peep into the Copa America, he will be telling himself, oh boy, I know if he stop here. I know if he stop here.
Mr. Junior, he showed you the kind of quality he is.
I take my words back. I take it back. Yeah, so France will be up against Belgium in Dusseldorf by 5 p.m. on Monday. And same Monday, 1st of July, Portugal, a Cristiano Ronaldo-powered Portugal, will be up against Slovenia. Is this? Yes, this is Slovenia. The Slovenia I know. Okay. the Slovenia we know. So it's going to be a handful, a bag full for Portugal against that Slovenia. You might be looking at Slovenia to be the name Slovenia, just pretty less a footballing nation. But I must tell you, this is the team that plays one of the most beautiful kind of football you can find. We saw them against England. That was against England in match day 3 of the group stage, and they came out giving us an excellent defensive play. I didn't know that they could play defensively that way. We also saw them against Denmark, and it was an absolute offensive display. Who did they defeat at the beginning? Who was that? Who did they defeat anybody at the beginning? This is Slovenia. I hope I'm not mixing up Slovenia and Slovakia. But anyway, on Tuesday, Romania will take on Netherlands in Munich.
1-0 draw with Denmark, then they drew with Serbia, and then triple draw. Then all their matches
triple draw.
Yeah, with England, also Slovenia, Denmark.
Who am I? Who is Sesko? Where is Sesko? Benjamin. Slovakia. That means I'm mixing up Slovakia for Slovenia. But okay, England are the ones that have Slovakia to battle with, and Slovakia are a very tricky side.
Yeah,
they know how to build from the midfield.
Belgium in the first round.
They know how to build from the midfield. They know how to give those defense splitting passes. Where he go walk, where he go walk. So, all right. On Tuesday, we'll see Romania take on Netherlands in Munich by 5 p.m. And same Tuesday, Austria will take on Turkey in Leipzig by 8 p.m. So let's look at the matches where sparks are expected. I know that we're going to be looking at a lot to come through from the game between Spain and Georgia. Spain have been an excellent side. Still with a 100% record, they went through the group stages 100% clear on hot to shoot. No one dropping form. Everyone bringing their A game to the table. That's how it is. Right from the front, Lamine Yamal. You've got Nico Williams. Down to the midfield, you've got the Pedri, Rodri, but no Gavi. They all combine together to give you the best of. I just wish Gavi would have been in this World Cup. in these Euros. I'm telling you, I would have wanted to see that Pedri, Rodri, Gavi synergy. But who's the man there? Who's the man with them? Fabian Ruiz is also doing a great job there. So it's been an excellent Spanish side coming up against Georgia. If you underrate Georgia, you do that at your own peril. We saw them when they took on Turkey. They gave Turkey a good run for their money in the first half, but unfortunately that one ended 3-1. And we saw them against Portugal. That's the one that broke Georgia into the limelight. So that game between Spain and Georgia, are you still considering Spain as the favorites? Let's get to you, Chukwuzite.
It's just simple. I don't think there's any threat. And Spain has already played against big names, and Croatia and Italy. So Georgia are no match for these names I just called. So I don't know. The only bigger name, they have the Euros top goal scorer, and they have also Kvaratskhelia in their side too. But Spain has shown that they're a bunch of working system, and if you look at the front line to the midfield and to the defense, it's something that's working, something that Fuente has done well, and has looked at how to continue this work in progress. So I don't think just Georgia there will be any pressure to them. I think they are 1 foot already to the quarterfinals of the European and Championship, because I don't think there's any threat. There shouldn't be a threat. There shouldn't be a threat. But in footballing terms, you can't override any team because of they can pop up with surprises. And if you look at on the writing or overlooking the Georgian national team when they have been top scorer and Kvaratskhelia, who's also a deadly player, he said the man has not been in top form in this Euros. Even prior to the end of the season, he has not been that superb in this team. But if you know equality for quality player, a player can actually come at any time and give his A-class performance, and that's how you know a player that can perform anytime. Look at the likes of Ronaldo, Messi, and the rest of them. They don't. It's not every day that they shine or overshine or probably give you 100% of their records. But when they want to do it, they do it to. Their dominance in the field shows a lot, and the same thing goes for Kvaratskhelia. We saw him season that Napoli won the Scudetto, and he was part of the winning team, and he was a backbone to that team that won the Scudetto. They did something beautiful with the Champions League. So Spanish national team should not be underrating this team, because first of all, in the midfield battle this year, I say Spanish national team has it. You look at the attack lineup, the speed of, and I will always say it, experience-wise, you will say the Spanish national team is lacking, but they still got the names like Ozabal Mikel. They still have Ferran Torres in that mix, former master team man who has played under Pep Guardiola and now is in Barca. You still have the likes of Nico Williams. You have the big names that can actually come in any day and hurt any side. So simple and totally speaking, I would say there's no need of overflogging issues, because you know who will qualify already. I already know my quarterfinal list already. So since the job was already made, I already know this will be qualifying for the quarterfinals. And I think from there, that's where we'll now meet the men. The men will now begin to face the men. I think the only issue will be the game between England and Slovakia, because England have not been good, and same thing, Slovakia has shown that they are a footballing nation. So for me, Georgia, any surprises? I might expect 50% of surprise, but I think Spain should go through.
All right, Ovie. Georgia has got Georges Mikhail Tadzi, and they've got Kivishka Shkarashvelia. These are players that can dictate the play. And moreover, it seems this is not the best time to play Georgia. Whoever you are, be you Argentina, be you Brazil, a team that has beaten Portugal with, in quotes, one of the greatest players to play the game of football, in the midst of that, would be 150% on morale and spirit highness. So if you come up against them, they can do what the unthinkable would be at any point in time. So this seems not to be the best time for Spain to be up against Georgia. Chukwuzide said no chances, it's going to be Spain all the way. But knowing that it is 90 minutes to decide who goes ahead, should the pedigree of players be coming into play at this point? Who do you think is more on the advantage? A Spanish national team who have got high-performing players. Complacency is one thing you must think of. It must creep in. No matter how you want to look at it, it must creep in. Because imagine Caballal looking at the Georgian defense, Georgian attack. He'll say, I've been there before. I've picked up about 5 or 6 Champions League titles. I've been to the Euros before. These are just babies, owing to the fact that they came maybe from an academy that was even established by a friend of mine, Cristiano Ronaldo. He might be wanting to play down on what Georgia can bring, and it takes just one strike to change everything. Imagine if Georgia is to lead within the first half and it ends 1-0 in the first half. The second half would be really, really tough for Spain. So what could be the best approach right now for Spain? And Georgia's bringing surprises for you also. Are you seeing it or not?
At the Georgian side and you look at the Spanish side, you have to just say the quality is there in the Spanish side. With chokes when I say that I do not feel the Georgian side can pull any strings. Yeah, you could say at the big Portugal, but then again, you can say that match could have gone either way. We saw the chances missed by Ronaldo. We saw the intervention. We saw maybe some could have debated a penalty for Portugal. And then when you look at the Spanish side, in their group, the people that finished with a clean sheet. In their group. Their first match 3-0 to Croatia, clean sheet. Second match 1-0 to Italy, clean sheet, and the last match 1-0 to Albania. You could say that complacency might creep in, and you could say that it could have crept in when they were facing a small side like Albania, but then again, they just showed their dominance. And I feel that if they are going to play Croatia, this is a knockout stage. This is
Georgia, you mean?
Sorry, Georgia. If they are going to be playing a Georgian side, knowing that they're just coming off a win against Portugal, I don't think you're going to want to look down on them, no matter how big the quality of your squad is. But you look at the squad, the Spanish squad side, you see they have people like Alex Baena, Rodri, Nico Williams, Zubimendi, Pedri, Oyarzabal, Alvaro Morata, Perez, Dani Carvajal, Nacho. So these are people that on paper against the Georgian side, they will always win, they will always be the winners, and they won't let complacency creep in. You look at the side, I already said it, their match against Albania, they showed dominance, and against the Georgia side in the knockout stage, you just can't show complacency. You just have to show overpower them onto the next game. That's just how they've been doing it. And I feel that the Georgia side, they might pull up one or two surprises, but not surprising. They might pull up one or two, but I don't think it's going to be a surprise. We all know they have those two players that can give us something. Mikadati, the highest goal scorer, would they expect it? And he has the name, his name is Georges, and when I see Georges and I see Georgia, I'm like, he's the one that's carrying the whole Georgia.
Let's Kivishka Skarasheli not hear you. Let him not hear you.
Well, he's the highest goal scorer. Now, if the thing here today, he's one that will carry that going away with the golden boot. But I feel that Spain have possess the quality. They won't let complacency creep in. They have. This match is good. It should be one that they should just look over their. They should just look
over their shoulders
over shoulders and see it off immediately.
All right, let me bring in the lady in the house. Gift. Looking at what we've got. For Georgia, we have mentioned Kivishka Skarashvelia. We've also mentioned Georgi Mikhautadze. Also, as two persons that the entire Georgian country will be placing their hopes on at this point. But for the Spanish national side, any person, you could place your hope on anybody as it stands right now. Alvaro Morata is firing on all cylinders. There's a small boy, Lamine Yamal, who is 16 and he's doing great things. You've also got Nico Williams in the mix. There is Rodri, who is the big man from Manchester City. You've got Pedri. You've got Ferran Torres is also there. You've got Ruiz, Dani Carvajal, and all of that. A lot of persons. But who do you think will be the determining factor in this particular one?
Okay, as my colleagues here have said it all. But for me, I think Georgia are going to press really hard in the sense that this is their first time and beating Portugal as of their last match. And we all saw how it ended. They didn't give even their Ronaldo. They didn't give him the chance to do what he's known for, and they actually came on top. So when it comes to Spain and Georgia, the truth is Spain is star-studded, and they are well groomed from the onset. But Georgia is as if they are determined this time around that they want to put in all their best and try to at least get to the, even if it's in the final. But the truth is, this game, they say in football anything can happen. But I'll be going for Georgia actually. Yes. I know it's surprising, but the truth is, sometimes who believe that Benin Republic can actually win the Super Eagles?
That's true. Yeah, I think
nobody believed it.
Things like this sometimes is what the bookmakers and the punters will always want to see.
So that's it. Football, something is when you're determined to do something, you practice, you put in work, you're going to come out on top. But the truth is, in football, sometimes the team that is pressing might end up not winning the match. As you saw how was the country that just left
Croatia?
No, not Croatia. Ukraine.
Ukraine?
Yeah, Ukraine. Ukraine.
Okay.
You saw how they played very well from the beginning. They did their best. At the end, they left. Right. But if Georgia still leaves the tournament,
I think they should have their heads high up, because this is the first time they are getting into the knockout stage of any global competition, or will I call it any major tournaments that they found themselves. So a pretty small footballing nation with a great set of players at this point. We call them the golden generation.
Exactly. Yeah. So for me, I'm rooting for them because I think they'll want to break that record.
Are you sure
themselves.
You're not looking for a visa to go to Georgia? Are you sure you're not looking for a visa?
If it's possible, yes, I will.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's it for it.
Okay.
I think it's most likely she's trying to give them a chance, but looking at facts and figures, even that match against Portugal, they faced 23 shots. So the ball position was over 70% to Portugal. So it was more like Portugal had the man playing for Georgia, and I think his name is Sipa. Everybody knew that was the culprit. The man stopped Ronaldo from scoring. The man gave out a penalty. That's the issue. The man gave out almost everything. Silva Anthony. That's from Benfica. So the man actually, I don't think
that man is someone that Manchester United is going for. Don't come and spoil him. Don't come and spoil him on radio here.
Well, that's the truth. The man actually did everything harm for. I think nothing was good coming out from the Portuguese for the man that day. And look at the setup of that Portugal squad. If I think the only name that would have started a normal match, like the normal continuous match, is going to be Cristiano Ronaldo. Others were benched. Others were rested for the next match because that wasn't constitutional. I lose the match, I qualify. I draw the match, I qualify. I win the match, I still qualify. So what's the need of me putting a lot of pressure? And I qualify as the top team in the group. So Georgia win, as I always say, a lot of things actually deceive us in football. Number one, starts. Number two, the outcome of matches. Because now you see United versus Man City, and Man City United surprisingly come out a 1-0 winners, and you people that do not watch this match will say, United win match, that means they play well. Not forgetting that Man City almost killing them in the pitch. Just the screen, 1 second mistake and boom, to the back of the net. The same thing goes for Georgia match. If the penalty was, I don't understand what Silva was doing. I don't understand. See, the giveaways were plenty. And I said, so it's the issue. I don't think Georgia were so fantastic on the day or so superb on the day that they deserved the win. It was just like a mistake causing goals or havoc that made Portugal win the match. Same thing for Portugal against Turkey. The first goal, the second goal had nothing to do in the back of the net.
Don't remind me about that. Do not remind me about that second goal. Do not remind me about that second goal.
But it's the truth. Nothing concerned that boy into the back of the net, for Christ's sake. We are relaxed, no pressure on the defender. We decided to do some stunts. And that was in the back of the net. So that's the issue. The same thing goes for Georgia. I feel maybe I will say I don't like to override. Maybe not that I don't like to. I would like to override some players and football teams. But since the World Cup taught me lessons, so I tried to actually begin to give them give me some chance. So at this point in time, and also Nigeria also helped in that kind of figure. Because now you don't know who Nigeria will win. Anybody can come and win Nigeria.
Those will always teach you patience. Long suffering. They will turn your patience to long suffering.
So now Georgia can actually have an effect. But since I said it already, Spain have played bigger names than Georgia in this same Euros. I think they have faced out bigger names and knocked out bigger names. So there's no need of complexity now.
Right.
It can't be considered when he won a draw against an Italy. He won in Italy.
He won
a Spain and Croatia convincingly. Maybe the Albania game was because of the rest of a lot of big players that decided. And he still won 1-0. So Albania is still a smaller nation compared to Georgia. So why did they lose? Didn't they lose the game? So it's not even close to the Spanish team. So the only simple thing is that it's just down to the fact that we'll see some names going on. I think Georgia will pass on the day.
All right, the question I was even asking, I think maybe I'll come to at this point, is who would be the starman for Spain, not just in this game, but maybe going into the other knockout phases of the Euros 2024. Who has been the starman for you?
For me, I'll say maybe Nico Williams.
Nico Williams.
Yes.
Has he been better than Lamine Yamal?
As Trickster said, this is 100%. Everybody.
But is there anyone who can you pick out?
Who can I pick out? Both. Okay, no. You have to pick out someone. But
I'll pick the Spanish team.
No, but if you had to pick out someone,
I'll pick out Spanish team.
If I could pick someone out, I would say for in the attack, I'll say Nico Williams, but then again, Lamine Yamal has been fantastic. But both of them have been fantastic in their both wings, respectively. I won't say about it because as much damage Nico Williams has caused in the left, Lamine Yamal has been causing that same much damage in the right. Rodri has been doing his work in the midfield. I'm surprised Cucurella has really tried him, and Nacho has been working.
Okay. Before we begin to give them glories for their head, see, Cucurella's head cannot just grow bigger because already he's got too much of hair. Let's look at this young man, Lamine Yamal. Jose Mourinho reflection on Lamine Yamal after that game against Croatia. I'll quote him. He said, I don't think Haaland and Mbappe, or I don't think Haaland or Mbappe were doing what Lamine Yamal is doing at his age. Even Messi and Ronaldo at 16 were in youth categories. What I mean is we have a player who will be among the best in the world in the coming years. So Barcelona and Spain are very lucky because Ansu Fati plays with them. In just 2 years, I am fully confident that the whole world will consider Lamine Yamal one of the top 3 players in the world. What he is doing at his age, I haven't seen from any other player. Football is witnessing the birth of a future legend. When you see him at this age, you are amazed by what he does. But simply, when you know he's a boy who came through La Masia, your amazement fades because simply what comes out of this academy is always exceptional. I think the La Masia needs to get that round of applause. I don't know if the guys in the studio will give the La Masia that round of applause. Chukuzite and the rest.
I don't think
maybe you
I think Mourinho is doing a lot of damage.
No.
I mean, Laman has
give them.
It has done.
Okay. Even if you don't want to give them, I will give them. You know why? All right, so even if you don't want to give them, I'll give them. The La Masia has done a great job. Coming from ever since back in the days, Messi is a product of that. And now we are seeing Lamine Yamal. This is Jose Mourinho talking about Lamine Yamal this way. It's not as if he's a Real Madrid player, he's a Barcelona player, but you just have to say it. So, how good has this Lamine Yamal been? The painting that you're seeing on the wall for him, is it exactly how he looks, Chukwus Zite?
I'll still keep saying these things. I will not want to judge a player based on what he's doing right now at his early age in career. See, we had a lot of players. Januzaj, I will mention his name. Ansu Fati, another player.
But they did not break into the team at 16.
Ansu Fati was playing. He was termed the next Messi.
He didn't break into the team at 16.
Looking at the younger age.
He didn't get to
the younger age
an international competition like the Euros at 16. Garnacho.
I'm just saying names that
Garnacho is in the Copa America. He has not still kicked a ball.
I know. See, I'm not trying to actually say Lamine Yamal is bad. What I'm saying is that
no.
I don't want to judge players on.
Are you sure you're not talking down on him? Because
no.
This is a 16-year-old. Do you know how many persons he must have kept out of that Spanish team?
See, let's
Ferran Torres plays from that wing. He plays from that wing, and he has been benched by Lamine Yamal.
Okay, update from the Federations Cup, the women's side. I think the Nigeria just hit the bar from a swinging cross from the left-hand side of the Etihad box, and unlucky for them, it just only rattled the bar. And back to the conversations, I think it's just simple. I would say there are a lot of players that come to my head when you talk about on the age, and below this 80 years mark. We have Bowen Goffrey at some point. Januzaj, even Kylian Mbappe was at some point did that same magic. Lionel Messi too. Yeah, you said at 16. No, they didn't do what Lamine Yamal is doing at 16. But favorably, you said, can we actually trust this same guy, Lamine Yamal, on the next 5, 6, 7 years? As I said, I can't judge the player right now. What he's doing now is spectacular. It's amazing, but I don't want to judge him based on now what happened in the next 6, 7 years. Will not begin to make me feel this is the quality player he is.
How can you wait for 6, 7 years to say?
Because you have to make. Mbappe did it for how many years now? Ronaldo did it for how many years right now? Messi did it for how many years now? Haaland has been doing it for the past 3 years. Bellingham has been doing it since his days in Birmingham. So these are players that from the scratch they already started the next big team, and they have continued that same track. I'll call the name Ansu Fati. He was termed the next big Messi, for Christ's sake. Now he's in Brighton trying to find a starting shirt.
But that's a different case for you.
I'm just saying the same thing. Now Lamine Yamal can come to next season. I'm blank. It's still the same thing. It's so I can't actually begin to praise the man. Like I said, what he has done this last season was spectacular. He did amazing things. The man has not shown any sign of slowing down any moment from now because he knows he's still hot. But I'm not that player that will do anything, or that person that will want to begin to put a lot of weight on these players or begin to make them feel so glorious.
So important.
No, not important. So glorious, like so magical at this their young age, because I think it can be so good at the age of 16, and the next 3 years you are in a Crystal Palace side, trying to start. That's it. And some persons can be in a Crystal Palace side at the age of 16, at the age of 20, they're in a Real Madrid shirt. That's different. That's how football works.
Chooks, I think you're speaking from a bad belly point of view anyway, but let's forget about your thoughts. Lamine Yamal for me is an exceptional player. We just hope that he continues to do what...
You just have to admit it. He's an exceptional player, and Chooks never said he was not exceptional. He's exceptional. I agree with that.
Chooks is just angry that he's probably with their let me not say their age mates. He's just angry that he couldn't get it. He couldn't cut it down.
No. Chooks no get skill to play football. We all know that one. No, we all know that one.
No. If you try that. What's the picture of that?
Let me put off your mic there, guys. For today, we're going to be looking at. We've got 4 games. Even if we started from Spain, we didn't start looking at the games for today. But we've got Switzerland up against Italy. Italy has been a team that have not really replicated what we used to know them for. Or maybe we could say that we've never known Italy to be that ferocious when it has to do with offensive football play. But this particular Italy has always been conservative. I think the last time I saw them, the only time I saw them being so attack-minded was when they considered that goal scored by Luka Modric, and they had to come out pressing, trying to get the equalizer. But they are very good with sitting back, being conservative, and trying to maybe soak up pressure and hit on the counter-attack. And this is Switzerland that is pretty an offensive side. So looking at that game, let's just quickly look at it today. It's going to be a clash, but which is going to be the top one for you? Let me start with Ovie.
For the matches today,
yes, please.
You look at the matches today, and for me, maybe the Germany Denmark. I think that's good to have was more game, because we saw how the Danish, how they played with Eriksen and the rest. We saw their whole involvement with England. I know. Switzerland, Italy could also pull out a nice game, but it is a very conservative side. They don't want to come out, and Switzerland is the type that wants to hit you on the counter too. So both they might just want to test each other out. But this is a knockout stage, so I'm sure you guys want to just go all out and just try and see how you can do ball. And it's Italy that was going to take the initiative. It's Switzerland that I feel is going to take the initiatives. Italy, they just have to just keep on doing what they've been doing, try and soak up pressure and hit on the counter. It has been working for generations. It has kept on working. They did it in the last edition. That's how they won the last Euros. Germany, Denmark. Germany just have to win this one. They have not won an Euros in that they have hosted. So why not try and do it against Danish side? Both two strong teams coming out with firecrackers. I just expect this to be the highlight of today.
Okay, that's what we'll be expecting from 5 p.m. and from 8 p.m. We just talked about Lamine Yamal, and I would like to get your thoughts on the man. Do you think he's been overhyped? Jose Mourinho has come out to say that he has never seen a player like this before. Yes, he knows that Lionel Messi, the likes of Kylian Mbappe, the likes of Erling Braut Haaland, these are young players that came through, but he has never seen the kind of Lamine Yamal before. At the age of 16, you've been able to break into the national team and you're a mainstay. You've gone to the Euros and you've broken certain records. You're the youngest player to play in the European Championship. You are also the youngest player to have an assist. I think a goal is just what is waiting, and it will come. It will come because it has been knocking for him. If you look at Lamine Yamal play, you say, wow, he seems to be a mix of Kylian Mbappe and Lionel Messi. The trickery is there, the speed is there. He just needs to grow into the game. And Jose Mourinho is saying that in the next 3 years, you might be seeing Lamine Yamal as one of the best 3 footballers on the planet. That is, maybe he could be the one that the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi will be handing over the crown to. I don't know. There is an Mbappe there. There is an Erling Braut Haaland. But he could also be part of that mix. So let me know your thoughts about Lamine Yamal. Do you think the young man deserves all the praises and the accolades coming from big guns like Jose Mourinho? Do you think he is the heir in the next to the throne of the greatest players to see football on this surface. They're talking about Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. How good do you think he is? Do you think maybe it's just too much of a hype, or you share the same with Chukwuzite, who feels he may not be staying in the scene for too long? He wants to wait for 7 years to know if Lamine Yamal is as good as he has been talked about to be. So just let me know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal for now. 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962, and later on the show you could also react to this particular one from the phone lines when we throw open the phone lines. All right, we are still talking about the Euros 2024, and we'll look at another game, which is England versus Slovakia. England topped their group, that's Group C, but it wasn't convincing. They topped the group going into the round of 16, but it wasn't convincing. Just one victory and 2 draws. It wasn't really convincing for an English squad that was predicted to be the favorites, the one to win this Euros 20, and they are still being predicted. I don't know what is wrong with Opta Computer at this point. They are still predicting England, even when Spain has shown Opta Computer the green light. Opta Computer is still saying England is the favorites to win the Euros 2024. I don't know what Opta is saying. Maybe Opta is seeing what I'm not seeing with the eyes of the artificial intelligence, but they still say
we need to go and check the people that created the Opta. Maybe they are British people. We need to go and check.
They're not watching the this thing, so
okay. We're seeing a Spain that is doing great things, but Opta Computer still, that supercomputer still says that England will be the favorite to lift the title. But let's see how it goes. Anything could change for the English national team from the round of 16. So they didn't really go into the round of 16 too well. They lacked that creativity. They lacked what was needed for champions. And after the game against Denmark, what's his name? Okay, I think after the game against Denmark, yes, the skipper for Denmark, being Christian Eriksen, did say that England, I quote him now, England didn't surprise us. That wasn't a compliment, I believe. That wasn't a compliment at all. He said England didn't surprise us. So I don't know what he really meant, but for me, that wasn't a compliment. He also went on to say that they lost the ball a lot in possession. We are disappointed not to win. That was a midfielder in a setup with the likes of Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. And they came up against one of the best set of midfielders you have right now in Europe. Jude Bellingham is in that mix. Declan Rice is in that mix. Phil Foden is in that mix. Trent Alexander-Arnold. But that day, Denmark capitalized, took over the midfield, and showed the English side how to make use of your midfield strength. So, Christian Eriksen saying these things, I believe he is not far from the truth. Against a compact and disciplined Slovakia, what could Southgate be looking at? What could his approach be at this point? Let me start with you, Chooks.
First of all, I think it's halftime it's halftime at the Obalaji Johnson Arena and live in Lagos, where Rivers Angels have taken the lead through a penalty spot. They shot from penalty kick, a shot from the 80-yard box, which was handled mistakenly by the Niger defender, and the spot was and given by the central referee at the end. I think Rivers Angels are now 45 minutes away from becoming the 2024 President Federation Cup for the women. I think no reward for that for now. No reward for that for whether you have a competition from the continent, but it shows that they actually savage their season. Then back to the question, Southgate has shown that he's stubborn. He's stiff-necked. He loves to go with what they believe, and it's not surprising for us. Maybe the man believes in his tactics, and I think you have to back him up. The players that are there have shown quality enough that they can. Yeah, even though you say they are not being playing to their strength, but you look at the changes at the last game. That's against a Slovenia team, and they still came out with the goalless jobs, even though we had a lot of firepowers on the team. So I feel it's just surprising that Opta might be giving the English national team the favorite, but I think they are just one leg away from being knocked out of the Euros, because if they continue this way and they play against a Slovakia team who has a Cisco, a lot of Andorra is in that same team, a team that they are not scared to attack, they are not scared to.
Sesko is Slovenia. This is Slovakia.
Okay, no, I think Serbia is Slovakia. I think I'm missing them up. So it's surprising that if you can actually get that kind of team and that's they're not afraid to come at you, and it's going to be painful.
Sesko is Slovenia.
Yeah, so it's okay.
But England will be up against Slovakia. The ones who played.
I think they played Belgium and 1-0. I think that should be the team. Let me confirm that.
No, I think Slovakia is the one that played in the group. Belgium.
I think they played Belgium at 1-0. So I think it's surprising. It's not going to be shocking that they are knocked out because they have not been so good at that point in time. They are not too spectacular, nothing to write to my about. So I just feel the English team is not too good at this point in time unless they have some good changes. It's surprising that they have the kind of firepower, and what you have been doing with this firepower is to make them defend a lot, and to make them sit back and try to defend from the blast of the whistle to the end of the game. You have a Bellingham in that team. You have a Phil Foden. You have a lot of players in that team. You have a Hurricane, who is the highest goal scorer in the Bundesliga. You have a Saka, who is one of the best players at Arsenal. You have you have Eberechi, you have Gordon, you have a Kopama, you have Gue, I can mention the whole full squad of the English national team. But this team is not playing to their strength, and if they continue this way, like I said, they are just 1 foot away from being knocked out of the Euros, and it's not going to be shocking. It's going to be Slovakia and knock them out, because I think from now on, all the big guys are going to be scared and going to be skeptical enough. Have to play smart, and if England can't step up, they'll be knocked out.
All right, and Chief Sports Correspondent of inews.co.uk, being Kelvin Gasside, says England's best hope in the Euros 2024 is to ignore Gareth Southgate. No cohesion, I quote him, no cohesion, no organization, no idea. But too many criticisms coming for Gareth Southgate. We are forgetting and mistaking that Gareth Southgate seems to be one of the best managers England has ever had. He was voted the best English manager amongst the top 10 managers for England that have held the reins for the Three Lions of England, ahead of Alf Ramsey. If you know the name Alf Ramsey, between 1963 and 1974, he did win the World Cup for England, which is the only trophy that they've got as a national team. Gareth Southgate was rated or voted the best ahead of Alf Ramsey. And you're looking at Southgate. He was one that revived England upon his arrival in 2016. He took England, he led them to a 4th place finish in the 2018 World Cup. He also got to the quarterfinals of the 2022 World Cup and the finals of the Euros 2020. He hasn't won a trophy, but Southgate has not been this bad, the way we are looking at it. So I'm trying to look at it from this angle. Is it a Southgate problem, or it is the players being too stereotyped? Now, I'm not saying the players are not good enough. English players are not good enough, but we are seeing it that it seems they are too stereotyped, or they are too club fixed. Let me use that word, club fixed. The likes of, you can see Phil Foden presently cannot really turn out. This is the same, you begin to ask yourself, is this the same Phil Foden I saw in Manchester City? You see Bukayo Saka, you begin to ask yourself, is this the same Bukayo Saka I saw in Arsenal over the season? And the same goes for Trent Alexander-Arnold. The same goes for some of these players in their club sides. When you see them play, you begin to wonder that why can't you bring this same ginger? Why can't you bring this same performance down to the national team? So we might be looking at it that it is a Gareth Southgate problem, that he doesn't know his onions. But you might be so surprised that the players, yes, they are quality, but they are being too stereotyped. Maybe they have been coded according to their teams, that they just cannot decode themselves and recode themselves for the Three Lions of England. By the way, we've got Benjamin Mina. Benjamin, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Osas. I almost called you Reliance, though. Well, good afternoon, Osas. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. Good afternoon to our lovely listeners out there. It's a good day to talk about sports, talk about football, especially the Euros. I think, you asked a question about the English national team. I think at best what they're actually going through is the fact that, it is so sad that this English national team are actually, realizing now that the fact that Gareth Southgate is not a good manager, that he's still an average manager. That's the truth. There's this saying that where there is blind people, one man becomes a king. And I think because England has not seen this kind of successes over the years in terms of though they didn't win any trophy, they've not won a trophy after the World Cup. Yeah, they did come to the finals of the Euro, played against the Italian national team, the Azzurri, and got to the quarterfinals and of the World Cup. I think, yeah, it's an achievement, but the truth is, it's the players' individual brilliance that have actually got Gareth Southgate that have still keeping Gareth Southgate, in his job. That's the truth. And these players, you said they're actually drilled to the fact that to enjoy club football and perform in club football. Yeah, national team football is structure, I think, and these players are actually meant to play in the club football is actually different from the national team. The club football, you play under a structure because you've trained together for a very long time, and that's why you see most times in the national team the coach tends to favor those players that he has actually known for a long time, and that's the case. But in this situation, Gareth Southgate has gone to the games, this competition, with a relatively players that are not really known in terms of their national team performance, the likes of Jad Bowen, Cole Palmer making his debut for a top competition like this, couple of them. But I think Gareth Southgate is the problem at this time, not the players, because we can talk about national teams that haven't really that have got a couple of good names in club side football and hasn't performed in the national team football. Couple of them, we can see how the Belgian national team is struggling. It shows that these coaches are not good enough for the job. And
Roberto Martinez.
Yes.
Okay, that's not Roberto Martinez. Roberto Martinez
moved from Belgium to Portugal. And that's the truth. Portugal national team. Roberto Martinez, still an average coach. We saw his time in the club side where he coached Wigan, won the FA Cup, went to relegation, went to FA Cup, Everton was fired. I think the truth is there are no, in terms of
Dominic
the
Tedesco,
club side
for Belgium.
Yes, for Belgium. The truth is the club side football, the national team football has not gotten couple of coaches, has not gotten those top coaches like the club side football. And I think the English problem boils down to Gareth Southgate. I think it shows that the players were actually the one bringing him this far. Now look at the players that he didn't bring to the Euros. The likes of Harry Maguire,
Jordan Henderson,
a mainstay in the national team. Jordan Henderson, a mainstay in the national team for a couple of years. I think 8 years now or so. Let's say 6 years. What's his name? Raheem Sterling, the Man United man, Rashford. Couple of them. These are the players that actually brought Gareth Southgate. Now he has decided to change these players and bring in fresh leg. He's now struggling. It shows that it was the individual brilliance of these players that actually bringing him this far. Now you've changed, no progress. You're now complaining that for 8 years you've been trying to solve the midfield problem of the national team. Why come to tell us now that the national team is not playing well? All those years that you've had the likes of Henderson and co, the midfield, you've not been solving the problems. You've got you went to the quarterfinals of the World Cup. You played in the Euro finals. Why are you now telling us that you're trying to fix the national team problem, the defensive midfield? See, the truth is this man is an average coach. That's it. And I don't like when people start coming to give excuses when you can't perform your job. You're paid to carry out your job successfully. If you can't carry out your job successfully, just leave the scene and stop coming to give unnecessary excuses that it is because I'm trying to solve the national team problem and all that. You've got the finest players in the league. Oli Watkins scored a couple of goals this season. Cole Palmer, a couple of goals this season. Jad Bowen was instrumental for West Ham. I can go on and mention these players. Set up your team favorably well and then go and deliver the Euro at. Okay, you like go at least. If you don't want to win it, they always say this is the time. But if you can't win it, give the national team, give the English national team, the Tri Lions, a very good performance. That's what they want. So I think they've been celebrating him because after they won the World Cup, they've not had a good coach in terms of transition and all that, appearing in the World Cup quarterfinals, playing in the finals of the Euros and all that. The truth is, it is because there are no good coaches in England. the English-born coaches are not plenty, and they are not good enough. That's why Gareth Southgate is still in the job. Give this English national team to a well-drilled coach. Even Marcelo Bielsa can perform wonders with this English national team. We've seen what Bielsa is doing with the Uruguayan national team in the Copa America. So I think the man is not good enough for the job. Simple and short.
All right, the man is not good enough for the job, but we still saw something that the last game 3, when they took on Slovenia. Was that Slovenia? Yeah. The addition of Kobe Mainoo, Cole Palmer, and Trent Alexander-Arnold from the bench offered a tantalizing vision to what the team could be. We saw that change that came through when these 3 players made their way in. Actually, Cole Palmer's influence was seen immediately he touched the ball. 19 minutes in the game, he had 2 chances created. He had about 2 shots on goal also, as against some players that had started, kept playing, but no shots on goal. I don't want to call anybody's name, but some players were there that have been playing right from the game 1. And okay, I don't want to call anybody's name, so let's just leave it that way. But Cole Palmer came in and you could see his influence immediately. At this point, should Gareth Southgate just forget about the mainstays and build on these guys going into the knockout stages, Uvier?
First of all, you look at the mainstays. Cole Palmer, let's talk about Cole Palmer first. Cole Palmer and Kobe Mainoo, their introduction to the game. Kobe Mainoo coming in for Gallagher, and he performed extremely far better than Gallagher. We saw how he was moving through the midfield. Cole Palmer.
Go ahead.
No. We all know who we are talking about. We watched the game. We all know who the game. The people they were supposed to there for was, of course, we were talking about Cole Palmer for Bukayo Saka. Saka throughout the whole match, throughout that whole right winger, really saw that he really had a shot at goal, and no, he didn't have any shot at goal at all. No shot on target, no shot off target. His expected assist was 0.06. Cole Palmer just coming in spending 20 minutes. His expected goal was 0.05. His expected assist was 0.05. The shot at goal, and you see how he was moving through we saw his hit map through the right wing. He was able to just hug the touchline, able to move into those spaces, know when to move into those spaces. We saw his dribbling and his passing accuracy, 12 of 12 passes, 100%, 100% accuracy. I look at him and Mainoo and how they both implemented this, how they both made their presence shown into the England squad, and we've talked about this on the show many times. Maybe you should try something new. I think it was Benjamin that said it in the last show. Try something new, and maybe it will work. And it did. Maybe going into the next game against Slovakia, maybe we'll get to see them get their first start. Both Kobe, Palmer, and I felt that Trent should have started, and maybe start Trent from where Jurgen Klopp has been playing him, from the left back position, from the right back position. So work with what you've seen, work with what you know, what people know, and just try and implement it. That's what they've already been groomed, where they've already groomed in their position. Don't try and play them out of position, play them where they are meant to play, and everything is going to work out.
All right, with Kieran Trippier down with injuries, it's quite obvious that Trent Alexander-Arnold is going to be going back to the right back position to see how to help the 3 Lions. We've got Luke Shaw also fit right now. He's been part of training, and he should be taking the left back position. Anthony Gordons, who is supposed to be went and had an accident. I don't know if he's okay by this time, but let's see if he'll be able to come through. You're laughing.
It's quite fun.
It's a case. If it were to be Nigeria, we say village people, because we say village people just call you and say come out of camp, break your leg.
I think you need those mature heads in the team to caution these players.
True. Because I see no reason why you should. During the time of what's his name, the big man, Wayne Rooney for England, there was a particular period he had a game for Manchester United. His wife was in labor, but he had to see that game through. He did score. I think after scoring in the first half or thereabout, towards the second half, Sam now had to tell him,
Yes,
you can go.
now.
But this is a Phil Foden that has not given one assist, has not scored goals, has not done anything. Phil Foden is anyway. I don't want to dabble into people's family matters.
The truth is, this crop of players we've got, they are not playing with passion.
Okay.
A certain Mikel Obi's father was kidnapped when he was playing for Chelsea. He played that game that day. That is, see, I know family comes first, but you have to do it. You have to play. That's the thing. So I think this crop of players that we've got right now, they are not playing with that zeal. And that's what's it called? That passion has really left because lots of money is now involved in football. Look at those days, the players that actually played their hearts out. How much did they earn? But we are still singing their names and the glory
today
that they've brought into football, both in the national team and the club side till today.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there, Benjamin. They won't understand. They won't understand. All right, Gift. Let me come to Gift. Gift. It's quite obvious that Gareth Southgate has to do something with his midfield. He's still got a lot of midfielders within the setup. There's Adam Watson there, a great young man there for Crystal Palace this season. We saw what he brought to the table. There is Eberichieze. There's a Kopama now that must. In fact, you need to start Kopama. You need to start Kopama. So I think. Don't you think? What do you think? Gareth Southgate needs to look at his midfield because that should be the engine room for him to turn around what has happened for the Three Lions of England.
Yes, as you said it, he really needs to start Kopama. You saw the last game how Kopama made a change, at least, even though he didn't score, but had it been he was given enough time, he would have done something. As Kopama for Chelsea last season, he saw what he did. I didn't even see any reason why Kopama was benched at the first place when you know this man has been.
There was also a Kobe Mainoo. If you look at Kobe Mainoo when he stepped in, there was this solidity he brought to. Declan Rice now started going adventurous. So Kobe Mainoo, Kopama. I believe you should even bring another young man like in the likes of Adam Watkins. Let the likes of Phil Foden just rest now.
Abi, you already said it out. At least all these midfielders, you need to check the ones who are very, very good. Like you said already, Kopama. What England actually needs now is to score goals and try to get to the next round. So benching him is a no-no for now. So Adam Watkins, these players are very, very good. At least he should try to figure out where he can fix these players. If it's to substitute some players that are not that really good,
that's not fast.
especially the left back, and they know that he isn't good. That's where Bukayo Saka plays for his club. But now he's a national team. If he's not good in that position, he should substitute him and bring in someone who can handle that position very well.
All right. Okay. Let me bring the listeners into this conversation at this point in time as we throw open the phone lines to hear from you. We've talked about the Euros. We're still talking about the Euros. We've looked at Spain up against Georgia. We've looked at Jose Mourinho saying that Lamine Yamal is something exceptional that he has not seen before. Yes, he even put Lionel Messi in that mix where he said Messi did his own from 19, but Lamine Yamal from 16. And the truth is, the young man is something that you must be happy for. The La Masia has done a real great job there. We've also talked about Gareth Southgate and the English national team. They will be up against Slovakia. And we saw the impact of Cole Palmer, the impact of Kobe Mainoo and Trent Alexander-Arnold. These guys who you feel should have sat off the bench where Southgate did not give them that necessary audience. But they've come in and they have shown that they can be mainstay. Do you think England, Southgate should forget about the players that you feel are the mainstay? Keep them down and let these young men do the business for you. Because at the end of the day, poor performance is going to rub off on his name. 0817 00 951 0810 951 0951. All right, a drop call situation. Please, I saw the phone lines buzzing. Let the phone calls continue to come in and I will take them as they come in. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, guys.
Simon from Rumodumaya, welcome.
Thank you. Let me start from the comment of legendary Mourinho. see, like what the young children said, trying to give reference of some other players that started well, as if they are big stars at their time. For now, that boy is trying now. He's a great player now in making. But capital BUT there is that, first of all, let's pray for injury-free game.
Okay.
Injury-free career for him. That is the first one. Second, personal training that you'll be giving himself to make this greatness in him to come out fully, just like Messi and Ronaldo. Because I believe that the difference between Messi and Ronaldo and other players are the kind of personal training that they are giving themselves. Not the people that more things have arrived.
Okay.
You know? So, something can still happen. It can still come tomorrow and you start seeing a different player that is going down.
Right.
And it can still come tomorrow and we are still seeing a player that is going up. Then for the English national team, see, I have said it before and let me repeat myself. England don't have liver to win a trophy. If you like, bring the best coach in the world. They will only do well. They can try. In fact, Fabio even tried to take them to final of the last Euro. He even tried. Because so many great coaches have coached them before. He went all those Lampard for school, in Gerard, whatever. You know, 2006 is Euro or is it national cup. They said Ferdinand and the...
Hello, Simon. Are you there? Hello? Okay, Simon. All right, if you can hear me, you could call back and finish off with your thoughts on that particular one. The phone lines are still open, 0817 0000951, 0810 9510951. Hello, caller, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon.
Name, location, and your submission.
My name is Temitope from Nembe.
Temitope, welcome. Go ahead with your thoughts.
I thought Gareth Southgate is a good coach. What he just is a new step because those players are very good players, and I blame him for one thing.
Okay.
Harry Maguire is very exceptional for him. Even when Harry Maguire is not performing well at Man U, he to perform well at England national team. So we need to do something with that team because all of us we predict that team to win the UEFA. So and for Yami Lama,
okay,
I know that guy is just a great player. Okay. So I agree to what Jose Mourinho said about the player.
All right. All right. Thank you so much for your call there. How is Nembe this afternoon? All right, he has gone, and I believe Nembe should be good. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Name, location, and submission.
Ajibola from
Okay, Ajibola, welcome. Go ahead.
I think the issue is that that Saka. If you look at Saka, Saka is a good player, but towards the ending of the season, the guy suffered from injury and he has been struggling with form.
Okay.
I don't expect him to be starting. I mean, Kopama did well towards the ending of the season. Use Kopama. It doesn't mean that Saka is not.
Even in the last game, he did have 19 minutes, but his impact was even better than those who had started the game.
You said what?
I said even in the last game against Slovenia, he did play for 19 minutes coming in the second half, but his impact was better than a lot of players that did start the game for England.
That's what I'm saying. At least you should use Kupama. At least bench Saka. Saka is not out for even before the season ended. If you look at Arsenal match, he has been struggling with form before the end of the season, and towards the end of the season, he went to injury. I think he did not play up maybe 2 of their last matches of the season.
No, he did.
Last match of the season to Arsenal.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, thanks so much.
All right, thank you so much for your call. Bukayo Saka did play the last game of the season for Arsenal. He did.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, he did. They had the full complement of their players, so but we'll confirm that.
He played. I think that was a title deciding game.
West Ham.
Yeah, he did.
West Ham. So because
was it West Ham? No, I think.
Okay, Man City played West Ham. I think that was Everton.
Yes.
Yeah, so the phone lines are still open. You could be part of the conversation. 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Drop call situation. Let the calls come in and we'll take them. I think the network is acting up, but do still try as you get down to us, and we'll take it. 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. Okay, Bukayo Saka did not...
Left out due to muzzle injury.
Muzzle injury, okay. He didn't start that last game for Arsenal there. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you.
Simon Koba.
All right, Simon, welcome.
Network company. See, like, let me round up because I believe, England, yes, if you like, employ I don't know who will I call the best coach in the world.
Pep Guardiola.
They are not going to win anything. They can only try his best. But England, the kind of players that in England are, not producing, they are not going to. Just call them from school there. Ferdinand there. Second. These people, if you know what they paraded that time, but at the end of the day, nothing for them. And this time around, you see the same thing. His media has to continue hyping them. We know the people that are tournamenting. England, they are not tournamenting. They can try for qualifiers, top their group. But when you talk of France, talk of maybe Germany, talk of Italy, look at how Italy are struggling now. You can see Italy for final. You can see France for final. Look at Belgium. England and Belgium, they are in the same level. They but they don't have that leader to win a trophy. And that is what will still happen today. I don't think that Slovakia or whatever will remove them all.
Okay.
I don't think they're going anywhere, but I will not still be surprised if Slovakia remove them.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon, there for your call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah. Name, location, and submission.
I'm Real Evans.
Oh, Real Evans. Welcome.
Yes. For me, I think England has a very good. I don't see. It seems that England has a very big squad.
Okay.
But for England, I think it's crystal clear. Everybody even the blind can see that Southgate is not doing well for himself and for England. For England as a whole.
But he was voted the best coach for England by English football fans.
Well, it is fine with him being voted the best coach, but it's being realistic. I can't remember the last time an English team has this quality that they have currently. Because I mean, with this quality that England has, that they're supposed to win something. We don't have this quality. Even this England are really better than the golden generation of Belgium. Yes, the squad they have is better than the golden generation.
But you consider this squad to be better than the squad of Lampard, Paul Scholes, Wayne Rooney, Steven Gerrard, what's his name, Michael Owen, and the rest?
Here's the thing. You know why you can compare this squad to that squad? Why I can compare this squad to that squad is that when we see in the days of the likes of Lampard, for Scholes, and Steven Gerrard, it's always the one-off. It's always that man. When it's Gerrard alone. When it's for Scholes, it's for Scholes alone. But you see this England squad, it's always like for like. There's no very difficult before you can find 2 or 3 players in that England squad that can't do the same thing. If you bring that off to Foden, you're 100% sure that the next person that is coming can do something more than what Phil Foden can do.
Okay.
So I think they have at least not less than two players that in one position that can do a particular thing better. The only thing Southgate needed was, number one, to get his formation right and to know where to fit this player. But then he failed it. If Foden is not giving you the best of his time, you sub him off.
Right.
Because you can't put Bukayo Saka on the right position, you pull him off. You understand? I mean, the last game they played when he brought in Kopama with
Kobe Mino.
Kopama with Kobe Mino. You saw the game, the good game. And but if you have already started these players in the first half, England would have been able to play a good match and if possible have a win. But let's go. Am I expecting them to qualify? I don't think they will qualify with this kind of attitude. I'm telling you, I can even say they won't qualify to the next round.
All right.
That's just it. But for Yamal, well, it's too early for us to start comparing him to the likes of Messi. According to Mourinho, the way Mourinho is overhyping him. I'm not saying he's not good. He's very good, but I think we should give him another one season in the national team and see what he will be able to do.
All right. All right. Thank you so much there for your call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Name, location, and your submission.
My name is Daniel. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Daniel, welcome. Go ahead.
Okay. What I think about the England team is I feel personally that Southgate is not the man to lead the Three Lions forward. Because if you observe the games, you will see that the team lacks cohesion and they don't really play together. These boys are fantastic players individually. We saw what they did in their teams, like the likes of Foden, the likes of Bukayo, the likes of Harry Kane. You know, Declan Rice had a fantastic season last season with Arsenal. Well, coming together, they don't really play too well. Someone like Bukayo Saka, I'm an Arsenal fan, and I always like to be objective.
All right.
Bukayo Saka is not in form at the moment. You know, he didn't really do well towards the end of the season.
Yeah, true.
A good coach would spot this, and then what do? You probably start him off the bench and try others. Cole Palmer had a brilliant season with Chelsea. Phil Foden did well when he plays the right wing, but he doesn't do well playing on the left wing. What business does Phil Foden have playing on the left wing? For Manchester City, Kevin De Bruyne fills in at the free role, the 10th position. And if he's not there, you find Phil Foden playing that same position. If Kevin De Bruyne is in the team, Phil Foden plays the right wing.
Yeah, from the right.
So you taking Phil Foden to the left wing, you're not going to get Phil Foden, the 100% Phil Foden. And that is what the team is struggling. The right back, the left back, they can't move forward. You know, there is no symmetry between these players, and it's making the team, you know, they're all in 6s and 7s. So if you ask me, I think what the manager needs to do is put players that can blend together. You don't need to look at the names of this player.
All right.
You know, like Trent Alexander-Arnold. Yes, he did well with Liverpool playing the inverted right back for a couple of games, say towards the end of the season, right? The second half of the season. But now you're putting Alexander-Arnold in midfield. When you have Mino there, you have Bellingham, of course, who is
Adam Watson also.
Right? You have, of course, you have Adam Watson and all of these players, right? So you need to make some certain changes. If you ask me, Trent Arnold is not doing anything on that midfield. You understand? And he is actually stressing Declan Rice. If you watch the team very well play, you get me. So what I think he needs to do, Gareth Southgate with this England squad, is just look for a way to change things up.
All right.
Just change things up. If I'm the manager of this team, of course I know I can handle the team anyway. But what I will do is I will take Phil Foden to the right wing.
Okay.
You know, and then possibly bring in another Adam Watson. I don't really know his position. Where does he play? Is it?
He plays as a central midfielder and could also pass as an attacking midfielder.
Okay, good. So what I would do is Jude Bellingham, Declan Rice, and then another good attacking midfielder. Take Phil Foden to the right wing. Or you take Phil Foden to the 10, and then either Jared Bowen or Cole Palmer at the right wing. Let Bukayo sit on the bench. You can't if you keep Phil Foden at the 10th position, you would see how the fluidity of the game, his movement, everything will come out. Well, you can't expect him to do much over there. And Harry Kane too, you know. So the team has what it takes.
There's only Watkins who is probably faster.
It's not working. Exactly. So I think Gareth Southgate has to go back to the drawing board and get some few things done.
All right. Thank you so much, Daniel. You've actually done a lot of justice to that analysis about the Three Lions of England in the hands of Gareth Southgate. And okay, we've got another caller. A very good afternoon to you. Welcome. Name, location, and submission.
Good day. My name is Joe, calling from Degema.
Joe from Degema. Welcome to the show.
I love your program very well. Because,
thank you so much.
Yes. The problem of England, I think, to me, is Hurricane. They should remove Hurricane from that position. Let him sit on the bench.
Okay, who do you feel would take his place?
Let Cole Palmer, bring in Cole Palmer there, and you see England will be scoring goals.
As
they don't depend on Kane with the big name and past performances. Kane is getting older. So they should bring a young person to do that. England.
But this is a Hurricane that scored 44 plus goals in the German Bundesliga.
Bayern Munich.
Yes.
In Bayern.
Yes.
But now he's not scoring now. He hasn't scored any goal. Even his performance is somehow. To me, he
scored one goal anyway.
They should bring in a young person. A younger person like a Cole Palmer. And England will perform well with this crop of players they have. That's what I can
say for now. All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Joe, for your call. Have a nice day ahead. Hello. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to you all. I'm Celewes.
This is Celewes. Yes, Celewes, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, and sometimes I start asking myself question. Must every English coach come from UK? You know, they can go to South America and get a very good coach. You know, they have potential to win this tournament. But the problem of the coach, you know, there is something we call reliance. There are coaches, players he trusted, you know, and though every coach does it, you know, and he believes in those players that they can give him the results. And then when the result is not coming, you know, criticism just start popping up.
All right.
So it's normal. He's still in the tournament. He can still go back and build a formation or a formula that all those players he are talking, he can feel that they will not score. Football is a very funny game.
All right.
So when you see coaches start keeping a player that people are saying change this, he don't know what he's seeing. He believes that one or two chances might pop up and the guy scores, and that might be a winning goal. So that is it in football, you know. Yeah.
All right, Sylvester, thank you so much for your call there. Let's move ahead as we've got other talking points on the menu for today. But guys, let me bring you in again before we move into what we've got. I want to ask you a simple question. I'll start with let me start with Ovie here right now. The African Cup of Nations 2023 and the Euros 2024 so far, which has got more stees?
The African Cup of Nations, but hands down.
Obviously, isn't it?
Hands down. You see really boring games.
Boring games in the Euros. You won't trade watching the African Cup of Nations for the Euros.
Is it if I'm going to go to the Euros and watch it?
If you're going to
no, if I could go to the Euros and watch see that's a good Jeremy to go watch out. That will not be a problem. I'll go there, go watch.
All right, this one here, let's look at the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. This one here says, hi guys, please, I like to know the scorers for Brazil. Iceman from Ozoba. He likes to know the scorers for Brazil. Brazil did beat Paraguay by 4-1. Vinicius Junior scored 2 goals.
Savinho scored the second. And Paqueta from the penalty spot.
So those are the scorers in that particular one. It was 4-1 between Brazil and Paraguay. Vinicius Junior with
the first goal,
the first goal. And the third goal, The second goal by Savinho, then the final goal, Paqueta.
Junior still missed the penalty, so it could have been a hat-trick, but he missed the penalty that would have been
giving him that hat-trick. All right, so we still have Vinicius Junior on the menu, but for now, we're asking the AFCON and the Euros, which has got more steez, which has got more vibes. Let me just quickly get yours, Benjamin.
The AFCON.
The AFCON. everybody's saying the AFCON.
So far, I think so far it's the AFCON because probably we've not seen the knockout stages and the group games of the knockout stages of what's it called the Euros.
The Euros. But for now, it is the AFCON.
The AFCON.
All right, Gift.
Yes, it's the AFCON.
The AFCON.
Sure.
Okay.
I can just put that.
It's only Chukwuzite. I will not ask Chukwuzite because he will want to form the devil's advocate or he wants to go the other way. So yeah, it's anti-Africa. Anti-Africa. So let me not ask him.
When our players go over to their foreign clubs, you see they receive welcome parties and so on. But can they come to Nigeria and receive the same welcome parties? So I give it
depends. I think our football will grow up to that level. But for now, for me also, I feel the AFCON had more stages than the Euros. But we're still yet to see the knockout stages. But the Copa America is still ongoing, and something did change over the week because Argentina took on Chile over the week, and the attendance in that particular game has surpassed any other attendance you have in the entire European Championship history. Now, Chile took on Argentina with an 81,106 attendance in that particular game, bigger than the biggest that you have for the Euros, which was in the Euros 1964 when Spain took on the Soviet Union, and that was 79,115. Chukwuzite, it shock you?
It's not shocking. I think the Argentina, how you have arguably the best player on earth, Lionel Messi, so you have to actually respect the man.
You've actually agreed.
Arguably, I can't say he's the best. No. Arguably the best. It's not possible. They can't catch me that place. They don't mean I'm not.
But you have the best footballer in quotes. Arguably, another one in the Euros.
No, the almost. I think is higher than arguably the best player in the Copa America. So. It should be told. It should be told. You have to look at what the man brings to the table. I think World Cup winners are not enemy fit. Who doesn't want to watch Lionel Messi? Who doesn't want to watch the bigger names? Who doesn't want to watch Lautaro Martinez? There are other names that we want to come out and watch in the Copa America. And I think it's not surprising. It can't be shocker for me because that's a good, for Christ's sake. That's a good. And you will now begin to question why the other boys don't have such amount of turnout, but it's got to be
good past good.
It has to be down to the organizers and has to be down to the timing. That's the issue.
I will agree with you, as you said, Lionel Messi did bring, because we have seen the rave that he has brought into the MLS of recent. A lot of stadiums being sold out. A lot of tickets finishing even before 2-3 days before the game. That's the Messi effect. Ronaldo also has the same. He also has the same. I cannot just forget about what I said. These are the two best players that I think they shouldn't have been in the same era. They should have saved one person for the next era. But good enough. It's my era. It's my period where you have both of them coming through. So, Benjamin, in terms of the quality of football, which we are seeing we have been seeing from the Copa America and from the Euros, which a lot of persons used to say the Euros offers better football than the Copa America, but it's quite obvious that I won't say it's quite obvious yet, but for you, the Copa America or the South American or let's call it, because right now you've got Mexico also part of that, so but it's majorly South America now. South American football against the European football, the Copa America against the Euros, which provides a better quality of football?
Well, in terms of results oriented, I think in terms of quality, well, in terms of
he had you to talk in terms of
because I want to see how I could link my points in terms of results oriented. I think I'd go for the South Americas.
The Copa America, call it that.
I'll go for South American nations.
Okay.
Because you look at the South American nations in terms of World Cup, they've won lots of World Cups. So it shows that they're actually yielding results in terms of their football progress. But in terms of play, the Brazilian national team, we've known them for samba, but these days we've not seen samba much because I think Delima came out to complain that it's because the players those days, the players get from Brazil. They get to the national team from the Brazilian league, but right now it's from the Brazilian league. They come to Europe and then you integrate them to the national team, and we are losing that flair. They are now playing the European kind of football. That's what the man said, and I think the truth is their football style is changing. Look at the Abi Celestia, that's the Argentine national team. Yeah, they're actually changing their kind of play into the European kind of play. But for me, I think in terms of result oriented, I'll go for the South Americans, because they've actually played football over the years and they've had trophies to show for the World Cup. And then you look at general style of play, I think I'm out to go for the Europeans, because you look at the Spanish national team, they're doing wonders. They are good in terms of the attacking kind of play, the way they the transition kind of play, they are quite good and all that. So I think I'll go for, in terms of play, I'll go for the Europeans.
All right, but let me help you a bit. Let me help you a bit by asking you this question. For the quality of play, what determines the quality of play? Do you look at
pitches? Pitches.
The quality of play in a team, is it basically to the
yes, in a team?
Yeah, in a competition. In a competition,
I would say
in a team,
the pitches actually determines part of the quality of play, because you can't get a bad pitch. And then
let's look at it. Let's stream it down to a team, the quality of play, because when I'm talking about the Copa America and the Euros, yes, I'm talking about the quality that comes from the Albi Celeste,
I thought you were talking
the
about
quality that comes from the
various
Selecao that's being Brazil, the quality that comes from Paraguay as against quality coming from England, maybe Spain. Italy.
If you want to see the quality of play in a team, like you said, you look at the transition from the way they build from the back.
Number of chances created also?
No, yeah, you need to the transition from the defense to the midfield to the attack. The way they transit, and then the number of chances created, the number of goals scored, and the caliber of opponent you're playing determines the quality of play.
Okay.
And so far, I think why I said the Europeans, I think the Spanish national team, we've seen that in the Spanish national team in this competition. We've seen how they can transit from the back to the midfield and then to the attack. We've seen number of chances created, the amount of goals scored, and the quality in terms of the quality of opponent they are playing. They've played the likes of Croatia in this Euros, and we've seen how successful they've been. So I think, and then the Netherlands against France, we've seen how tactical that game is. The quality of play was excellent. So I think I'll give it to the Europeans.
Okay, so let's look at...
and also, as for the attendance of that Copa America game, there are some things you need to do before we leave this earth. First,
go to Brazil.
Not going to Brazil. You need to see Lionel Messi live play and Ronaldo live play. If possible, touch them, run into the pitch and take a selfie.
Okay.
With them.
Okay.
And put it in your archive.
All right.
That's one. Secondly, travel around the world.
Okay. I think for me, the quality of game play from a team should hover around the most chances or most big chances created. And I want to look at the most big chances created in a single Copa America or a single European Championship or a single Euro. Neymar in 2021 sits on top of that group with 9 chances created. Lionel Messi in 2024 has created 7 chances already. He also created 6 chances in 2021. 5 chances by Zidane, the most in a Euro competition in 2020, 2000, I mean. Dennis Beckham, 5 in 2000. Rui Costa in 1996, 5. De Bruyne in 2016, 5. Arjen Robben in 2024, in 2004, 5. Nani in 1996, 5. Wesley Sneijder in 2012, 5 also. And presently at the Euros, we've got the most to be 4, and that is Roland Shalai of Hungary. He's got 4 most big chances created. He's out of the competition, so it ends there. Ante Budimer of Croatia is on 3, and Dominik Szoboszlai of Hungary is also on 3. So Hungary just came here, created chances, and went home. It's surprising to see. But looking at what we've got, 1, 2, 3 on top, 9, 7, 6 coming from the Copa America. One man has created 7 and he's 37. 9-7 to go. Benjamin, let me still stick with you.
That's Lionel Messi.
Yes.
And he's still playing. Yeah, it's so unfortunate that Neymar is not actually in this tournament because of injuries and all.
He's
that.
there, but he's at the stands.
Yes, he's not playing. That's what I'm saying. You know, no thanks to injury. Like it's one thing that injury is sports and injury. You know, you can't rule out injury. But the truth is, that's what we are talking about. Talking about Lamar's career. Injury is one thing. You can have a bright career in terms of good talent, but you know when injury comes knocking, and that's all for you. So I think it's unfortunate that Neymar is there, and it's so unfortunate that Neymar's record can be broken this season, this Copa America, this competition, because
just two games,
the man behind him, which is Lionel Messi, is not actually slowing down. Age, they say age is something that would, you know, weigh you down. You can't cheat nature.
Don't tell that to wines.
People are actually cheating nature. That's the thing, and it shows consistency, and that's how you're being ranked. If you're not consistent, we just keep you on corner. I wouldn't be talking about you. So I think, like I said, result oriented for me. That's my own opinion. That's the South America. I would say the South American teams, because they've played like this over the years and they've won the World Cup severally. And then you look at the European teams. Yeah, they've created chances, lots of chances, clear-cut chances, but they are still the South Americans are actually way ahead. I think 2 South Americans are ahead of the rest, which are Europeans, 5 at least. That's the highest for the Europeans. So I think it shows that football is born in Europe and redesigned in South America, because the South American teams they play exciting football. It's not nowadays that we look at.
I don't know how you give birth to football in Europe and Uruguay will come and carry the first World Cup.
It's happening. You can decide to invent something and someone copies from you and do it better than you. And at the end of the day, you will invent the thing. You don't do one side. You say, "Nah, me really get this thing." You know, say we and Ghana they fight for jollof. Now, if you ask Peking, now we invent jollof, nobody know. So the truth is, it shows that, like we rightly said, the samba. This is not what we used to know Brazil for. We used to know that dazzling and all that, but is it there anymore? No. And we've seen their legend Ronaldinho. Even if the man claims to be that what's it called, an advert that he's actually doing, but the man has said the samba thing is no longer there. That spice is no longer there. But at the end of the day, they are still doing what they are doing. The last World Cup was won by a South American team in the colors of Argentina. So I think they are doing the right thing for me.
Okay, doing the right thing for you. Chukwuzide, I just read the stats for you. Lionel Messi already 7 big chances created. There's every tendency that he's going to break that Neymar's 9 that Neymar did create in 2021. Messi is already on 7. He did come up 6 in 2021, but now 7. Is there any other thing that this young man would not be breaking? That's one. And secondly, it goes a long way to tell you the first question I did ask, the quality of football between these both continents.
First of all, I always say it's the quality of team we play, the quality of players around the competitions, and you look at how they have been playing. Yeah, Lionel Messi with all his, I think the man has been doing it, so I can't actually begin to water down what he has done, because whether in Europe, he has done it, in South America, he's doing it, and even in the years in the MLS, he's still doing it. So the man has been that consistent figure over the last decade, and it's amazing to know that it's just greatness that is around it. That was supposed to be a fabulous goal from Nigeria. That was so nicely taken from the player on 18 shares. I think if you continue this way, I think this is what we want from the MPFL, for Christ's sake. This is amazing. That's NWFL. So the take on was nice, and the technique that you see the shot was that's all the finest. Even in EPL, you see something like this, and I think that's great. That's great. Is it a joke now? Is it something it's not like this in the EPL? We're back to the discussion. Messi is a true living footballer. It's someone that you want to admire to be like, and he has done almost everything. He has almost completed everything in the world of football. So there's no need of putting the pressure. Like I said earlier, First of all, what team is he playing? That's what I would say. I said, even though I don't want to water down the thing he has been doing, because he has done it over a period of years, and even he has done it in even majority of even the European world and even the US right now. But see, he faced a Luton Town side 3 times and you can score 10 goals. But when he faced a Man City side 3 times, I don't think you score up to 10 goals in that period of time. So that's how it's done. It depends on what you.
Are you trying to say, if I'm understanding you,
some people play San Marino and score 15 goals? Let me explain. Some people play San Marino and score 15 goals.
Okay.
Why some? That when you see Chile or Bolivia, you cannot have shot on target.
Something like that. So
okay.
it's not
what you're saying. Someone who went to the World Cup.
I don't know why Benjamin is facing a rat scenario in my head.
Well, that is what,
it's not that I said that. What I said is to say there's something called the quality of team played.
Quality of team played.
So look at the European nations. I think in top 5, top 10, you have to mention the likes of France, Belgium, England, Portugal. You can name them. Italy and the rest of them. You come to the European nations. I think Bolivia cannot be rated the best 10. Chile, yeah, they had the days of Sanchez, Vargas, and the rest of them. But I think they've way past that golden generation. Argentina, wow, wonderful. Messi has been the backbone of that team since. Sure, but Brazil will be there. I think Uruguay has passed. They're way past their prime. I said currently.
Why would you say Uruguay is way past their prime? This is a Uruguay in 2010 that played in the semi-finals of the World Cup. How many European countries have gotten to that
semi-finals of the World Cup?
Who is? Yeah, you see, South America produced the last year winners of the World Cup. Previous year was European nations. That's France. So it's like it's been done. But I said the competition in the European competition is way stronger than
most European top teams cannot even beat Uruguay.
It's not. You see, I'm saying most. We have seen it. It happens.
Most cannot beat the top teams.
That should be a criteria.
England cannot beat Uruguay.
That should not be a criteria in judging the quality of teams.
England cannot beat Uruguay.
Luton Town draw against Liverpool.
A certain Germany team will struggle against Uruguay.
A Luton Town draw a Liverpool team doesn't mean that Luton Town is a better team. United drew against the Burnley team doesn't mean Burnley is a better team.
But you're talking about you're saying Uruguay.
I'm saying the competition. Prime. Now the competition means that generally speaking, APL is better than the La Liga. It does not mean it's the team that's in the position who will struggle, who will not struggle. I look at that APL team and say, okay, Luton Town can compete well against the Villarreal side. That's the competition. You are not picking up just sides. In the Uruguay side against the France side, I think France will majorly come out the winning head. Argentina versus a Portugal side, most likely
the same France
end up in a draw.
Could not be Pushka.
I would say it can't judge a game.
Chile has gotten to the semi-finals of the World Cup in 1962.
Wait, let him read the start.
In 1962, you've got Brazil getting to the finals on 6 occasions. Semi-finals. That's the finals on 6 occasions. 7 occasions.
7 occasions.
They've ended up third, or getting to the semi-finals in 8 occasions. Argentina, same 5 occasions in the finals of the World Cup. Uruguay have been in the finals of the World Cup twice. They've been in the semi-finals of the World Cup 5 times. So you just kind of I
have not watered down the competition from South America. I've said it. I say in as much as me I mentioned.
Paraguay have been in the quarterfinals 8 times. Okay, Colombia 6 times. Peru 5 times. Ecuador.
Do you know that Nottingham Forest has won the Champions League? Wait. Come back to history. I'm saying about presently. Nottingham Forest is the winner of the Champions League at some point. If we got Athletic won the FA Cup, where are they? Sunderland is the biggest team in the Premier League. Where are they now? They're not competing in the Premier League at some point. They competed favorably in the Premier League. I think the last of like 5 years.
That's not true.
Sunderland competed well in the Premier League. You say
when was their best ending in the season?
A Brentford side that finished 13th and a Sunderland side that finished 13th. What's the difference?
You're saying they were competing favorably. Favorably means you're ending at most top 10.
That's not favorably. If you compete favorably,
you're
not struggling in the relegation zone. You don't struggle in relegation. One, that's favorably. When you compete favorably, that means even at a point at that point in time, at that point, even though you don't have the best figures, A bowling side cannot compete very at that point in time. The status of the Premier League, you bring in a Saturday side, what do they expect them to do? Just avoid relegation. So at that point in time, that's the biggest thing they should do. Not like United said that compete this season and what they are craving for is not in the Premier League. That's two different criteria, but they are playing the same league. So it's all down to what the quality of the team is coming from. Look at a Bolivia, like I was saying, a Bolivia side, a Paraguay side, a Venezuela, a Colombia. Yeah, a Colombia as a point you have the Jerry Guzet, you have presently you have Luis Diaz in the team, but you can't actually begin to look at the teams that we have produced quality players from the days of. Pele, South American. You look at Maradona, quality for quality. Ronaldo, they have a lot of. So I don't want to be saying this quality for quality is that the teams there, top 10, you have enough strength, you have again enough firepower in the European nations. If France, now you are seeing an Austria team with Ragnick, but I'll not put them in the mix. Yeah, I would say history will always be history. But presently, a United side cannot beat a big house down and beat a back team. A United side will now look at a Brighton side and say they'll put their hand on the chest and beat a Brighton side. But in history, I'm not Alex Ferguson. United side, we are any year, anytime, probably to favor us to win the Premier League. But now, you can't think of itself in the last 6 years. That's how United have been built over the past 10 years. So it's for every area there's a change. For every area there's a change. So at this point in time, the European nations are one of the best teams when you talk about national teams. Look at
who has been more consistent between in world football between European nations
for the past 2 World Cups.
You can't say
for the past 2. No, I'm saying. I said presently.
No. You can't say for the past. You can't say for the past 2.
You can't say for the past 2 World Cups.
Okay, let's look at the 5 World Cups.
Okay, let's say 5.
Okay, go for the previous 5 World Cups. 2010, 2014. 2016. No, 2018. Sorry, 2022, and that's 2023. Yeah, now. So let's look at the finalists. Look at last year was Argentina, and the previous year was France. So even I think 2010 was Germany. 2010 was Italy. Won 2006. Brazil was. So apart from Argentina winning last year, it means that European nations have been winning from 2006 to 2018. I said the era has been changed, and you are dragging about quality. I said quality pounds for pounds. Even in Argentina, that's 2022 Qatar. This was the semi-finalist. We had a Croatian team was there. We had a finalist France. I think Brazil was talking about Croatia. That's the same quality for quality. Look at 2018. It was most likely European nation that won. That was being the best team in 2018 World Cup. Germany won, Argentina. I think remember Mario Götze that 9 minutes go. He said the game was the bad luck of Argentina. Italy won France. Finalist. So I said that's the era has come that it is the European nation that's dominating. So it's not more like let's produce. If you say player for players, Pele is the greatest player one of the greatest players in world history. Lionel Messi is in around the corner. Ronaldo de Lima is there. Cristiano Ronaldo is there. So this day was one of the finest mature midfielder. Yeah, it was Pelu. These are European players. But I'm not watching down what Copa America has done in the last 5 to 6, 7 years down the line. But if we want to go on the history now, history will bring in Uruguay, will bring in Chile, will bring in even a certain Paraguay. You bring in a lot of names will come to your mind, but it's this era now. It's down to the quality of European nations that have come to play. That's the truth. If Brazil back to back, they have won the World Cup back to back. Germany is also there. So you look at these teams. What has happened in the last? I didn't want to go too far. So I said in the last 2 World Cups. You say okay, let's go back to the last 5 World Cups. And even the last 5 World Cups, you see the European nation is winning. Show that the quality of the teams, national teams in Europe is bigger and stronger and much better than the South American nations. It's according to the results. Results are beauty. I would say. I said this.
Another thing that you need to take into picture is how many of the South American teams are actually competing in the World Cup.
How many of them are better?
Because you look at it's like the African nations. How many of the African nations are actually going to the World Cup? And the Europeans have gotten more nations going to the World Cup. So the more nations you have, the more chances you've got. That's the truth. You have to look at it.
Let's say something. I know
the African nations, before it was 2, I mean 3, if I'm not mistaken. It now went to 4.
Rivers Angels are winners of the cup.
Now we are talking European football.
That's true. That's true. Good enough. Reliance just came in with good news. Rivers Angels.
I think I like the dancing. This is
Rivers Angels have actually won the President's Federation's Cup, and that was by that penalty in the first half by who?
Blessing
Okwe. So 1-0 it is between Rivers United and Niger Rattles. Rivers Angels and Niger Rattles. So congratulations.
I think they're lucky.
Rivers Angels.
They're lucky a lot.
I think the dancing that I'm seeing on the TV by the Rivers Angels players is more better than the European opening ceremony.
Hey, wait. That one is your own.
It's firing shot. That's just firing shot. You want to fire. That's just that.
So back to what we're saying. I think the European.
All right, we've got so many actors right here with us in the studio, but
I'm going. I'm leaving. I brought good news for everyone.
Good news. Thank you so much.
I'm a bringer of good news.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I bring good news for Rivers people. Rivers people, I love you so much. That's why I bring good news to you.
Big one.
I'm here to announce that Rivers Angels are officially winners of the President's Federation Cup 2023-2024 season, to the disappointment and dissatisfaction and displeasure of Benjamin Mina. You know what I'm talking about? You know, Grima announcer. So I can now go to celebrate outside.
All right.
Thank you guys.
All right. Thank you so much.
I better finish the champagne. So I think I'm back to what I'm saying. I think the more teams you take to the World Cup, we were clamoring for the African nations to actually get more slots in the World Cup, because the more nations you take to the World Cup, the more chances you've got to win. You look at the South American teams, how many of them are actually qualifying? Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, what's it called? Chile, and possibly Paraguay. 5 nations actually going, I think. And then the Europeans, you know how many teams are actually going. So you leave that chance of actually look at the way we are actually qualifying for the World, playing the World Cup qualifiers. You've got South America, you've got South Africa, you've got Nigeria in one group. So if we Africans have got more slots, we could say South Africa actually playing on their own group, Nigeria on their own separate group. So you can see then the bigger teams can actually go to the World Cup. But in Africa, it's not like that. The bigger teams get to play among themselves. Look at the last World Cup. Nigeria actually played Ghana in that qualifying series. So what would have happened if Nigeria and Ghana play separately and then go to the World Cup? You got Nigeria, Ghana going to the World Cup, Senegal going to the World Cup, Egypt going to the World Cup, and Morocco and let's say Tunisia. 7 of the big countries, the big nations in Africa go to the World Cup. But it's not like that. So the more chances, the more slots you've got, the more chances of you winning the World Cup. Unlike the Europeans have got many slots.
I think I'll disagree with that. There's a lot. You can't just one just because of slots. And Morocco I think Morocco was the first African team to reach the semi-final of the World Cup since time immemorial. And it's not down to just figures. A South American team that just had a great run at that point in time. Yeah, you said quality for quality. The numbers actually what matters, but it's quality. What you bring to the table. You start to say what you bring to the table. It does not matter how many. For Christ's sake, you play. You have 2 players on the pitch of play. 11. It's 2 players on the pitch of play. That's 11, and they still give you 6-7-0. It's still the same number of teams that play, same number of persons that play, but they gave you 8. They gave you 7. Check Arsenal United against Liverpool. It's the same number of players that played, but the difference is that the quality of this one side is better than you. So you have to accept that qualities is the main thing. Let's go to World Cup. If you say now we are going to 10 African nations, let's see how many qualify after the group stage.
Okay, let's get your thoughts on this particular one also as you listen to us. You could do that from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. Between the Cup Copa America countries, the continent for South America, and maybe some North American countries also, and the European side of football. Who has better quality? We've had arguments between the guys in the studio here talking about better quality from the Copa America, or the Como Bowl as it is called, or Chukwuzite saying that the Europeans actually have a better quality as compared to the South Americans. Who do you think has better quality? Who do you think would triumph better, would do better if both were to come together? So you could let us know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 933 996. 0701-933-9962. For now, use the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, and very soon also I'll throw open the phone lines to get your thoughts on this particular one. We would quickly just look at the officiating during the group stages of the ongoing Euros 2024. One match did stand out, and that was the match between Itzvan Kovacs, who happens to be the Romanian coach, and Czechia. It was Ivan Kovac against Czechia, not Tokie against Czechia. In 99 minutes, 2 red cards, 15 yellow cards, 1 disallowed goal, 1 missed handball, and even some staff members in the Czechia side still collect yellow cards, as in it was something to behold. He has actually that referee has broken the record for the most yellow cards in a single European game. It's something that a lot of persons did frown against. But Ovie, the officiating so far, we had a cry from Javi Simons, that game between France and Netherlands. They say they looked at it and they said that goal should have stayed, shouldn't have been chopped off for offside. We also had the yellow card given to Kylian Mbappe at a particular point when he came into the pitch after being injured, also as one of the wrong calls from the referee. But in a nutshell, how have you seen the officiating in the ongoing Euros?
It has been subpar, if I should say. It has been subpar. There have been some good calls. There have been some that you have to just question. Look at what happened against Portugal and Georgia. Maybe you could have said a penalty should have been awarded to Cristiano Ronaldo and Portugal. After that shit talk, we saw the goal against Xavi Simons. You could also argue that that goal should have stood, and a lot of wrong calls. But I'll just say the referee was subpar. It could be better going into the knockout stages, and it should be better.
Just to hold you there, because Chukwuzite made a statement at the beginning of this President's Federation's Cup that there is no monetary reward for whoever wins. I think that is wrong, because on our screens right now we are seeing a 10 million naira reward for the runners-up of the President's Federation's Cup for the women, which happens to be Niger Rattles. A 10 million naira reward for Niger Rattles, and definitely we're going to be seeing the reward for the winners of this year's President's Federation's Cup. So it's not as if there is no monetary reward given to the winner and the runners-up. It is obvious right now on the screen that there will be monetary reward, because Niger Rattles has already gotten 10 million naira. It's been shown on the screen, and I will keep you posted on what will be given to Rivers Angels at the end of the day. Ovie, back to you.
To me, I just simple. It could just be better. The whole referee and officiating was so far. That's why some people might even say, they might even compare the Euros and the AFCON. The AFCON was obviously better than the Euro 24. The whole officiating we saw, we were even wondering why couldn't we see this kind of officiating in the Premier League. But you look at the refs, the whole experience, and you expect it to be better. So going into the knockout stage is going to be very crucial. There are going to be some calls that they are going to be very crucial, and if they make the referee make the roll call, I think the board should be able to caution the referees or try and dole out punishment, because it's going to be very crucial into the knockout stages.
Okay, and from the Euros again, we'll return back to the Copa America. We're going to be talking Euros and Copa America today before we can now decide to go out. we've talked about so many players that did very well or are doing very well in the Euros, the likes of Lamine Yamal, the likes of Nico Williams. But in the Copa America, we've also got one man doing great things, and that one player doing great things is Darwin Núñez, as he makes it 7 straight games with a goal for Uruguay. 10 goals in the past 7 games for Uruguay. The man has scored. He has also been able to give himself. Okay, my attention has been drawn to. Okay, the winners of the President's Federation's Cup will be going home with 25 million naira. So, Rivers Angels are 25 million naira richer. That is the monetary rewards going to the winner and the runner-up. The runners-up. The winner being Rivers Angels, 25 million naira, and the runners-up being Niger Rattles, 10 million naira. I must say, GTI are doing a great job in Nigerian football. So back to the Copa America. It's been the man that we call Captain Chaos, that in Liverpool, you find it difficult for him to score goals. He's a master of missing goals, but he has gone to the Copa America and he has been something else. 2 games in the Copa America, 2 goals. He has represented himself in the first and the second group game. Back-to-back in the World Cup qualifiers, he has scored 5. 17 goals he did score for Liverpool in all competitions in the just concluded season. But you can see that there is a difference between the Darwin Núñez that we had for Liverpool and the Darwin Núñez that we have now for Uruguay. Is this a case of who knows how to use the man best? Johan Klopp as against Marcelo Bielsa. By the way, Marcelo Bielsa is the coach of the Uruguay national team, and he's doing really, really great things there. Benjamin.
Well, I think the man Darwin Núñez is one of those young strikers that can actually go far in terms of scoring goals. The truth is, the man is just what he needs to do is get that needed calmness in front of the goalpost. The man can, we've seen exceptional goals that the man can score, and we've seen goals that he can miss. The man can actually miss the ordinary one and score the exceptional ones. That's Darwin Núñez. And one thing about his game is the fact that the man likes running, and that's one good thing about his play. And one thing that centre backs doesn't like is an attacker that actually runs and then try to drag them to the wings. That's what Darwin Núñez does. And you look at the way he's been used by Marcelo Bielsa. Most times he's been used as a number 9. And look at the Liverpool setup. He's been drifted to the wings most times, and that's one thing possibly because of his pace and how he likes taking on defenders. But you look at the Bielsa team, he's been placed in that position where he plays the number 9, and then he gets to run and then try to get spaces and shoot. That's one thing. And Darwin Núñez, we've seen this season, man has scored 16 goals in our competition for Liverpool this just completed season. His first season he's actually scored I think
17 goals it is in all competitions.
Yeah,
for Liverpool.
Yeah, his first season in Liverpool. The man didn't score those amount of, I think, 13. The man actually scored more goals this season, but it shows that he's a young striker that can improve. A couple of times the journalists in the UK have actually asked Jurgen Klopp, the man has missed chances, what do you think? He said Jurgen Klopp has always backed him, that he's a young man that can improve, and we've seen that improvement. He's just left for the man to get that calmness he needs in terms of the midfield. He's that striker that can give you options. He can play he can play from the wings, either of the wings. He can play from the right, from the number 9 position. So I think going forward, he's one of those strikers that can actually improve. We've seen his numbers. He's not those strikers that are static. We've seen his work rate. Even if he's not scoring goals in most games, you can actually see his efforts in the team, trying to run at defenders, create chances for the other strikers who actually score. So I think we've not doubted the abilities of Darwin Núñez. It's left for us to see how the coach, the coach and the slot actually use it this season. But for Bielsa, I think Bielsa has liked the team that runs. We've seen him from the days in the Spanish La Liga and then coming down to Leeds United. If at a point, if you're playing for Marcelo Bielsa, you need to reduce weight. That's how it is, because the man can make you run for 90 minutes. We've seen a couple of players actually from that ranks, Leeds United ranks. He would drill you, and he's known for his running style of football, and that is what suits Darwin Núñez. He's that kind of player that loves running. he wants to run for 90 minutes. He wants to create chances for other strikers if he's not scoring, and he wants to keep the defenders busy. And that's what we've seen in the colours of the Uruguayan team. That's Marcelo Bielsa. For Jurgen Klopp, I wouldn't say Jurgen Klopp is actually using him the wrong way. He's just the man trying to adapt to that system, and we've seen him adapt very well this season. He has actually scored more than he scored last season, which means he's actually improving. And this season, hopefully, we get to see more goals from Darwin Núñez.
All right, talking about Marcelo Bielsa and Uruguay. Uruguay has scored more goals in the Copa America than Brazil and Argentina combined. And they've had a 9-2-2 start since Marcelo Bielsa took charge of the national team. What I mean is 9 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses. That is one thing. Is a good result. Is a good one for the man. I would be asking the question: what exactly is Marcelo Bielsa building?
A lot, a beast team. I think the man, you know him days at least, and the man actually make people scared. They watched him against Liverpool, watched him win against United, even against City side. They're not afraid to come out and play. And Uruguay side that has the quality they have, it's not far-fetched that to try to do something great in the Euros like this. I think they are first in their group with 6 players out of 2 games and scoring 8 goals in 2 matches. Yeah, they have quality for quality. Like I mentioned, the Liverpool striker Núñez. You have a Bentancur. You still have a Real Madrid midfielder around there. There are a lot of big quality players littered around that side. Yeah, you say a Pelistri, which maybe you are not actually begin to pin his starting 11 shirt at United, but the man is still a quality player. Looking at his a lot of changes in the man's performance. There's Araujo in that team, Oliveira is in that team, and Vina. It will make the car look very bad. If you have a good driver and have a bad car, to make the driver look very bad. That's how it's replicated in the football terms. So when you have a good coach and the team you have there is a very bad team. Yeah, you will see sometimes the coach have to bring in his tactical experience and his techniques, or to bring in his philosophy to make these teams work. But you have to make the things easier for the coaches to just come in and sort in and fill up the places and make his fingerprints into that team look very smooth and clean. So I think Bielsa has shown that it's good enough for his team. It's good enough for the Uruguay. I think it's not going to be shocking that they win the Copa America. No. I think the top 3 teams should be Brazil, Argentina, and this Uruguay team, because now you see that they are the highest scoring team in the Copa America. And if goals win you trophies, goals win you games, and goals win you eventually the bigger medal, which is the Copa America title. And like I said, the quality that is in that team is littered around every aspect, from the goalkeeper to defense to the defensive midfielders to the athletic lineup. So they can compete separately with Argentina and Brazil.
All right, and sometimes when I see things like this, I get to ask, where does the NFF keep their eyes when they see coaches like Marcelo Bielsa? It's money. You say money no day.
Their major excuses is money no day.
Okay, money no day.
Money go come out when the one with them prefer.
I don't know if Uruguay are richer than Nigeria, but I believe Nigeria can get the likes of Marcelo Bielsa. It's just that I don't think we're taking our football so serious at this point. So sometimes I get to ask, where and how does the NFF search for coaches that you get coaches that cannot come and turn around results immediately? All right, still at the Copa America, it was a fantastic performance for Brazil earlier today as they pummeled Paraguay 4-1. Ballon d'Or winner in the making brought his A game to the table, scoring 2 goals in the first half to join the league of top scorers in the Copa America. So the likes of Darwin Núñez on 2 goals. Vinicius Jr. is also on 2 goals. I remember over the week I stayed here and I said, Vinicius Jr. is as if this your Ballon d'Or, eh? He get as he go be, but maybe magic started. I wonder who would have advised Dorival Jr. at this point in time, Ovie, because he just had to retract his step and place Vinicius Jr. in the right path for him to begin to give those required results. There is going to be a problem in Real Madrid. I am seeing it.
That's just what you just need to do, and then you also try and say that Southgate should try and replicate that. The players with Gallagher, with Foden, try and play them
from the left-hand side.
Try and play them from their
No, that was no. Foden should come to the right-hand side.
The man just needs to do the basics.
Yes, that
just play them in the right.
Daniel said.
It's the same thing that we're actually suffering in the Super Eagles. See, like I said, I usually like copying something that's good. You see the same thing that these people are actually doing in their club side. Bring them. See, just tell them you play from the right side from your club side. Play that right side. You play the left side the way you play your club side, and replicate that here. It is simple. They will do it. These are professionals. They are used to doing this thing weekly. You can't tell me when I come to, let's say I keep using my right hand every day for 10 years, and then I come to the national team today. You tell me to start learning how to use left. It doesn't work that way. Tell me what I can. Look at my weakness and then use my strength to complement my weakness. That's how it is, and that's what Southgate is not doing. I think the moment Southgate sit down and do these basics, you start winning games.
All right, Dorival Jr. was able to notice that playing Vinicius Jr. as the lone striker in the very first game was what gave them that very poor performance. And he had to do that switch, and good enough, it did pay off. So they're going to be looking at holding him at that left side again for him to bring the magic. I saw the second goal he scored. It was an absolute beauty between himself and the team. There was this trading of passes. Nobody touched the pass until Vinicius Jr. was inside the 18-yard box. The pass came to him, and he stylishly, there was this defender oncoming, thinking that he was going to release the ball to the post. He just slided, and Vinicius just gave him the "please don't dirty me" attitude by shifting the ball and himself away, and it was just a beauty to see. So this is Vinicius Jr. The sleeping lion has been awoken. Let's see how far he can go, but we're still looking at Real Madrid by next. These are two players we're talking about now. Talking about Mbappe and Vinicius Jr., two players that revert that left-hand side. Would this not be an issue when they both come back to Real Madrid, Ovie?
It could be an issue looking at how both of them play the same wing. It could be an issue. Look at how both of them play the same wing, but you can also play Mbappe from the middle. He plays the way, but you know he likes to drift wide. He loves to drift wide. But there is going to be some tweaks, and I think Ancelotti knows what he's going to do. Maybe he's going to kind of drop Bellingham back a little. Kind of drop Bellingham back a little, and let him play off for the Rodrigo play on the.
What do you mean if he drops Bellingham? Who plays up front?
No, he's trying to say bring Bellingham back a bit.
Backward.
I didn't say Bellingham front.
Okay,
Bellingham
if you bring Bellingham backward, who plays? How do you want to fix it?
And AG Luka Modric, you don't expect him to start all games.
So if you bring Bellingham back, who plays Bellingham's presence?
You might like see the front three. You've seen how Liverpool evolves in that front three. Mbappe, what's his name? The Brazilian Vinicius Jr. and the certain Rodrigo. Three of them can decide to roam in that front. Yes. Okay. It all depends on them. And behind them, you put a certain Jude Bellingham behind.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
That's it.
Okay.
So before a club goes for a player, I think they've known a club like Real Madrid goes for a player, and a coach like Carlo Ancelotti with lots of experience. I think they've actually known that's where they'll have to do that little tweak and then involve that player.
All right. Okay, back to you.
So I think Benjamin already said it. So they're just going to know how they're going to work themselves out, because you need to, when you go for a player, you need to know how you're going to do the setup. You're going to call the board meeting, know what is your squad depth, what's your squad depth, how you're going to play your players. So the Ancelotti knows how he's going to work both of them out. But for their countryside, they need to play at where they've been playing at their club side. So that's the natural position for them for their clubs, for their countryside. Vinicius Jr., if he tries to move away from that place, he's not going to play well. Mbappe, at least we know that he can play the center, although he likes drifting well. At least he can still play that position well. So that's just it for me.
All right, and we'll throw open the phone lines right now. A lot of callers are already itching to say something, but let's first look at the SMS platform. As this one says, did I hear you say Ballon d'Or hopeful Vinicius Jr.? How low has this award become? For me, this award should be cancelled this year. Bunch of average players everywhere. Enes from Moji. Enes, don't allow some Real Madrid fans see you at this point too. Vinicius Jr. has won the Champions League. The Champions League is the biggest thing that you will win before you win, because
I think right now, like Ernest have said, see, the glory behind this Ballon d'Or thing has actually lost, because you look at those days when you see the likes of Andrei Shevchenko winning it. Who is the second player behind this Andrei Shevchenko? You see the likes of Frank Lampard, Zinedine Zidane winning it. The second person follows. You know that this is worth it. This point in time, I think we are actually celebrating most players that, in as much as this golden generation, we've not got a couple of players. We've not got those magical moments and magical players, to fit into the generation. Yeah, we could see young players actually coming on. But the truth is, if it was those days, a player like Vinicius Jr. wouldn't win the Ballon d'Or. He wouldn't even come close. So I think this time we are just celebrating players that, they have the talent, but not just very exceptional, I think, for me. So I think it doesn't have that. The value of the what's it called, the Ballon d'Or has really reduced, not because of its words, but I think because of lack of those exceptional players for me.
Oh, okay. All right. This one here says Wilson. It's coming from Wilson from Port Harcourt. He says, for me, Copa America football is quality or has quality. Please tell me the result of yesterday's matches. Okay, earlier hours of today, Brazil did defeat Paraguay by 4-1, with Vinicius Jr. scoring 2. As of yesterday, Uruguay defeated Bolivia 5-0. Darwin Núñez was also on the score sheet. Yesterday also, Colombia defeated Costa Rica by 3-0, while this was on Thursday. Panama defeated the USA by 2-1. Those are the latest results between today, early hours of today, and early hours of yesterday. Okay, let's head now to the phone lines as we throw open the phone lines to get your thoughts on some of the topical issues that we've had. Remember that we started by saying, comparing the Copa America and the Euros 2024, which has more quality in terms of football, or the South American football and the football in Europe, which has more quality. The guys did weigh into the conversation, dragging it towards the FIFA World Cup, how many has represented and how many has not. But that doesn't take out the fact that one could also provide quality that none has in the pack or the bunch at the other end. So who has better quality between the Copa America or the CONMEBOL and the Euros at this point in time? You could also react to what we've just talked about, being Vinicius Jr. Yes, coming back, finding his scoring boots, but he's doing it from the left-hand side, which is one place that Kylian Mbappe always wants to play from. How do you see this panning out when both of them return to Real Madrid? I hope it's not going to be chaos at the end of the day. And you could also weigh in Vinicius Jr. Yes, he's coming up. He's a Ballon d'Or winner in the making, and it's something that you cannot take away from him. Though we've got someone from the SMS platform that says he's not, that he's just a bunch of average players. So you could weigh in at this point in time. 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. We talked about Darwin Núñez also. He's on fire for Uruguay under Marcelo Bielsa. And we are saying, is it not the same Darwin Núñez we had for Liverpool? What happened? Was it that Johan Klopp did not really unlock the man very much, and Marcelo Bielsa has found the key and he has unlocked the danger man in Darwin Núñez? So let's get to hear from you from the phone lines. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Anyekan. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Anyekan, welcome. Go ahead.
Yes, I want to say something about Vinicius Jr.
Yeah, you're free. Go ahead.
Yes, there's some situation that from some divide that people are thinking that doesn't want winning the Ballon d'Or. Looking at that football is in time pass. Vinicius Jr. has paid his price.
Okay.
What do someone need? What trophy does someone need to win to merit him to win the Ballon d'Or? This guy has won it. He took Madrid to winning the Champions League. He carried the club on his head. And even when you look at this Copa America that is still going on, he has tried his best. Though sometimes his best might not be good enough to some other people, but I believe that he worth it more than any other player presently. Yeah, Bruce is worth it more than any other player presently. Then looking at what he's doing in this Copa America, I think he's doing fantastically well. But the problem is I want to look at the pairing between him and Mbappe when Mbappe will come to Real Madrid. I want to believe that Ancelotti will be able to handle this well, that situation well, because it's just like a father figure in Real Madrid. And Madrid is a club that doesn't respect players too much. When they say you do this, you have to do that. If you don't do it, they put you where you belong. I believe Ancelotti will be able to handle that situation and come to Real Madrid.
All right. Thank you so much, Onyeka. Coming from the phone lines. The phone lines are still open. You could be part of the conversation right now. 0817-0000951. 0810-951-0951. We're looking at the Copa America. We're also looking at the Euros. We're talking about both of them almost at the same time. Quality of football, who do you go for? The South Americans or the Europeans? Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Name?
Good afternoon. A man West Sabi or sport.
Okay, this is Osas, not Reliance.
Okay, Osas. My name na Comrade Desire.
All right, Comrade Desire.
Dakara. Calling from Saba.
All right.
So you understand pidgin English.
Go ahead.
Which I want to use. I bet anyway, man West Sabi today. I can't grip his stone now.
All right. He hears it.
Big I no go delay. I no go waste time.
Wow. Sorry we lost you there. Please do well to call back. I think the network acting up at that point in time. 0817-0000951. 0810-951-0951. Desire, do well to call back, and we'll take your thoughts as the case may be. So, the phone lines are still open. As I said, you could weigh into the conversation. We've talked about the Copa America. We've talked about the Euros, and we're comparing quality of football between both ends, the CONMEBOL and European football. Who do you think has better quality of football? And there's one man whose name is presently on the lips of everyone. I believe the Reds, being Liverpool, will also be talking about him because they're waiting for him to come back. And let's see what Ancelotti can do with the newfound Darwin Núñez, as Darwin Núñez has made it 7 goals back-to-back in every game he has played, 2 already in the Copa America. And you know, when someone scores 2 goals in the group stages of the Copa America, is no mean feat. It's not the Euros. It's very difficult to get goals in the Copa America. That's how it is. It's very, very tight, very, very compact. And for him to have scored 2 in just 2 games is something to celebrate. So, do you think Darwin Núñez would also carry this form as he has into Liverpool when the season begins? And we looked at the coach of Uruguay being Marcelo Bielsa. You could also react to it. NFF, why did they not see Marcelo Bielsa at this point? And we've looked at Brazil, also Pumelin, Paraguay, and we've talked about the sleeping lion who has woken up, and that is Vinicius Jr. 2 goals yesterday, or early hours of today. Beautiful one for Vinicius Jr., keeping his Ballon d'Or winning dreams alive. What has Dorival Jr., being the coach of Brazil, done to unlock Vinicius Jr.? What I did see from viewing that game was letting him have his free roll from the left-hand side. And I'm looking at it from here where I'm seated. Kylian Mbappe loves to play from the left. Vinicius Jr. cannot trade the left for anything. I hope he's not going to be bringing issues when they get back to Real Madrid. 0817 0000951. 0810 9510951. You could also be part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal by dropping us a line on 0701-933-9962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome back.
My name is Comrade Desire. Baridakala, calling from Saba. Also, I understand English.
Go ahead. I do. Go ahead.
Let us go straight. My first entered Vinicius Junior and Bible Mbappe. Feel like why Ronaldo go any club? The icon number 7 will remain his own. So, football minus anything, when it comes to football, He just really go shift more from Mbappe to come Mbappe to do things. Man go straight to David Nunes.
Okay.
I don't believe that David Nunes go to do this kind of thing, no. David Nunes for Liverpool, that can change like this.
You're saying it.
Nothing will not go to happen. Nothing will not go to happen. And man goes through. Let it be that his name.
Oh, we've lost you there again. You could call back and be part of the conversation. You could do that. We've lost you there again. So sorry about that. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Name, location, and submission. Really fans. Welcome back.
All right. I think we should realize that club form is quite different from a country form, a national team form. There are different things entirely. We all know that even though it's always, even in club, we do say 2 games are not the same.
Very true.
So for me, I don't think Jen and Down Nunes doing miracle in the national team is what we have to count. I don't think the Liverpool have to count on him when it comes to the club level of football. Number one, the club is no more there.
Okay.
No coach influence is another thing. The new coach that will come in, will he fancy Darwin Nunes to his style of play? We will wait to see if Darwin Nunes will be able to probably play to the style of the new coach that is coming in. But for now, I can't expect Darwin Nunes to take the country form to the club form because there are 2 different styles of football. They don't play the same style of football, neither is there the same formation. And for the Copa America, I think for me, I don't know for others, there is no perfect style of football that is the best. There is no style of perfect football that is the best. Be it Europe, be it the Copa America, not even our African Cup of Nations. There is none that is the best. Because for me, if you even ask me, before now, our African Cup of Nations, it's always been boring. I mean, we always complain, but the last one we did, if you compare it to this recent one of these recent heroes, I can tell you that we are head and shoulder above the heroes. I mean, based on entertainment, based on style of play. I mean, at a point in time, I was thinking that the Europeans should come to Africa to learn how to officiate game because the officiating has never been this perfect compared to the last AFCON. If it is how it has been, our next AFCON, we might even see something worse than what we've seen before, and we'll start complaining. You understand? So for me, there's no perfect style of football in any country. Anyone that they think will suit them, that's anybody who wins, the person that wins always take it good. Okay. You know? So that's it for now.
All right, thank you so much there for your call. You can keep the calls coming in. The phone lines are still open. 0817 0000951, 0810 951 0951. You could also be part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
I call back.
All right, Comrade Desire, go ahead.
Yes. For the Europe and the Africa Cup of Nations, imagine say,
hello? Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Imagine the Africa Cup of Nations when Mourinho say he needs to down wash. As Nabenga say he needs to down wash. Africa Cup of Nations unite Nigeria. Make us feel like we never seen it. No. I never no Europe. No. I can never. Europe, I give Europe 5% when I give Africa Cup of Nations 100%.
All right.
Last year Africa Cup of Nations was so fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Comrade Desire, there for your call. The phone lines are still open. You could be part of the conversation. 0817 0000951, 0810 951 0951. Or better still, drop us a line on the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show. Name, location.
I forgot one thing. When is when is it coming? When is
He's going to be here right after now.
I want to hear his voice because I really miss him a lot. I cannot enjoy again.
All right, don't worry. Just hold on. In a couple of minutes, you will have him.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your call there. Okay, let's move ahead while we also expect calls as they come in. In a podcast on I'll Be Celeste Talk. That's the name, at I'll Be Celeste Talk. That's the name of that podcast. Over the week, we had Lionel Messi, and Lionel Messi talked about Pep Guardiola and the day the false nine was born against Real Madrid in 2009. Quoting him, he says, I found out about the false nine the day before the match. That afternoon, at the training ground, Pep told me I want to play with a false nine, so the central defenders won't have a reference point, and you'll be one more in the middle of the field. To win in Real Madrid, we need to have possession. We need to be the protagonist. The words of Pep Guardiola going to Lionel Messi that afternoon before the D-Day in 2009 when Barcelona whitewashed Real Madrid by 6-2 right there at the Bernabeu. And he continued with the quotes, I want to play a false nine. Okay, I've said that. He said, if we want to win, we have to be far superior than them. Talking about Real Madrid. Pep Guardiola speaking here. He says, I want you to come back into the midfield, link up with Bussi, that's Sergio Busquets, Xavi, and Andres Iniesta. If their central defenders come out, we have Samuel, that is Samuel Eto'o, and Titi, who will run into space. And well, that's how we did it. The words of Messi, that's how we did it. And he ended it with laughing. So, great one there. That was the day the false nine was born. The false nine that caused chaos in European football for almost a decade. That was the day it was born. Two genius. The genius of coaching being Pep Guardiola, the genius of the game of football being Lionel Messi, had to come together, and they cooked something that the entire world ate, and so many baskets were filled, left over. And we will always want to see if we can bring back those days again and see these two at the best of their game and go back and come back and bring it. I believe every football lover, be you a lover of Barcelona, be you against Barcelona, you would want to see that happen again. So, Chooks, who is the genius? The man who brought it or the man who effected it?
The man who effected it.
Is the genius?
Yes, that should be the genius.
Okay.
It's so simple because he can bring a philosophy that won't work, and if he on the player, and maybe the player is not good enough to affect it, and you see that what he brought was so bad, it makes you feel what he brought was so bad. But if you have a quality player that would affect it perfectly to your own standard, and it will make you look like you're the excellent coach, and you have to make, like I always say again, a good driver and a good car. It's very simple.
Oh, I think I hope you're not taking credit away from Pep Guardiola at this point in time.
Yeah, the innovator will be there. The innovator will have, like, see, you brought lights. You look at the ancient physicians and mention their names, Isaac Newton and the rest of them. But now we have seen technology has begun to transform the bulb to becoming superb. Now you don't need to look for a lot of energy that requires the bulb. Those days, yellow bulb, if you put a yellow bulb and sleep, it will finish you. But now you have these energy bulbs that you don't even need to conscious about today. We can work from now to tomorrow. It doesn't have any effect on the body. So yeah, the inventor should be praised, but it's how the effect continues that matters a lot.
Okay, and Ovie, let me come to you now. Many said that the false nine was born far back in 1890. Yes, it was born far back in 1890. Then central forward Goldsmith preferred to supply the wingers with through balls and create for others. Most recently, we saw Francesco Totti of AS Roma also step into that false nine situation. But there is something special about the false nine pairing between Pep Guardiola and Messi. Now, it's been historic, yes, because they were able to use that. It's no mean feat for you to step into Bernabeu, take the gameplay away from Real Madrid and trash them 6-2. It's no mean feat. And we saw them use the same false nine throughout that season, and it did give lots of results. So, but coming to you, what has been that special? What made that of Messi and Pep so special?
I would say they're just two minds coming together. Come and perform magic. Pep Guardiola with his mind, his tactics, and then the up and coming Messi, he was just dazzling the world with his skills, his IQ, and all. So both they just see it's two great minds coming together. You see, it was all dated back. Let's say in those days, then it was mostly mostly the manager that we see was the mastermind, but this one is two great minds coming together to try and make it better.
Okay, and you could say that is one of the reasons why Pep is in the English Premier League with Manchester City, and it's not been working. That false nine, yes, we saw it at some point. He had to use Phil Foden at some point. He did use Kevin De Bruyne at some point. Who else did he make use of? Gabriel Jesus at some point. But it has not been like that between himself and Lionel Messi. The quality of the player it is.
Because of players actually matter, like I said it at the beginning. So it's the person that affected that philosophy. It didn't work as it worked in Barcelona, but I think the days of Sterling, the days of I want the striker, so I won't say first nine. Jesus is a striker, so I won't say first nine too. Just slightly didn't work that much. If you folding days, so at some point he played Mahrez, at some point he played Bernardo Silva. So the man just loved the trick until he got the number 9, which he wanted in Haaland. And the man loves to overthink. That's what we call it. That's what we know him as, a thinker, the overthinker. He loves to try new things, loves to trick and change. And at some point, it's actually working well for him. Sometimes it works well. So I don't judge the coach because of the philosophy he wrote that didn't work at some point. But in some matches, you bring in a defensive style, it works. In the next match, you bring in an attacking style, it works. In some matches, you bring in a counter-attack effect, it works. So it depends on the match mood, the criteria, the players on the pitch of play. Because at some point, you look at coaches that complain, I don't have the full strength of my players. You will not look at them. That's why you're a coach. You must not have the full strength of the players to perform so great.
Effecting a false nine situation definitely has to do with not just that striker and the coach. A lot, because he made mention of Pep Guardiola, made mention of Xavi, made mention of Andres Iniesta, made mention of Busquets. He even made mention of the central defender. So I think it's something that has to do with every party bringing their A game.
Okay, let me go into technical words since I'm a coach that I have some experience.
What type of coach are you?
I've won titles, I've won laurels, like small titles, coaching job. I want titles. So if you are looking for a good coach, I'm
to football analysis.
Okay, let's go to tactical analysis. So if you want to talk about coaches and first nine, first of all, you look at who can pass the ball. That's the simple truth. If you don't have a pass of the ball, don't try it, because the first nine means you have players that runs. You have that player that can hold on to the ball and dribble. That means you have players that can take on players 1v1. So if I have a Rodri, I have a De Bruyne that has eye for pass, then the first nine can work for me. But if I have a player in the midfielder that can drive with the ball, the player will not want to pass the ball at that point in time. The midfielder will want to hold on to the ball. If I have a Bellerin in my team, I don't want to first nine. I'm not going to try the first nine. So, but if I have a Pogba, if I have a De Bruyne in that team, I have a Luka Modric. That means I think the first nine can go with me. And now you have to have that spark of a player that is so good with the ball on his feet. Lionel Messi and Adama Traore. Good with the. I'm not saying a finisher.
Okay.
A player that's good with the ball with his feet. I just needed to dribble, hold on to the ball. Just do your fantastic job. That first nine does not. See, first nine means the player is not in the post, it's not in the 80-yard box. So he's just roaming around with the midfielders. So when you have, let me use an example. A Sterling, a Foden, and a Mahrez. Three of them are the teams. It's a KDB at the attacking midfielder, and I have a Rodri, and maybe I'm putting an Iniesta in that team. That team is a balanced midfield role. So I bring the Messi. Messi will dribble the whole.
With all these people you mentioned, you see why I have problems with your coaching. You mentioned from where I'm seated here. You mentioned a Rodri. You mentioned Iniesta. You mentioned KDB. You mentioned Sterling. You mentioned Messi. You mentioned Foden. 6. Amare, 7.
Yes.
What happens to the remaining 4?
They might not be.
You're going to be playing 3 defenders.
They know me. I don't like defenders. Sorry, defenders don't suffer from a coach. Defenders don't actually suffer. I don't have the. If my football.
That's why I said stick to another.
You know about my coaching style. Harry, I'm not about. I don't. Sorry, defenders will not play my. Because I think a defender. I want a defender more of the active side.
No problem.
It's so simple.
Let's leave it there.
If the Mahrez is in that team, the man can dribble. For Foden is not more of a dribbler, but he knows how to hold the ball with his feet. So at that point in time, players that can hug the ball and also shoot. That's what I need. That's the first 9.
Right.
It must not be someone that's always in the 80-yard box. I need someone that can run with the midfielders. At some point, a KDB will run.
Okay.
And at that point, it's the first 9. At some point, Messi will run. And at that point, it's the first 9.
Right.
At some point, Mahrez will run. And it's the first 9. So that's how it works. A first 9 is not you are the first 9. A first 9 is the whole team plays. So anytime you are free in the box, you are now the striker to finish that ball at that point in time. So that's why I feel Pep is the initiator of that first 9. But the people that affected it completely
the players on the pitch of play.
Player on the pitch of plays.
All right, you could be part of this one from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. We've talked about the false 9 also. Lionel Messi in a podcast has come out to say that it was just a day before that match against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu that they beat Real Madrid by 6-2. It was just a day before then that the false 9 was born between himself and coach Pep Guardiola. Do you think we can see this kind of pairing using the false 9 again in this generation? Do you think we can see it come again? Yes, I mentioned that we've had players that use the false 9. Francesco Totti, the false 9 is as old as 1890, where Goldsmith also made use of the false 9. But can we have a false 9 like the pairing between Pep Guardiola and Lionel Messi? Do let me know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal before I'll open the phone lines. Before doing that, let's look at Chelsea. Let's look at the transfers. Chelsea has been on fire of recent in the transfers as they've been active in the market trying to buy everything that they see. Anything that flies past. Todd Bowley and his boys, they want to buy. Once you just fly past, they'll buy you. So be very careful how you fly across the Stamford Bridge. Else, you'll be bought for any amount of money. Now, amazing approach it is. Forget about my jokes concerning. It's an amazing approach looking at it because it's the best way to prepare yourself for the incoming season. They've shown interest in Alexander Isak, which nobody knows if Newcastle are willing to sell because Chelsea does not want to meet the price that Newcastle has placed. They just signed Omari Kellyman from Aston Villa, 18-year-old. Maybe for the future, let's look at it. They are trying to go for Kenanda Dubury Hall from Leicester City. Tosin Adarabioyo has been brought in. Murillo from Nottingham Forest, also Makagoi from Barcelona. Victor Osimhen, Chelsea were given the green lights yesterday to start talking to Victor Osimhen because coach Antonio Conte has said, Victor Osimhen, you are not going to be part of my plan for next season, so find your way right now. So Arsenal and Chelsea, they are struggling now. They need to get him if they want to.
Going for yes, another player. I think exclusive now. That thing is for Aaron Ashley. The 16 years old, Boca Junior players.
Chelsea goes for yes. Boca, I saw it. 6 year contract. 6 year contract. Now Chelsea, as I said before, Chelsea wants to sign everything. Even Ademola Lookman, they are going for Ademola Lookman. At a point in time, Nico Williams dribbled somebody in the Euros in the second game. Chelsea said we are going for
young people that just said something about Chelsea. They are going for me.
So now that Chelsea, young people have said he's a good coach. There's every tendency that they will come for young chooks. But that's Chelsea for you. I won't say it's bad. It's good to prepare very well for the season. But please have it in mind that there is a profitability and sustainability rule somewhere. If you do more than yourself, you will see more than yourself. That's exactly how it is. So that's Chelsea for you. If you look at it clearly, Is that the right approach? I would like to hear from you. Is that the right approach? The phone lines are open again. Let's hear from you. We talked about Messi, the false nine. The question is, can we have a false nine pairing again? Can we ever see it in this life of football? Between, like the one we had between Pep Guardiola and Lionel Messi. There are other false nines that have come after that, but it has never been like that. 0817 00 951 0810 9510 951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Name? Yes, name, location, and submission. Okay, really advanced. I'm not able to pick your voice. Sorry about that, but welcome. Go ahead.
All right. You know, that's the main reason why young kids will always go to realization every year.
I don't know, we trophy already. All right. Young kids, that's for you anyway.
How on earth you love football like you don't like it? If I want manage you defenders. Now wow.
That's young chooks for you, but let's leave him. He's still learning.
And the thing there is that I don't discuss mine of the thing. You know, the thing is that this football has even Pep Guardiola Messi claimed that brought this first nine to him, brought this first nine relationship between him and Pep, has not been able to find a perfect fit for this first nine. Even said himself. That is to show you the high level of intensity that football has before. As it stands now, Pep, Pep has been, he has been trying this first nine when it came to Premier League. And it has working for him. Okay. So I can tell you that without if at all he continues using this first nine, Pep would not have won the champion. With this first nine, if Erling Haaland did not come to Premier League, Pep wouldn't have even won his last Premier League. You understand? Okay. So football has evolved. So I think we just have to live past the age of this first nine matter. The first nine can come to small teams, the likes of Newcastle, the likes of Valencia, and the likes of
Girona.
Maybe Brighton.
Okay, Brighton.
They can learn using this first nine against big teams and probably can. But for the big clubs, I don't think everybody first nine will be their problem.
All right.
And for the next.
Okay, we talked about Chelsea trying to sign everybody.
Correct. I'm not interested in just signing everybody. You know, if it's one thing to price everybody, and at the end of the day, you don't sign everybody. That's just the thing. And since Todd Boehly took over Chelsea, he's been pricing the players Todd Boehly has priced are more than the players he has bought.
Okay.
You know, so for me, I won't take Chelsea market or transfer as serious until they've been able to get it done deal. But the problem then is that they don't have that coach. I don't know if their new coach will be able to master or probably be able to get used to these young future players and be able to mold them well.
Enzo Maresca.
But for me, I think since they are allowed Pochettino left, it's very difficult. And every player that is coming, it will be very, very difficult for that player to maybe start to understand the style of play of this Maresca.
All right.
So we wait to see because August after the general.
All right. Thank you so much there for your call. The phone lines are still open, and we've got a lot of messages coming in from the WhatsApp and the SMS portal. This one here says, hello, good day. My name is Godfrey Wanaka in Eneka Link Road. I have watched some matches in PSG when Neymar was still there. Mbappe started and played as a top 9 striker sometimes, and top 9 striker sometimes, and he always delivered so well, so it will be an easy one for Real Madrid to line up next season. Thank you so much there for your message, Godfrey. And to the SMS platform, this one here says, good afternoon, everyone in the studio. My name is Kenny from Rumibo, Manchester United small boy. There is a possibility that there will be more top 9s like Pep and Messi. Okay, you mean more false 9s created like Pep and Messi, more in this life. And as for Chelsea, let them keep buying. it will choke them when the time comes. Thank you so much there, Kenny, for your message. This other one here says, good evening, sports gang. My 5 favorite teams to win the Euros from what I have seen so far include Germany, Spain, France, England, and Italy. The Germans are quick and have home advantage on their side. The Spanish team are very entertaining and are unique because they don't miss their chances in game. The French will struggle if Mbappe doesn't return on time. The English team are star-studded, but the manager actually doesn't know the right combination of players, while the Italians play with more self-belief, even if they don't parade stars like the English. Fingers crossed. Fortune Albert from Alu. Fortune, thank you for that one there. This one also says, Osas, what's all this hype on Nunes for only 2 goals when you said Nunes is on fire at the Copa America? I thought that will follow with 5 goals in 2 matches. Osas, what if Nunes has scored 5? Please rest. Let Nunes rest. He said rest with this Nunes PRO. It's not mean feat. Nunes has scored 2 goals. It's not easy to score 2 goals in the Copa America. Even Vinicius Jr. has not scored more than 2. He just scored 2 goals early hours of today. So you can see that I'm not even talking about the 2 goals alone. Nunes has been scoring for the past 7 games. He has been scoring goals. For the past 10 games, he has scored 7 games. So why can't you give Darwin Nunes his flowers? He's doing pretty well. 10 goals in 7 games. That is a plus 1 goal goal and assist contribution. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show. Hello. Anyone home? All right, a drop call there. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, who starts the finance world.
All right, welcome. Name?
My name.
Okay.
Not Comrade Desire.
Okay, comrade, go ahead.
Calling from Taba. I hope you understand speaking English.
Go ahead, I do.
See, like when they are going inside to where they are going inside you. Style start. Time away start.
He's even in the building, he's hearing you.
Didn't do I wish I have everything Mr. Talk. Yeah. But the what is it called? Vinicius and Mbappe for that lineup. My brother. Even if like you be coach, how you would laugh? How you would do that thing? Because problem goes down.
I'm trying to see that from where I'm seated.
How you do that? Me, I want to know how you would do one. Because if not me, look here, go do the play. I will play 4-4-2. So avoid. I did not do this or I did not do this because I will see Mbappe and Vinicius. The more issue will come again. It will be like the time of Ronaldo and something of that.
Yeah, Ronaldo and Gareth Bale.
Yes. So the coach, if Carlos, the coach will go there need to take time and sorting out.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. You say, man, where's Sabi never call? You can give us a few minutes.
He's already listening to you. He's around at this moment. He's around.
I want to hear his voice.
He's around. You'll be hearing him very soon.
I will go to call. If I didn't hear his voice, the next 5 minutes time.
Don't worry, you'll hear from him very soon. All right, thank you so much for your call there. All right, guys, the phone lines are still open. You could be part of the conversation. I'll just drop quickly some transfer gossips or transfer news before we get that switch. PSG considering making a move for Marcus Rashford and could step up their pursuit for the man as they've received encouragement that he may want to move ahead. So that's exactly how it is. PSG will be going for Marcus Rashford, while Kanye Chukwuemeka might be heading to AC Milan on loan from Chelsea. All right, we head back to the phone lines. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, it is Osas.
Yeah, no, it's me, Bright. I'm calling from Resolver.
All right, Bright, welcome. Go ahead, quickly, 30 seconds.
Okay, I just want to tell the people to mind their business. If they don't want to mind their business, it's also their business. Last season we heard Chelsea will be going to relegation because of too much of signing. At the end, Chelsea finished ahead of them. They focus on their own business.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you so much there. A Chelsea fan telling others to focus on their business. Leave markets for us. Now we get markets. You get money. If you get money, come buy. That's how it is. Okay, before we leave, I want you to hear this one. PSG have increased the pursuit for Lamine Yamal. They first went with a 50 million euros for a 16-year-old. Now, they have increased it to 250 million euros. Something is going to happen in the world of football. 250 million euros for Lamine Yamal. I've got reliable Reliance right here. Reliance. Reliance, your 16-year-old son, 250 million euros for Lamine Yamal. Reliance, if you had a 16-year-old son, would you be doing anything possible to convert him to a Lamine Yamal? Anything possible at this point? 16 years, 250 million euros. There's problem in football.
He must be baptized. Who baptized him into football? You have to play football. 250 million euros. That's going to be a record-breaking. Neymar was 200 million euros, and it was same PSG. I for sure advise them, say, maybe they shall calm down. That boy is 16. And so Fati, recall the release clause he had. If you can recall the release clause
300 million.
Barca put in his name. And so Fati now they find starting 11. You know, in the look for starting 11 now. Brighton above Albion. So I think they should turn down. Lamine Yamal look promising. I don't even think he's as exceptional or that promising as Ansu Fati was when they tagged him the next Messi for Barcelona. But yeah, he's quite promising. A good winger in his own right at that age, and what the exploit he's been able to do. But 250 million euros, man, that's crazy. I don't think they should even consider that. I don't think Lamine Yamal is worth 250 million euros unless there's a release clause and they want to activate that release clause. Then I can understand. But 250 million euros is crazy. I don't think it's worth it. He has not played football up to that level. When Neymar went for 200 million euros, that was a release clause, and we could see what Neymar did with Barcelona. Neymar was established from Brazil to Spain with Barcelona. It was established, and so it was okay that you can activate the release clause at 200 million euros. Quite understandable. But Lamine Yamal, has he had a full season yet? Last season, yeah, he had a full season last season. Yeah, and then last season I had a full season, surely. So, boy, he's not yet established at that level. He's not yet established. There are not so many exploits, not so much to talk about him apart from being a 16-year-old with crazy potential. Had a record appearance at the Euro for that age and all of that stuff. But I mean, 250 million. Maybe PSG shall calm down.
PSG to calm down. Yes, Ansu Fati was actually placed on a 1 billion euros release clause. That's how it was for Ansu Fati. And where is Ansu Fati today? We don't actually, somewhere in Brighton and Hove Albion, trying to see if he can revive his career. But I think the pressure shouldn't be on Lamine Yamal. Reliance, still on you. Chelsea, coming for our two best players at this point, is setting Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman. If they get these two, I won't be. Both of them in Chelsea.
And they'll just turn Chelsea to a Nigerian club. Now, Watford, at some point, Watford had many Nigerian players, and for that reason, there will be many Nigerians supporting Chelsea. Not because they are Chelsea fans, but because there is Ademola Lookman, a potential CAF Player of the Year, Victor Osimhen, reigning CAF Player of the Year, and then probably looking at that chemistry up front, at least what they offer in the national team, in as much as they've not played quite much together apart from the AFCON, and then maybe Maresca will be able to dish that out. But will it be a good move for both Nigerians to go there? I do not know. But what is good on the show this evening at this point in time is that Rivers Angels are champions of the 2024/2025 Nigeria President Federation Cup.
Rivers Angels again. And the joy, the frenzy will continue in the coming days. River State football will have something to celebrate in the just concluded season. It's been a professional job, it's been commanding, it's been defining. And after 6 years away from a title that they've loved so much, they are back to winning it, back to winning ways. This title wrestled off the arms of Bayelsa Queens. And for these girls, this is why we love the game. A chance to celebrate is always welcome. We'll see how they build from this. For Obunda White, we'll see what next for him in the coming season.
Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions.
Stand up for the champions. Stand up for Rivers Angels. Record extending 9th time winners of the President's Federation Cup. And of course, no team comes close. They had a 6-year drought from 2018 that they couldn't win the trophy. And in 2024, they are back to getting it for the 9th time. And that's a record for Rivers Angels, beating Niger Rattles via a penalty converted by Mercy Okwe to give them the only trophy that's coming to Rivers State in football this season. Of course, not forgetting the Under-17 Nigeria Premier Football League tournament that was won by Rivers United feeder team, more like it. And of course, so that will make this the second trophy coming to Rivers State this time. In time to celebrate for Rivers State when it comes to football, despite Rivers United failing to represent the country again on the continent this time around. But then again, they have some consolations. Many will say what the men could not do, the women are doing it for Rivers State at this point in time. So Rivers Angels, record extending 9-time winners of the President's Cup. Even as we see all Academy Warriors up on our screens against Abia Warriors, and a penalty has been awarded in the 12th minute of the encounter, about to be converted or about to be saved or about to be thrown away at the Mobalali Johnson Arena in Lagos, Onukon, where we have the Presidential Cup finals ongoing. One concluded, one underway as we speak. A penalty awarded, about to be taken, penalty taken, and that has been saved. The penalty has been saved. I can tell you that for sure. A miss. The penalty has been saved. Oh my, oh my. This is an opportunity. Or let's say that was an opportunity for El Kanemi Warriors to take the lead. They've been to the Federation Cup final for 3 good times. This is going to be their 4th time, and they failed to win all of them. For Abia Warriors, it is their first appearance at the Federation Cup final, an opportunity for them to join Enyimba at the CAF Confederation Cup. Who will emerge winners? Who will join Enyimba to represent Nigeria at the forthcoming season in the CAF Confederation Cup? Is it going to be El Kanemi Warriors or is it going to be Abia Warriors? Abia Warriors No opportunity just yet. No chance created just yet. But El Kanemi Warriors had an opportunity to put their legs, one of them, in front. But they couldn't convert from 12 yards. And they'll have to thank the goalkeeper of Abia Warriors, who was quite solid in goal, read the penalty taker very well, went to the left-hand side, the right-hand side of the goalkeeper, and he did save that one. Make that the left-hand side of the goalkeeper at the right-hand side of the penalty taker, and he did save that one. Jubilation, intensity, and of course that will boost the morale of this Abia Warriors side, who are making the first appearance at the Federation Cup final, the oldest football tournament in Nigeria, the President Federation Cup, the final ongoing at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Lagos, and that will form our center of coverage this evening on the second part of today's Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM, right in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name is Reliable Reliance O'Donian. I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. These days I'm being called the man who sabi one of sport, and I do have the company of Nelson Edia as well as Henry Ogugwa in the studio with me. Together, we are bringing you the live coverage of the final of the 2023/2024 Nigeria President's Federation Cup here in the studio. Henry, what you've seen so far, an opportunity to be converted, failed to be converted by El Kanemi Warriors, and then they might just have themselves to blame. Welcome to the show, Henry.
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, Reliance. Good evening to Nelson, and good evening to our lovely listeners out there. Great to be here. Been much of a ding-dong affair, like a typical MPFL match. Nothing spectacular, maybe barring the penalty save. I also want to say maybe a poor penalty as well. It was quite very close to the goalkeeper, so it made it easier for the goalkeeper. Once he just gets the right way, he was definitely going to save that one. The poor penalty and just ding-dong affair so far. Just about 12-13 minutes on the clock. We wait to see whether the game will have some shape after it settles down, but definitely should have settled down. And Abia runs with the corner, Poly taking corner, and they're still trying to make something out of it. And El Kanemi draw a foul and relieve themselves of the pressure. So, I mean, we're just watching to see how it goes. Rivers Angels did win the women's side of things earlier, and let's just see. Let's just see. The game hasn't really settled down or taken any shape, but El Kanemi definitely will be ruining that chance, because I mean, there's an opportunity to make it to the continent, and even Abia Warriors have. I think the main prize isn't even the trophy here at this point in time. Is the continental slot. That is the main prize, and that's what's going to make a lot of these players to fight. So let's watch. Let's see how it plays out. Hopefully, it's actually entertaining. Like a lot of people might remember the Kanu Pillars, Enugu Rangers, and some other games we've had has actually been very interesting as regards the Federation's Cup final. So we're looking at this game and we're hoping that it takes shape. And please, they should play the ball on the ground. I do not understand what I've seen in local parlance, police football on this field. I mean, I do not understand why I say keep the ball on the ground and play it. I mean, it's not hard. It's football. Please, just do it.
Anyways, it's 17 minutes on the clock between Abia Warriors and El Kanemi Warriors. The President Cup final, the men's side of things, the women's side of things, done and dusted. It's Abia Warriors with the advantage at the moment because they are enjoying possession, trying to build from the middle of the park, just like Henry mentioned. Probably they just listen to him and decide to keep the ball on the floor and see if they can put together a couple of passes. Here's an opportunity for them to go on a counter-attack from the left-hand side, and the coverage will just do us a little bit good to give us direct scenes, not giving us second time scene. If you understand what I'm talking about, that's talking about the broadcasters of this particular one, so they can bring you the live coverage as much as we are getting it live on our screen. Nelson, this one looks very cagey so far, and it looks like El Kanemi are dominating possession. They are looking to break Abia Warriors in that one. Where do you see the pendulum swinging in the end?
I would say the El Kanemi Warriors is playing based on experience. They've been here before a couple of times, and every Warriors players are not familiar with this kind of competition. It's a final, for Christ's sake. You should just put your mind to it. There were a chance for El Kanemi to put the ball to go in front 1-0, but they missed it to a penalty. I think their spirits are high. The coach was asked, Ali was asked if his players can do it, and they said yes. He said yes, that their spirits are high, and I think they can win this. When the Bright Oji was asked also if Abia Warriors players can do it, he said he's ready both spiritually and physically to take this battle to somewhere else. So I think we're going to see a heated match, because it's not going to be easy for both sides. The match is settled down yet, as Harry has said. We're not seeing if they can be able to come up with a goal before the second half can come up. I think El Kanami Warriors is going to win this because they are the one pressuring much than the Abia Warriors players.
All right, you could see the pressure from El Kanami at the moment, trying to build from the middle as well and see if they can string a couple of passes and go in front. They've regained position again after losing it just a couple of seconds, and now here is a chance for Abia Warriors to build properly from the back. If they eventually win this one, I mean, that goalkeeper will be celebrated for ages as giving Abia Warriors their first ever President Cup final trophy, and in their very first appearance. And this particular one, well, the Mobalaji Johnson Arena is not as filled as many will expect for the All Days football tournament final ongoing at the moment. Just a couple of fans on the stands looking to enjoy things from this one, but don't worry, we've got you covered. We bring you the very best of live coverage of this particular encounter. So a foul drawn by Abia Warriors looking to build from the back, and it's going to be them building again, enjoying possession and looking to see what they can make out of it. That has been taken, and to the left hand side, a counter opportunity that has been scuttled by El Kanami Warriors, but that will be a throw in for Abia Warriors. So in the first game, the first final that we saw, experience was what counted, because Rivers Angels, if you have to go back to 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, they defeated White Obonda's Ibom Angels in that final. I could still recall that final between Rivers Angels and Ibom Angels. White Obonda was the coach for Ibom Angels up against Rivers Angels. He couldn't win it with Ibom Angels, but 6 years afterwards, he has won it with another team, which is Rivers Angels. Perennial winners, perennial campaigners. 25 million naira in the bag for Rivers Angels and 10 million naira in the bag for Niger Rattles for winning that one. They joined the likes of Rangers International of Enugu with a fat pocket these days, in as much as we hear, of course, confirmed by the general manager of Rivers Angels, that the monies have not been given to them just yet. They were given a mock check after the completion at the final. That should be in Gombe, where they completed their matches for the league season. So a mock check was given, but according to Davis Inowumi, the chief operating officer of the Nigeria Premier Football League Board, it takes 7 working days, something that Ezioku equally confirmed. That's Ezioku, the general manager of Rangers International of Enugu, confirmed that it's going to take 7 working days for them to process everything, and hopefully in the early days of the next week, that money should be in the pockets of Rangers International. So if you're looking at where to be these days in Nigerian football, look for Rangers International. They have the money's 150 million naira. Look for Rivers Angels. They have the money, 25 million naira. Niger Red Souls, 10 million naira. So you want to associate with these teams, please do not go with violence. Okay, just associate with success so they can have your own success as well. So money is raining in Nigerian football this season. And we're going to be talking about Nigerian football on the show as well, because the president or the chairman of the Nigeria Premier Football League Board, Benga Elegbele, has said that the referees next season will be using gadgets as the officiating. And the sports minister, Senator John Owaneno, has said that all hope is not lost for Super Eagles, that they still stand a chance to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and that he has tasked the NFF to bring, he described the kind of coach he wants for the Super Eagles as they bid to overturn a poor start to their World Cup qualifiers. 4 matches played, there is no single win, 3 draws and 1 loss for Super Eagles. 6 matches more to go. Can they win all 6 and make it to USA, Mexico, and Canada? Well, we're going to find out from the senator, the sports minister at the moment, John Owaneno. But do not forget that we're still bringing you the live coverage of Academy Warriors against Abia Warriors live on our screens as we are currently watching the match, and we'll let you know what's going down at the Mobalaji Johnson Arena in Onikon, Lagos. It's a ding-dong affair after the first 23 minutes of football completed. No clear-cut chance created. Apart from that, penalty opportunity for Academy Warriors to go in front, but saved by the goalkeeper of Abia Warriors. It's a clash of the Warriors. Which of the Warriors will emerge victorious? We're going to find out. Do not forget to be part of the show. The SMS on WhatsApp portal is there for your reaction. 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. As for the phone lines, I'm pretty certain that you do know the passcode. We're going to give you the opportunity to be part of the conversation as we keep talking. All right, that's it. It's what is playing out here, Henry. Is it experience playing out, or is just a team that is better drilled than the other? Because looks like the Warriors from El Kanemi have been better possessed with the ball after 24 minutes played.
It's not a well-drilled team. It's just it's a game of football that I'm struggling to even grasp or get a hold of. Frankly speaking, like I'm saying, it's like a ding-dong affair. There's literally no pattern. Everybody is just like it's just funny, and let's watch and see how the game progresses beyond what we've seen so far. About 26 minutes on the clock, but Reliance should be told, I'm not seeing any pattern to what anybody is doing here on the field of play. Just when you get the ball, go long. If you're lucky, it works out for you and you get the chance. If you're not lucky, the other team gets the ball and they go long all over again. But it looks a bit better from El Kanemi when they are building out from the back, truth be told. But I need to see more, like, why that ball? It was very unnecessary, and that's what I've been complaining about or talking about. Too many turnovers, too many loss of possession. Nobody's trying to calm down and build anything, and Abia Warriors have gone long again, and they've lost possession, and they've gained it back, and they've lost possession. So well, I mean, that's just what I just see here. Like, there's no pattern. It's not steady. That's the thing. It's not just steady. It's not just steady. I need to see more. I need to see more build up. I need to see more from this side, frankly speaking.
Okay, so let's see if we're gonna get that more from any of these two teams, either of Abia Warriors or Academy Warriors. Clash of Warriors at Onikon. Which of the Warriors will come out victorious? Which of the Warriors will be superior over that one? But let's talk about these, Henry. Now, immediately I remember watching the preview of this match that is going to be Abia Warriors against El Kanemi in the Federation Cup final. One thing came to my head. Enyimba are already in the CAF Confederation Cup by virtue of finishing third, yeah? Abia Warriors wins. They go into the same CAF Confederation Cup, and they are owned by the same owner.
I think CAF laws, FIFA law, UEFA laws, is a general football law. What we see in UEFA about two clubs being owned by the same, and we will face that kind of dilemma. Look, I don't know, because it's the same. It cuts across a lot of federations. I know CONCACAF, CONMEBOL, Asia, AFC, and Europe, they have those laws. So that means CAF definitely has it, but probably there's not been a reason for CAF to actually bring up such rules or such laws. That's why it has never come up in the first place. And that's an agricultural tackle. I mean, how do you make such a tackle? That's why.
What did you call it again?
It's an agricultural tackle. That's what it is.
Do we have biology tackle?
No, but look at that. Look at that was a yellow card. That is a yellow card.
That should be a yellow card.
That should be a yellow card, actually. And those are the tackles we see on the continent. And when the referee dishes out the card, they'll start asking why. Why are you? Because our referees will not dish out the card for that. That's a bad tackle. Very, very bad tackle. But those laws exist, Reliance. Even in our own MPFL, the framework, it exists, just that we do not pay attention to it. We do not keep to it. So definitely it's there on the continent. I'm just waiting to see how it plays out. Would they not say, who would they not sign over ownership of Abia Warriors? So please, I want to know. But like, Reliance, because of the way we run football in this country, that is so unprofessional. We think we can do things like this on the continent and get away with it. We won't, and we cannot. I mean, was it last week Saturday we raised up the issue? We talked about it. That was in the office, and we're like, how is it going to happen? Okay, let's just watch and see how it does play out. Let's see what happens if Abia Warriors does win. Well, they have not yet won yet. They are still fighting to see if they can win. But I realize if it does happen, I think either Nigeria loses a slot or someone else replaces them, because the deadline for registration of teams is actually tomorrow. Let's not forget. So if they don't meet up, either maybe there's a window by CAF itself for you to actually present another team within the space, or in case of scenarios like this. But it's something that definitely the NFF and even the league itself should have been looking at this point in time, because I mean it's actually on your own part. Do your own part on your own end. Make sure that you don't have two teams owned by the same state or entity, because in this case the state is an entity owned by the same entity are participating in the league, because even by your frameworks and rules it is not right. So we should not have Doma and Gombe United in one league. We should not have Eyimba and Abia Warriors in one league. We should not have Rebel Stars and Beyond Limits that are coming in one league. If you do things correctly,
Aqua United and
Dakada in one league, if you do things correctly. So I mean, now when you're not going to the continent, where nobody will take that sort of will you say
aberration
or abomination from you, what do you do? It's down to the CAF disciplinary committee and technical committee and all whatnot, the competitions committee, to decide. And nobody's going to look at your face and say, oh, the governor of Abia State called me and said we should, so we overlook it. Nobody's going to look at your face. They'll do what is right by the frameworks or by the rules. So, I mean, let them decide what will happen.
Here's a chance for El Kanemi Warriors, and they are in front. El Kanemi Warriors have just taken the lead. A clash between the goalkeeper of Abia Warriors and his defender. But you must say that was beautiful when it comes to the interchange of passes from the middle of the park to the left-hand side of the attack. Proper passes exchanged, and then a left-footed corner that ended at the back of the net. There is no video assistant referee, so nobody can check anything of whatever may have happened to the goalkeeper. But from the flash we saw on TV, it looks like it was a clash between his own defender. But what a goal we saw, a left-footed corner right inside the box. How did they allow those interchange of passes? I saw it. I mean, you could see the beauty from the middle of the park to the left-hand side. Bit one marker, bit two marker, pass from the left-hand side, a beautiful corner, and of course there's nothing foul about that, no infringement whatsoever. Beautiful footwork that was done by the man jersey number 11 for El Kanemi Warriors, and then he took jersey number 10 to slot it into the back of the net with that beauty of his left foot. El Kanemi Warriors are in front in El Nikon. You look for beautiful football, you ask for those interchange. Maybe there is nothing about formation, Henry, but then again, you have to give credit to the guys for that beautiful build-up from the middle of the park, and of course the footwork that was distributed, that was shown by that winger from the left-hand side of the attack for El Kanemi Warriors, and they are in front to the detriment of the goalkeeper, who is nothing and excruciating pain at the moment. Silence from the stands of the guys in white and red, but because they couldn't celebrate, probably El Kanemi Warriors will now end that trophy drought when it comes to getting to the final of the Federation Cup.
It looks like it's we're waiting to, the goalkeeper is actually on the ground and receiving treatment, but it looks like it. I mean, we're talking about how having two clubs on the continent, maybe El Kanemi are going to save us. I'm knowing what to happen or what to play out if it does happen. So at this point in time, is let El Kanemi win, and let's not throw our dirty ladies out there for the whole world or the whole continent to see, because first of all we'll be asked, how are these two teams played in the same league in the first place? But I mean, the El Kanemi Warriors are probably doing Nigerian football a great service at this point in time. They are leading by a goal to nothing. They've actually looked to the better side and looked more coordinated. Like I said, it's been a ding-dong affair. I've not seen anybody do anything that's entertained or caught my eye yet. I needed to see more. And just for the first moment, somebody decided to keep the ball on the ground and walk their way into the box. We saw what happened. Abia Warriors were carved open. Totally carved open, and it was a clean goal and a very good goal, a goal that you look at and you say, yes, this is a nice goal. So I mean, keep the ball on the ground, walk the ball, try and carve out spaces. I mean, if you go to the continent and you play like this, you get beaten black and blue. It's as simple as that. Nobody's going to play this with you on the continent. So keep the ball, walk out the spaces, move the ball well, and try and create the chances. And for the first time somebody did that, there was a goal. Let's hope and wait and see if we will see more of that. Abia Warriors now, the onus is on them to actually come out and fight and try and get the point. But now the typical thing, there's just about let's just give or take 10 minutes to the end of halftime and another 45 minutes. That's about 55 minutes plus whatever the referee adds at the end of both halves still to play. Will Abia Warriors start panicking and playing the long balls, or continue playing it like they've done so far, or will they calm down and keep their heads in this game and try and see how they can actually get an equalizer? We wait to see.
Nasiru Salihu with the goal for El Kanemi Warriors. I mean, the man has been a beauty from the middle of the park, exchanging those passes and trying to drive his middle, trying to drive his team to victory. And they have just done a half-baked victorious move because it's not yet completed until the 90th minute plus how many minutes that the center referee or the fourth official will deem it fit to add for this particular match. But that's what it is at the moment. El Kanemi Warriors are in front. We are heading into the 34th minute of the encounter, and it was Nasiru Salihu who scored the goal for the El Kanemi Warriors side. You want to say, Nelson, that this is experience against inexperience, and experience looks better, or is it a case of El Kanemi have a better chemistry, better football approach than Abia Warriors? Where will you place this?
For me, I'll say both can apply to this team, because I'm watching this team. I'm like, Henry said, no, it's side. I'll say it's a better big side than the Abia Warriors, because though they're not playing the ball as professionals, they're not that good at footwork. But this team is a young team, and they are still putting this kind of pressure to Abia Warriors. They're bringing the fight to Abia Warriors, and I think they're very good side, very good.
Who's that? Who's that?
If that's the coach, that's the youngest coach you've ever seen in the world football.
Who's that? And the camera was so focused on the boy. Who is that?
Well, like I said, if that's the coach, that's the youngest coach you've ever seen in world football. Let's just continue.
Well, I can also have the experience. I've been here before countless times, even the head-to-head.
Countless time, actually. Yeah, exactly. They've been here 30 times before now.
Even it head-to-head against Abia Warriors, I won them more than Abia Warriors have, like four times against Abia Warriors. So I think it's a very good one for the coach. The coach has been able to create a kind of chemistry between these young lads here, because I'm seeing these young lads on the screen. I'm like, there's a lot of chemistry. They understand each other a lot. Even the passes that were given to the goal scorer was like they understand how to position themselves and get the ball into the net. I think if they continue like that, I think this cup is theirs to win. But let us see if Abia Warriors can bring the fight back to them. We're in the 35th minute on the clock. I think if Abia Warriors can just keep their head down, play the ball on the ground, just play the ball on the ground and be able to give key passes, I think they can be able to come back in this game. But I don't see them come back anyway. I see El Kanemi Warriors bringing in another goal in the second half, maybe.
Well, it could be that the comeback that they might come back in this game is to go back to Aba. I'll go back to Abia State because they are presently in Lagos. But yeah, talking about head-to-head, it has been El Kanemi Warriors enjoying head-to-head. In 2017, they met in the Nigeria Premier Football League. El Kanemi won them by a single goal. That's beating Abia Warriors by a single goal. When they met in 2018, the following season, it was the same result between El Kanemi and Abia Warriors. El Kanemi emerging victorious, and then in 2018, in the reverse fixture, Abia Warriors would do the revenge by beating them by a single goal. And then in 2019, when they eventually met, it was El Kanemi winning again by a single goal. But the reverse fixture saw Abia Warriors beating them 2-1. So in the last 5 matches dating back to 2017, it has been El Kanemi Warriors getting the win over Abia Warriors. And they've had more of the win over Abia Warriors, with Abia Warriors winning 2 out of those 5 and El Kanemi winning 3 out of it. So head-to-head in the Nigeria Premier Football League, El Kanemi have enjoyed more of the wins. Probably that counts for something, as they are currently leading the Abia Beast team in the President Federation Cup final at Oneko, the Mobalaji Johnson Arena. Getting a little bit filled up than what we saw when the women play. That was Rivers Angels, who won in couple of, like that's about, say, an hour plus ago. Rivers Angels beating Niger Red Tails to the trophy. So, the first timers, no time for underdog story. More like it's no time for fairy tale story. That's what it's looking at, because Red Tails were there for the very first time. I mean, for a team that was established that was in 2019. That's when Niger Red Tails was established. 2019, 5 years after establishment, in their 5th season, they got to the Federation Cup final. Isn't that a fairy tale run? And in their 1st season of playing in A, here's a chance for El Kanemi to make it 2. But the shot was rightly blocked by the goalkeeper, who might not want to have any of it anymore, might not want to have any goal into his net again. That was more or less a one-on-one opportunity
for El Kaneme Warriors to extend the lead. Salihu has been busy distributing the passes to the man on number 9 jersey, and he decided to take a shot that wouldn't cause a problem for the goalkeeper. That's Gimba Ajiji. Took that shot, but it wasn't good enough to cause any scare for the goalkeepers of Abia Warriors. Another opportunity for them to go in front. So, like I mentioned, it looks like it's not going to be a season for underdogs. No fairy tale run, yeah? Got promoted to... The first season, they got promoted to the Nigeria Women's Football League Premiership. That's Nigeria Rattles. They secured a spot in the Super 6 in their fourth season of getting promotion. And then, some years afterwards, they got to the final of the President Cup. But they met a team that knows what it means to win the President's Cup, or the Federation Cup, as it is called. That's the background name. Whatever comes in will be depicting the sponsor. So it's the president that sponsors this one. So that's why they call it the President's Cup. ITU used to sponsor it. Last season it was ITU Federation Cup. And so it is what it is at the moment. Something that Henry might want us to talk about. The president is sponsoring it because it's the oldest football competition tournament or football competition in Nigeria. Maybe that's why the president is sponsoring this, probably.
The marketing department should be
in 20... Was it in 2018? I mean, in 2019, we had the National Sport Festival in Abuja.
Yes.
It had to be in Abuja. It was earlier supposed to be in Cross River. But he had to take it back to Abuja because at that point it became a national affair. How do I put that to really depict what I'm trying to say?
The National Sports Festival had not been held for some years.
Yeah,
and
before
it became, there was, let's just say, an outcry, or I don't know how you want to put it.
No, this is what I'm looking for. You know, when something becomes a case of national importance, it has
national
to be
emergency
or something. So it has to go back to Abuja because now them get them. So when I host that, so here's the President's Federation Cup. Whatever you make out of it is the president that's sponsoring. So I don't know whatever you're gonna make out of this one. Probably that's why that's because it's the oldest football competition in Nigeria. Maybe that's why President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has decided to take it upon himself to sponsor this one. A long-range shot outside the box, but didn't have the intensity to cause any problem for the goalkeeper of El Kaneme Warriors.
But Reliance, it just shows why will our football will continue being where it is, because the people running our football are just lazy, because every time they're looking for money they just run back to the government and they get the money immediately. Or why clubs will not bother about branding. I mean, of recent we've been talking about branding a lot and looking for how to get more sponsors or get sponsorship, and it's one of the reasons why they will not do that, because when you go to the government, money is waiting for you there. As last, you just beg and you release the money after back and forth. That's what will probably happen. But so I mean, more needs to be done. It doesn't even need to be a headline sponsor. When was the last time we saw a headline sponsor for the English Premier League? Was it not one of the big banks, one of the big British banks? A lot of people remember or know the bank I'm talking about. I realize they are showing that. Boy, I don't know why they keep on showing it.
I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on.
Maybe the youngest coach there. I don't know.
Or is he a player? I do not know what is going on. But the cameraman needs to tell us why he's always planning.
The cameraman, whether it's whether it has any affiliation or any connection to the boy.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe it could be. I don't know. It could actually
because I mean, the way the camera is panning to that boy, it's becoming suspicious.
It's actually very funny, and the boy is looking all serious and everything like he's the coach. Like, we need to know. But like I said, more needs to be done. You don't need to have only one primary sponsor. Even if there's a primary sponsor, at least get something in. At least we know, yes, I say it, maybe corporate Nigeria might not be that big, but I mean, we have some big indigenous airlines in this country. We have some decent sized banks. We have some sport betting companies in this country. I mean, you can use this. They have some consumable or commodity trading companies in this country. So I mean, use those, play on those, and you use those to actually try and liaise with them or interact with them and see how they can come to sponsor you. I mean, imagine now we're saying it's one of the biggest shopping brands in the country that is sponsoring this, or online retail brands and all that stuff. I mean, as much as they have visibility, it's nothing wrong that every time we're calling it on radio, we're calling their names, like how we were calling ATU every time. I mean, some people didn't even know ATU existed till we started calling their name as regards the Federation's Cup. So play on that, use that, and utilize all these tools. I mean, try and make it work for you. As much as we say it's not really working well as regards where our football is still a sport people take notice of, or is a sport that is the most followed in Nigeria. So try and play around with it. If they are not really enticed or interested in it, try and increase the money a bit more and add the Super Eagles as part of it. So you're the major sponsor of the Super Eagles, and that means the small you are adding on top is also giving you the right to be the headline sponsor of the Federation's Cup. So play on that. I mean, you have a lot of tools to play around with. Utilize it. I think more needs to be done. I know I shouldn't be, but does the NFF have a marketing department? That's another thing you look at. I don't know, because if you do, a lot of these things will actually might not be as hard as they're making it seem or look like. But the president is sponsoring it for now. I don't know, will the name change next year? Will they be willing to sponsor it still next year? Let's wait and see.
Well, maybe next year is going to be Today FM Federation Cup, because the management of Today FM can be very benevolent, to come in when situations are very dire. So
this President Federation's Cup, is it President of the Federal Republic or President of the NFF?
Not true. Never reason that,
Which one, please?
Never reason that, I was thinking whether Ibrahim Musa Gusau or the sponsor, or whether even Senate President. If he be a baby,
I rest my case.
All right, here's another opportunity for El Kanemi Warriors to extend the lead. Jacob Jonathan from the left-hand side, number 11 jersey, has been quite busy. And looks like El Kanemi have discovered that the weak point for Abia Warriors when it comes to defending is that left-hand side, which is their own, which is Abia Warriors' right-hand side of defense. And so they are exploiting, they are doing everything they can. Salihu, he gets the ball. He looks for Jacob Jonathan on the left-hand side. And they keep causing problems, and they keep breaking in that defense line, getting into the box from that side. Probably that's the weak point. But 3 minutes added on, and it's still El Kanemi leading Abia Warriors by a single goal. Do not forget, 5 p.m. we'll see the Italy against Switzerland, the first round of 16 encounter at the ongoing European Championship, Germany 2024. But for now, it is the coverage of the President's Federation Cup final between El Kanemi Warriors and Abia Warriors. Ajiji, with the ball, who happens to be the center forward these days for El Kanemi, decides to go back to look for the man jersey number 5 for the El Kanemi Warrior side. So in just a couple of minutes now, make that seconds, the referee is going to blow the final whistle that signals the end of the first half. And then we'll keep talking in the studio, but keep your reactions coming through. 0701-933-9962. Rivers Angels, champions of Nigeria, not from the Nigeria Women's Football Premiership, but from the Federation Cup, as they defeated Nigeria Tours by a lone goal, courtesy of Messi Okwe's penalty. What do you make of that? Is that a consolation? Good enough consolation for Rivers State football. And then also El Kanemi leading Abia Warriors. If Abia Warriors overturn this result or this scoreline and get to win it, do you smell trouble? Do you smell problem in the CAF Confederation Cup? Because Enyimba is going to be there. And there is that standing rule about not allowing two teams owned by the same owner to feature in a major tournament. Do you smell problems awaiting? Okay, the SMS on WhatsApp portal is there for your reaction. 0701-933-9962. That is 0701-933-9962. All right, the first half of that match has been concluded, and it's El Kanemi leading Abia Warriors by a single goal. They look like the better side. When it comes to interchange of passes, they've been the better side. When it comes to football position, they've been the better side. And when it comes to driving from the wings, they've been the better side. Abia Warriors looks a bit distant from the box, having struggles, and that forced them to want to take long-range shots from outside the box to see if they can cause problems for the goalkeeper of El Kanemi, but that hasn't worked just yet. With that want to change approach, what do you see Abia Warriors doing in the second half, Nelson, or should they hold on to what they've done in the first half and see how to make it work?
For me, as a coach, I would say attack more, trouble the Abia Warriors defense, because I'm looking at the defense line of Abia Warriors and it's not that great, it's not that competent enough for them. I think if they can be able to attack more and be able to show resilience, experience is the key they have. They have experience and they have a lot of chemistry among themselves. If they're continuing this pace, I think they are one-way ticket to winning this CAF Confederation Cup. Confederation Cup. So I think
never reached there.
It's a very good one for them. So I think if they can continue in this pace, they can be able to match up the energy of the Abia Warriors. They're already doing them already. It's only if they can be able to continue in this pace, continue attacking priorities, be more direct to the post and shoot more. Avoid long balls is one thing that's killing them most in the game. Avoid long balls, play the ball to the ground, give key passes, score goals. I think one-way ticket for them to win it.
Henry, if you've not been very familiar with Nigerian football, you probably know that Nigeria is a very talented nation with abundance of football players. And you've heard the history of J.J. Okocha, Kanu Wankwo, Mikel Obi, Ahmed Musa, Dion Igalo, Victor Osimhen, this is Ademola Lookman, and all. And because of lack of television coverage of the Nigeria Premier Football for the past couple of years, and probably you want to spare last season, and then you stumble upon the President's Federation Cup final, and you get to find out that these are two Nigerian football clubs clashing here, El Kanemi against Abia Warriors. How impressed or how not impressed would you be with Nigerian football from what you've seen in the first half?
If I'm rating that game, I'll rate it a 1.5 or 2.5 over 10. It's nitrous. Relax. I have to be truthful. I have to say that as sad as it sounds, trust me, we've seen some good games on TV. No doubt about that.
I'm very sure that Nelson wouldn't want you to be his lecturer.
It's not about, but it's being truthful. It's being truthful. Like I said, for a while, we're just seeing people playing long balls up and down. El Kanemi now, I don't know what touched them. They decided to keep the ball and work it more, and we saw several occasions when they were able to cut Abia Warriors apart. But I need to see more. It's like I'm tuning through my TV trying to watch Chelsea, Manchester United, and I struggle upon Wigan and Rotherham. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not sure the footballer I'll see Wigan versus Rotherham will be better than what I'm seeing here at this point in time, because it's not worthy of a finals. There are sometimes you're seeing the game played, you know it's cagey, yes, no doubt it's cagey, but you're seeing football that is catchy, that's caught your eye. I mean, we saw the Champions League finals, we watched some few weeks back. Yes, it took till about the 7-something minute till we saw the first goal, but I mean, we saw football that was entertaining to us and that was interesting. Like I said, keep the ball, walk the ball more, play the ball more on the ground. I mean, the first thing Abia Warriors do if they get the ball, they start going long. They just start playing long, start playing it out, like start local power, they start pulling out the ball, they start shooting it out. Like it doesn't make sense. It looks like a side that is not even properly coached. That's one thing. It just looks like a side that isn't properly coached the way they are approaching the game. Even El Kanemi looks like a side that is better coached than they are. So it's one of the things we look at. You look at this game and you're like, it's not interesting enough to actually make someone want to watch Nigerian football again. Truth be told, it's not interesting to make somebody want to watch Nigerian football again. Maybe if we had two better teams, it would have been much more interesting than what it is at this point in time, but it's just not enough. I'm not seeing enough, and especially from the Abia Warriors side, to actually match the little El Kanemi are putting forward. And you know, ask yourself, this is a side coming from the NNL, and this is a side that is in the NPFL. How are they struggling to hold their own, even struggling to create chances? Because has Abia Warriors had any clear attempt on goal or any clear-cut chance? No, but El Kanemi has been able to carve out about 2 or 3 before halftime. So it just shows that maybe probably one isn't matching up to the standards that could make this game interesting enough. But I don't know what the cause is, but it's not just good enough, frankly speaking, for someone who is being introduced to Nigerian football for the first time.
Okay, if you're watching the match, let me know what you think about the first half concluded between El Kanemi and Abia Warriors. The match is live on paid TV, equally live on national television. So you can watch the match and in any of these channels. There's also a YouTube link to stream the match as well. So you can watch the match in any of these mediums. And so let me know what you think about what you've seen in the very first 45 minutes concluded at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. We're just seeing the replay of that penalty that was taken, and worst up, it was Nasiru Salihu who took the penalty. After taking the shots, he more or less went to celebrate, but he had to pause and see that the goalkeeper saved that one. But eventually, he is the same person who gave El Kanemi the lead. So he can't be a villain twice. You know, was a villain at first, missing that penalty, returned to be a victor by scoring the leading goal at the moment. So yeah, he was in the box at the right time, received the ball from his left foot. Nasiru Salihu, the hero at this point for El Kanemi Warriors, able to score one past Abia Warriors at the moment. So let's know what you think. Yeah, let's talk about the Nigeria Premier Football League, because the chairman says that referees in the league will begin to use gadgets to aid their officiating next season as part of efforts by the league board to improve the NPF. The name of the chairman of the Nigeria Premier Football League board is Benga Elegbeleye. Well, the 2023/2024 season ended on Sunday, being last week, with Rangers International of Enugu winning their 8th title with a 5-point gap. The season didn't go down without controversial decisions by referees, some of which led to the suspension and expulsion of some of the officials. Having announced August 31st for the resumption of the 2024/2025 season, Legbeleye said the NPFL board was poised to improve the quality of officiating in Nigerian top flight. And so they are looking at introduction of gadgets for the request of Henry. Have we gotten to at the point where the NPFL announced date for resumption of a new season, and you hit your hand on your chest and said, this is it? It's definitely going down August 31st.
Based on antecedents or past antecedents, no. I'm not beating my chest that saying it's August 31st.
This is a different board. This is not the LFC.
But they also did it beginning of the last season. They did it. There was that delay because of, they said they were looking for more sponsors, and at the end of the day, they only added 50 million on the prize money, and not every other team got money. So, I mean, it's one of those things you look at and you're like, let's watch and see. We're taking everything with a pinch of salt. We're keeping our fingers crossed and watching and maybe hoping that it could actually be the case. It could actually get to also help our teams, because our teams need to be in competitive mood. Let's just say all of them pass the preliminary rounds of the continent. They need to be at least still be playing or playing competitive games. By then the league should have started before they go on to the second preliminary rounds. But am I confident that they will do it or they will start on August 31st? Reliance? No. Until I see somebody kick a ball, I will not really want to hold on to that belief that the league will actually start August 31st. But definitely we just have to hold on that is the date they've given us. So definitely August 31st, the league should hold. So that means we should be looking at the draws to be conducted within the first 2 weeks of July, so that teams know who and who they are playing. And it just shows how short a period of time the players have to rest and come back for pre-season break, and before they end up going to the next season. So there are a lot of loopholes or gaps to make you want to believe, like, is it even feasible or possible that this league will actually start August 31st? These are a lot of factors I'm looking at now. Players, clubs trying to handle or sort out their business. We are seeing players leaving. I mean, Rivers United could lose 2 forwards in the space of a short period of time. Okejefa is already in Simba, and Obe, according to reports or rumors, they rejected an offer from Super Sports United, and it looks like they might still come back for more. So, I mean, they'll have to replace. There's that short period of time. Players have to rest. So will you burn out these players, then they go on the continent and also they do not perform well, then the league is starting at first. You're talking about getting in gadgets. I mean, what's the time frame for those gadgets to be made available? Is it just about getting in gadgets? You're not even sure which gadgets are meant to or will be brought in, or it's just about talk? So, I mean, when you look at all this and you're factoring everything, and you could also look at the sponsorship aspect, because they would definitely want an improvement of what was done last season. Definitely, everybody has that initial takeoff money that is given to them at the beginning of the season. Was it about 30 million last season or thereabout? So, I mean, in addition to that, you're probably looking at that probably increasing. That's number one. You're also looking at possibility of everybody getting prize money based on their finishes or where they did finish in the table. So that means more sponsors as well. So, I mean, would they let all these little things, or let me not say little because they are actually monumental things, they are the things that play a major role, affect how a season or how football is played or not, would they let all these factors not hinder them to starting the league 31st of August? We can only wait and see, and just hope there isn't any press release a week, 2 or some days before that the league cannot start that day and it's going to be pushed to a subsequent date that will be communicated later. But truth be told, this shouldn't have been done from the chairman actually. For us actually hold it firm or hold on to it better, it should have been like an official release, not just the chairman of the board, of the NPFL board actually coming out to say it. It's just like he can say it and he can retract the statement. We need something more official. So I think an official release, an official memo, the NPFL board or the NPFL announces that the league will commence at 1st of August. So we need more of these things like this to actually be sure. But that's still not going to make us want to hold on to that strong belief that the league will actually start August 31st.
Okay, so there's also a possibility that they may have planned ahead and look at, because I could recall, let me say, I'm going to see if I can get that interview granted by Davison Owomi, where he talked about that they have been settled and they've been ready for the resumption of the new league season. Probably they've gotten these gadgets, they've put all of this in plans ahead of time, and they know that, okay, this is something that they can practically work with. So that's also a possibility. But let's listen to Davison Owomi saying that this was before the announcement that the league is resuming on the 31st of August. He said that they were ready on their part. That's on the part of the NPFL board. He is the COO of the league. So when he speaks, you can take it to the bank. You can take him for what's the word?
He's the chief operating officer.
So
like the second in command of charge with day-to-day operations. Yeah.
So you can take it serious. So let's listen to him talk about their readiness for the new league season and why they didn't announce the date as at that time before it was eventually announced by the chairman of the MPFL board and the person of Benga Elegbeleye.
From our own internal workings, we already have all those things in place. But as you know, the league board also needs to call the Congress of the Nigerian clubs, okay, for them to agree, okay, and that is the only thing that is left now. If not, everything has been done. The dates, the fixtures, everything is ready, okay. It's just, but we cannot say that because the clubs, the Congress of the clubs needs to rectify it.
So everything was ready as at that time. The fixtures, everything was ready. Probably also putting the gadget. They might have had this in mind, ahead of time that, okay, this is what we are working with. But they needed to wait for the verification or the communication with the Nigeria Football Club Owners Association. I don't know whether they've met, because the way this thing was announced was via MPFL board official X handle. They just wrote it there. MPFL 2024/2025 season resumes August 31st. Benga Elegbeleye, MPFL chairman. We can take it serious because it came from an official X handle of the Nigeria Premier Football League board. So they may have factored all of these things in place before they are talking about the August 31st resumption date.
Definitely, but like I was saying, a much more official release. Something, I need to see something beyond what was written on your X handle. I need to see an official release, an official statement, an official everything to actually let us know what is happening. And first off, nothing is wrong with you letting us know the gadgets that will be in place or being used. Not like when the season starts is when we now have to start figuring or putting 1 and 2 into place. Because, I mean, we know, like, going into next season, the semi-automated offside is definitely going to be used in the English Premier League. We even know what the new set of financial laws would be for that will be implemented in 2 seasons' time. That's for the 2025-2026 season. We know it already. They've already come out to release a statement that this has been approved and this will be what will be used
Henry.
In 2 seasons' time.
Henry.
No, I know.
Henry, calm down. Henry, calm down. I think you should slow down.
No, yes.
You know what? Yes, slow down. This is standard. Yeah, this is global standard. But I think you should slow down. You know, I'm asking you to slow down
because of the MPFL.
Nah, MPFL. They never reached there yet.
Okay,
now.
but I mean, let us know the gadgets that the referees will be utilizing. Not now. Tomorrow we will now see that it was VAR. Maybe you couldn't meet up with the deadline. You will now say, okay, let's extend. Okay, now there's now a situation of the club owners association ratified, and that's where there will now be issues. That's where there will now be issues.
Because I've not heard of that meeting.
You've not heard of that meeting. Now we don't know what club owners and the chairman are thinking.
One of these days, hopefully on Tuesday, let's see how that works. We'll probably have the chairman join us live on the show. Let's look at the Niger special edition of Today's Sports Live on Tuesday and see if he can join us. The general manager of Rivers United, Okekwaluku, doubles as the chairman of the Nigeria Football Club Owners Association.
Yes.
So, because I've not heard of that meeting, there's supposed to be a meeting between themselves and the MPFL board to ratify, rectify, and then have an eventual, probably a final release regarding the resumption of the new season. But I've not heard of that meeting just yet.
Yeah, so we've not heard of anything. So we don't know what will happen, whether there will be a lot of, will you say, disgruntled response to that date, because a lot of clubs will start factoring how quickly can we wrestle out money from our owners, the state government, how quickly will we be able to conduct our transfer. So all these little things, maybe teams on the continent will probably be ready because of, they have to be quick, because the CAF has already released the calendar and CAF is not going to push it for anybody.
So if they can be ready for that, why can't they be ready for the MPFL? Is it because they have the negotiating power?
I'm not saying that. No, I'm saying maybe teams on the continent will be ready, but other teams might
be ready.
It's
competition.
It's competition.
If they were to play on the continent, wouldn't they be ready?
Relax. They might come with the argument. Wait, but Rangers finished as league champions or Enyimba qualified for the continent. They go to the governor and ask, we need so amount of money to prosecute games and make transfers quickly because this is the CAF deadline. So the governors will not hesitate to bring it out. But
governor will hesitate to release money for MPFL deadline.
Let me use a team for example. I'm not saying that is the right way, but we know how things work in this country.
But I see finish with that now. They don't see MPFL finish.
Call a team. I know Shooting Stars or better insurance. Let's say Kwara United. Kwara United now finished 16th. You're not gonna be the governor. Governor league is about to begin. Now we need money.
Now see finish with that.
Governor, look at you. Well, you finished 16th.
So you finished 16th doesn't mean that you're not going to participate in the league the following season.
We know that's how funny things are.
See finish. They don't see MPFL finish. That's what you're saying. They don't see MPFL finish.
But let's just hope that it's rectified and they all agree and the league will be ready. Not that when it's all agreed on, clubs or managers or chairmen start coming out to start complaining that we cannot get ready in time, because Reliance, we've seen this happen in the past, that they've complained that we cannot get ready in time. So we wait to see what actually happens. But I feel before you announce this date, everything should have been ratified. Not to stop the chairman from actually sitting while the season was on to actually agree on this. So, but wait to see how it actually plays out, and hopefully it all works out well and the league starts August 31st. It's for our own good as well.
Okay. They've been able to align the calendar, at least. Partially, because it's going to be 2 weeks ahead of maybe a week ahead, because there are some other leagues that will be resuming in the 3rd week of August.
I mean the fact that if we can start in August, that means we've almost got it in August. I mean, from the next season, you can now even start from the first or second week of August, because you've got it in August, because we all know that games can come in midweek or all those things, so you can actually align comfortably.
So they've been able to align the calendar partially. Hopefully it's going to be completed next season. That should be at the back of their mind. Okay, let them don't keep it at the back of your mind. If they go front, forget them. Put them for the front of your mind so that you can remember that this should be the target, the forthcoming season. But what do you think? Do you see the MPFL resuming on the 31st of August as proposed? It's not a proposal, and I mean use the word proposed, but as said by the chairman of the board, Benga Elegbele, August 31st is the resumption date of the Nigeria Premier Football League 2024/2025 season. And you see the league resuming that day, and there's going to be usage of gadgets by the referees next season. How does that make you feel about the MPFL? What do you make of the just concluded season when it comes to officiating? Has it improved? And with the introduction of the gadgets, we wait to see the implementation. Does that give you more confidence and draw you more closer to the Nigeria Premier Football League? It is Nigeria's own. you are a Nigerian, and so this is yours. You want to neglect your own? It's what it is. So let's know what you think. The SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. We are underway as the Onicon Stadium, that's the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. Its second half ongoing, and 30 minutes have been played already. There's no goal to report apart from the one goal scored by Nasiru Salihu. But I'm looking at the scoreboard from the screen. The one goal is not reflecting in the second half. Funny things are happening. I mean, then go cancel the goal for. I don't understand. Funny things happen here. Honestly speaking, from what I'm seeing here.
But it happened in the Euros.
It happened in the Euros.
Austria scored Poland and the goal was given to Poland for like 5 minutes before the scoreboard was corrected.
Okay.
So let's wait and just.
I need evidence. Yeah, why? I need evidence, I beg. Let me be sure if they cancel the goal inside the dressing room. I be as they go break. They can't go.
Evidence good.
Evidence secured. They can't go cancel the goal because I am not understanding. I'm looking at the TV set and I cannot find the one goal scored by Saliu.
I don't even think their attention has actually been called to the whole thing playing out. The producers actually have to look at this from the production room, because I think there's more from
this is from the producers.
From the producers actually, so they have to actually correct that. But definitely, somebody has to call their attention to it, or they have to even notice it as well to correct this. But I'm seeing better football from Abia Warriors the second half. Like, so they could play football like this, and they were just busy kicking the ball.
Changes were made in the second half.
I mean, but they were just kicking the ball.
Players were brought in.
No, I don't think it's about the changes. I think it's more about what the approach was in the first half. I mean, they were just kicking the ball upfield aimlessly. No. I mean, there are sometimes we see the way some teams play long balls. You see the way Liverpool utilizes the long balls, or utilize the long balls under Jurgen Klopp. It was very accurate and to perfection. We see the way Brentford utilizes it under Thomas Frank. Very accurate, and it gets them very good results. I mean, it's long balls with precision and direction, but these were just aimless long balls. Just knock them up front, hopelessly, or hoping or praying that something just happens. It just clicks, an error, a mistake. But no, that's not what I'm saying. Now they're keeping the ball on the ground and working it more. El Kanemi have continued from where they stopped in the first half, working the ball out, and they're actually doing a fantastic job at it. I've actually been a bit more impressed with the play I've seen so far in the second half.
Yeah.
Hopefully that continues and we get to see the best of Nigerian football on display between these two sides. It's going to be a corner kick for El Kanemi Warriors. They've just been able to secure themselves a corner kick in this second half. And of course, you look no further because you're looking at if they can make that one count. It's Ariamin Omar that's about to take the corner. He takes it, sends it into the box, and there is a header, but that was a wayward header because it was not even accurate enough to cause any problem to the defense line, let alone the goalkeeper in goal for Abia Warriors. So let's know what you think. The SMS on Water Portal is there. Will it resume on the 31st of August, the Nigeria Premier Football League? From what you've seen, how would you rate the Benga Elegbeleye MPFL board after the just concluded season? Are they beginning to get it right? For those of you who watch the league back in the days, stationery stores, Iwanyawo National, you know, all of that, do you think they are in the right path? I want to hear from you. Do you think they are in the right path of bringing back that flair, that joy of Nigerian football? From what you've seen so far, if you've not been following the league, you should be following. By the way, Switzerland against Italy is ongoing. We are into the 6th, if not the... We're into the 13th minutes of the encounter between Switzerland and Italy, and there is no goal to report from that center as well. So we have to bring you the coverage of these two matches. One will be done by the 6 o'clock hour, pending on the outcome after 90 plus some additional minutes, and the other one will continue up until the 7 o'clock hour, which we're not going to be here to cover, and that's going to be the Italy-Switzerland European Championship round of 16 encounter, the first for this particular edition. Another one comes up by 8 p.m. later tonight. So that's it on the show. Let's talk about the Super Eagles, because Sports Minister John has challenged the Nigeria Football Federation to appoint a world-class expatriate for the Super Eagles. I'm certain you know that the NFF are in a hunt for a new technical advisor for the Super Eagles to revive the team's chances of qualifying for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. In an interview with Eagle 7 FM, Eno said, it has to be a name that will inspire the spirit of our nation. He has to be a first-class coach with a track record, a pedigree, who will earn the respect of our players. If we are to select a coach, a technical advisor for the Super Eagles based on this listed, should I even say qualities, attributes by the Sport Minister Nelson, which coach comes to mind? A coach that inspires, a coach whose name inspires the spirit of our nation. A first-class coach with track record, a pedigree, who will earn the respect of our players. Which coach comes into your mind that can do all of this?
I don't know, Reliance. For me, I would say it was only one name that I always have in mind. It's Samson Siasia, but obviously it's...
Okay, Samson Siasia is a name, right?
It's a name now, okay. Of course. It's a big name. He was on a 17 coach one certain time and almost got a World Cup for Nigeria. I think that's the only name that I have in mind that can be able to bring Nigeria to the great thing they were before, because the Nigeria we're seeing nowadays is not even the Nigeria we knew in the 40s, in the 90s, the likes of a coach and the rest. But still, the coach that can bring this kind of light, as John Eno has said, I think the only coach that I have in mind is Samson Siasia, and in club as Henry has said, the club is the only coach that can be able to inspire these boys, because Vinny George did not do a great job. I'm just trying to put that one aside of me at this point in time. We are just hoping to see a very good coach like Jose Pesero. Jose Pesero did his best for Nigeria Super Eagles. I think a coach like that can be able to inspire the boys more, bringing the best out of them. That's the only coach that can be able to come out and say, maybe give us an African Cup of Nations and maybe take us far in the World Cup. The only coach I see is Samson Siasia, and maybe if you can get to club to the Nigeria Super Eagles, it's a good thing for us, but I don't think it's possible.
Siasia failed to qualify Nigeria for AFCON
2012. Yeah. But the damage was already done before he came in, but let's not go to that. If you ask me to put names forward, affordable, have Renata Pito. Probably that. If
Renata will inspire the spirit of Nigeria.
He's a two-time AFCON winner, and did it to Zambia, did it in Cote d'Ivoire, has a good record on the African continent. Pito Mosimane has a good record when it comes to club football on the African continent, a three-time CAF Champions League winner and all that stuff, and has some good experience also in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, in their league. Then if you want to talk about the ones that are out of our reach.
Abia Warriors with opportunity to equalize, but the defenders of Air Kanemi read the situation very well, and they were on hand to stop whatever attacking threat was brought upon them by the Warriors from Abia State. The goalkeeper miscalculated the long ball that came as a through ball that almost ended into his own net, save for the defenders who were properly placed. Just one defender, and then he saved the day for the goalkeeper. So it's still 1-0. By the way, they found the goal that they lost and they brought it back for El Kanemi Warriors. There was a protest there for a handball, and the referee says, I didn't see a handball. What I saw was a header. It wasn't a handball that would have given Abia Warriors an opportunity from 12 yards. Back to you, Henry.
Yeah, so when it comes to the ones that I don't know if we can afford, There are plenty. They are available. David Moyes is available. Jurgen Klopp is available. Mauricio Pochettino is available. Jorge Jesus is available. Like I can go on and mention world-class coaches that are available. But it's a matter of can we have over Carlos Queiroz. I think Queiroz is available. I put Queiroz within over the affordable bracket because man was collecting about $1 million a year in when he was the Egyptian national team coach. So is it beyond us to actually pay? It's not beyond us. If Egypt can pay it, why can't we pay it? So I mean, but like I said, I'm just waiting. All this is just talk. All this is talk till we see something actually happen, or till we see the name that is actually brought forward by the NFF. But till then, like I said, all just talk, because there are a lot of world-class names and coaches that are out there that are available that you can actually select or pick from. But will we be able to do it? Or even if they are not necessarily quote-unquote world-class, but good enough to inspire confidence in the mind or in the hearts of Nigerians and also the players themselves. I know David Moyes is not a coach a lot of people want to regard as world-class, but I mean, if David Moyes is giving the Super Eagles job, would you be confident that there's a chance we make it to the World Cup? Yeah, I mean, you have some confidence that we will make it to the World Cup.
I'll answer that question off the mic. Don't worry.
So that's what I'm talking about. There's a name you put there or you bring, and we will have the confidence. Not that you bring one third-rate coach from somewhere and you not tell us he's a big name. No, it's not about that. So, but we just wait to see. All is just talk for now. And if it's the NFF footing the bill, then probably I don't think it will happen. But if the federal government will step in and foot the bill like what we've been hearing or what the feelers we've been getting in, then maybe there's just hope, or there might just be hope that it will actually be a good enough coach to actually see us qualify for the World Cup.
Ibrahim Musa Gusto, the NFF president, alongside Senator John Owan Eno in the VIP section watching this match, and there's also Felix Anyasiago, the former chairman of Enyimba, seated with them as well. We could see some conversations ongoing between the senator, who happens to be the sport minister, and the NFF president, Ibrahim Musa Gusto, understands. Probably talking about the... Harry, please. I'm probably talking about the nature of the match, what they've seen so far, or maybe that opportunity, that call for a penalty that the players of Obiora called for, where the referee said, I saw a header, you saw a handball, I saw a header. And so probably, I don't know, I'm just trying to get into their heads and find out what they are discussing right now. I don't know, a superhero that can do that for us.
Are you lipping down just by looking at what you can get?
I mean, I can read lips, you know. Just, or probably they are talking about, you know, maybe one of these coaches can be the Super Eagles coach.
Relax. They might not be talking anything related to what is going on the field of football. So
I'm just trying to be sure of what they are talking about.
But relax, I'm wondering, especially because of the whole complaint and everything, what sort of innovation are they thinking of as regards gadgets for the referees? Because although I did know, I did read a report that FIFA want to try out something else at the Women's Under-20 World Cup that is cheaper than VAR, although it might not really be as effective as VAR. Is it something like that we're looking at, or are we looking at VAR coming in? I don't know, but I think if you're looking for something to reduce errors or help with officiating, I think VAR, it has to be the closest thing that comes to mind.
No, what if they just, in the end, they just bring communication gadgets?
It doesn't change anything.
But they say gadgets, you know. They'll just bring maybe Bluetooth device.
It's not communication gadget. You go through
when the fourth official, I think they use to communicate with the center referee.
Exactly. They promise you gadget. That's what I was thinking. I said, what is the gadget? That's what I was asking.
They promise you gadget.
So it could just be a mic or what?
It could be a mic where they just communicate and they just talk, you know.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't think, were they using communication devices? I don't think they were using.
They don't use. I mean, if we are using communication devices, this is like the biggest cup match in the country. We should have been seeing such gadgets in use here.
And it's not used.
It's not used. And even the MPFL games we've gone to watch or cover, we don't see it being used.
It could be a case where they just go and buy Bluetooth devices and connect with. Now gadgets, them problems. Now they think, I don't think they say calm down. You know,
there's nothing wrong in thinking big. There's nothing
wrong. Go talk for the MPFL. They should announce rules where they want to in the next 2 years. Where they announce them now. You don't forget where you did. This guy.
There's nothing wrong in thinking big or thinking ahead.
It
will be shocking if we see the VAR in the MPFL. I think they can do it. And Nigeria is a big country, obviously.
We had more established leagues complaining that it's too expensive. Exactly. Talk more of the MPFL.
It will be a very good
This
goal.
might just be the second goal for El Canadian Warriors, and they just missed. How did you miss that? Beautiful combination again, like we've seen from them, where they scored the first goal, but this time around it fell on the boot of Jonathan Jacob, who has been dazzling from the left-hand side of the attack. He just needed to beat the goalkeeper and he missed it. You don't get to meet these kind of opportunities. Abia Warriors are coming in better a little bit, and if they get to equalize in the end, we get haunted by it.
Relax, he had the whole right hand side of the goalkeeper's goal gate, because the goalkeeper was already rooted to the left hand side. He had a lot of space to actually tuck that ball in, and it's actually baffling how he didn't put the ball into the back of the net. It's actually surprising. A defender, I don't care if you're a defender, you're a midfielder, or if you're a ball boy, or you're a water boy, or you're a medic, you should put that ball into the back of the net. That you shouldn't be missing that, or at least force the goalkeeper to save something. At least make it look like the goalkeeper saved something. I don't know, but that was a wild miss, I have to say, truth be told. And he didn't even put it on target. It wasn't the good work. It was off target. Didn't make the goalkeeper walk or anything. And I mean, the goalkeeper was really left stranded. He had a lot of space to actually put that ball in, and he didn't do that. El Kanemi Warriors should be praying that doesn't come back to haunt them, because like I said, Abia Warriors have come out this second half looking better, looking more purposeful, and if they do get a chance again, like we've seen them create one or two decent half opportunities, if they do get a clear-cut one and they take it, El Kanemi will only have themselves to blame.
All right, it's 64 minutes played at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. Still Academic leading Abia Warriors by a single goal. The 2024 VEC 2023/2024 President's Federation Cup final, and Abia Warriors on the ascendancy, looking to break in. Here might be a chance. The goalkeeper come off his lines and send that ball away to avert whatever danger may have come in. He seemed to have sustained an injury, but he's limping at the moment, walking a little bit better, trying to size his leg to see if there was a problem. But yeah, from what we've seen, no problem whatsoever for the goalkeeper of El Kanemi. Abia Warriors are on the ascendancy. They are building better, they are driving better, and if they continue like this, they might just get rewarded by a goal. In as much as we equally see El Kanemi, each time they have the ball with them, they seem to be on a good momentum going forward. They've just won themselves a throw. Do you see an equalizer in this match, Nelson?
I don't think there'll be an equalizer in this match, though. Abia Warriors have pick up their pace and play more direct and attacking football to the El Kanemi Warriors side. But I'm just saying that the El Kanemi Warriors are even losing their steam at this point in time. If they can be able to keep it to the 90 minutes, it's just by God's grace. The second goal was to be scored, but it was not going to happen because it just very bad miss from the El Kanemi Warrior player up there. But Abia Warriors coming to this game in the second half, I'm seeing a more attacking side. They are more confident now to attack more. I think the coach have talked to them, and changes were made. Like 4 changes were made in the second half, and this have affected the play. A lot of players now play more direct, keep the ball on the ground, and maybe try to attack. If they cannot see a chance, more chance, and an open play, I think they can be able to equalize this game. But the way I'm seeing this game, I think it will end like this 1-0, or El Kanemi also put another goal to make it 2-0.
Reliance, one thing that should characterize a team that is losing is the urgency they are playing with, and the fact that you need to push more bodies forward, because this is a cup final. Now, El Kanemi have something to protect, so they might not be as adventurous as they want to be. But Abia Warriors are still like sitting so deep and hoping for an opportunity to just get a lucky goal. That's what they are looking for now. Yes, the build-up play has been better, but I mean, El Kanemi shouldn't be as camped out or camped up in your half as they are at this point in time. But that's what is actually happening. El Kanemi are playing the higher line. Abia Warriors are actually sitting so deep in this game, and that's what is actually playing out now. And through ball opportunity that was cut out by the El Kanemi Warriors defense. But I think El Kanemi need to come out. They need to push up forward more and try and see if they can force the issue at this point in time. And they are still getting caught.
Here is a chance for the second goal, and yep, the second goal has been scored by El Kanemi. And looks like the man who scored the first got the second. Nasiru Salihu will be the hero of the day. The hero of El Kanemi. His name will be written into the record books, because this might just be the first Federation Cup trophy for El Kanemi. They've been close for the last 3 times. And now coming up against an inexperienced Abia Warriors side who are making their first final. They are just about to make it count at the fourth attempt. And the man jersey number 10 reminds you of what players on jersey number 10 can do, as we could see that beautiful dance display from the stands. Look like the technical bench are having a celebration with beautiful artistic dance. That's one thing you know Nigeria for, you know Africa for. They deliver this beauty of dance. I do not know what that is called. I know we have the several dance challenge here in Nigeria, but that particular one I cannot put a name to it. But we've just seen the replay of that one. Abia Warriors miss a chance to scuttle it. A through ball looking for the man on the right hand side. That's Ajiji. He passes to Salihu, who was rightly placed as he was in the first goal. And then he made no mistake for the second time, putting El Kanami in front. This might just as well seal it. It's similar to the assist that was given by Cristiano Ronaldo to Bruno Fernandes in the European Championship ongoing at the moment. Salihu made no mistake inside the box, putting El Kanemi Warriors in front. It's El Kanemi 2, Abia Warriors 0. It's getting to the final stages. It might just be the end like this. You wanted them to come out front, Abia Adventurers. They came out and they were caught napping. Abia Warriors.
They did come out. It was just, I think El Kanemi has just been better combination-wise. Like, you could see the way they are working the balls. They're better organized than coached side tactically. Look, they've been adventurous. Their combination plays have been working very well. They are moving the ball well. They look like a side that understand and know what they are doing and have a game plan. Abia Warriors don't look like that at all. It just looks more like hope. Individual play and hope. Push the ball up forward and let's just hope. El Kanemi look like they came here with a game plan. They are walking the ball, building up slowly, building up from. I mean, we see the combinations and the way they build up to their chances. They are just carving open or carving out the Abia Warriors defense so easily. They are making it look so easy, and it's a team that. What they're doing here today, they've probably been drilled in this, and that's what they're carrying out. I have to say, I'm a bit impressed with El Kanemi Warriors and very, very disappointed with Abia Warriors. I mean, if you're watching this game and you don't know Nigerian football, you think El Kanemi at the NPFL side and Abia Warriors at the NNL side. Truth be told.
Well, that's what it looks like at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Lagos. El Kanemi leading Abia Warriors with 2 goals at the moment, and it's the 70th minute of the encounter. 20 more minutes before the 98th minute on the clock, and we'll look at the fourth official for how many minutes will be added on in additional minutes. So we keep our fingers crossed and continue bringing you the live coverage here on Today 95.1 FM. President Federation Cup final between El Kanemi and Abia Warriors. The Warriors from El Kanemi are the ones leading proceedings at the moment, in as much as Abia Warriors are equally looking to see if they can pull one back. They had a chance to go for an equalizer. Right now, they will need to look for a consolation before they can think of an equalizer. So it's becoming a daunting task, even more than it was when they were by a single goal. They were down by a single goal. You are part of the conversation. 0701-933-996. That's SMS and WhatsApp portal. The call lines are 0817-0000-951 and 0810-9510-951. Rivers Angels are champions again for the 9th time. That's a record extending, and there is no female team in Nigeria that comes close to Rivers Angels. Good evening to you.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you, my friend. What's your name? Where are you calling us from? Comrades Desire.
The only man where the champion are the veteran, they begged me for a number.
Aww.
The only man where to be authentic and super in the life of sports. Let me not surprise you, I leave it to remain. Tomorrow is on the day it's making me 1 year of talking with you on sports. Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you for always being there to listen.
On that note, I am promising you a plot of land in Tava.
Wow. Wow.
I am not talking by joke. I am promising you a plot of land.
Okay.
Okay, let me go straight to the point.
Please do.
Rivers Angel, they have done well. I really appreciate it. They make us proud, they make us happy. So as a Rivers man, when he has such a news, nothing but to jubilate and be showing tolerance. And let me go. Like the other person in the studio was talking. I believe Moyes, I mean no, the other man, Moyes now, they be Moyes. But don't take Nigeria far.
Really?
I'm not saying I used to be past me. I used to be past most. You should be past everybody.
No, I asked. I'm just asking, just for you to confirm. It's not like I'm saying he cannot, but I'm just saying, really.
Yes, really. Moyes can Moyes is right. And Adia Warriors. Oh no, don't cut my breath, leave pass.
Chai. All right, thank you very much, Comrade Desire. Not a good news there for your friend who had something at stake and the match ongoing. But I mean, you can't tell, you can't be conclusive. Anything can still happen. There is how many minutes left to be played on the clock? There is 26 minutes left on the clock. 74 left on the clock to be played. So anything can still happen. Anything can still happen. 16 minutes left to be played. Anything can still happen. I was counting on the hundreds, the 100 minutes. So anything can still happen. Your friend could still smile. I mean, they can come up from a 2-0 down, and that's going to be historic. Recall the Rangers Canopy last final. That was in 2018, I mean 2016. I can't recall the year, but it was a 3-0 down. Rangers leading by 3-0, and then Canopilas came back, and the rest they say is history. So who says a 2-0 lead cannot be annihilated, drawn, and then they'll go on to win. So your friend could still smile in the end. So but at the moment it's El Kaneme with a smile. They are the ones enjoying, look like they're going to be the one to enjoy the last laugh in this particular encounter. So the phone lines are open: 0817 0000 951, 0810 9510 951. The sports minister, Senator John Owanino, has listed some attributes for the coach that the NFF should employ, the technical advisor. It should have a name that will inspire the spirit of our nation. A first-class coach with a track record, a pedigree, who will earn the respect of the player. Which coach comes into your mind? Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, what's your name?
Ajibola from Wood.
Ajibola, I hope your slippers is intact.
Is that what?
Your slippers intact, right?
Yeah, I'm what?
Okay, don't worry, just go ahead. Don't worry.
I said, there's something you said now about Canopila and the Rangers.
Yeah.
No, Canopila was leading 2-0. The Rangers won them 2-3-2.
Okay, I'm going to confirm that. I'm going to say it happened. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Just called in to attempts to correct that. But yeah, we're going to get the records correct and straight up for you. So, but keep the calls coming in. Hi, good evening. Yes, please, we need you to up your volume so we can hear you. Are you not happy that El Kaneme Warriors leading Abia Warriors?
It's kind of Nottingham Forest winning Manchester City. Very, very, I don't just understand what they are doing there. I'm just watching the match and kind of, who is this? Is this Desire? Did you know him from anywhere? The way he praises you have to understand. What have you given? Do you give him 50 million? Yeah.
Waiting be your own now. Waiting be your own. You want to put answer for my Gary now? This man. Waiting be your own. Is it a bad thing? You calm down now. Okay. All right, keep the calls, keep the reactions coming through. 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951. The SMS and WhatsApp portal is equally there for you. 0701 933 999 6-2. Okay, so keep it coming. Let's see what happened in that final. I'm going to get the record straight for you, even as the show continues. So, yeah. Okay. Rangers fought gallantly from 3 goals deficit to level up the game, 3-3, and they went into penalties. So it wasn't won on regulation time. Hi, good evening.
Hello, Steve for Reliance.
Yes, please.
Please, have you confirmed that correction that man did to you? Because if he made mistake, I will personally sue him to court. Confirm it. Because you are the man who is one of sport, and that man come and wanted to correct it. If he did not get it correct, I personally commit desire. There is a coming from Tama, we sue him to court, and now I make sure I take it to video and make it.
Okay, comrade, thank you very much. So here is how it happened in 2018. It was not actually won in regulation time 3-2 as the caller said. Okay, it wasn't won in regulation time 3-2 as the caller said. Now the regulation time ended 3-3. I could still recall that scoreline very well. It ended 3-3. Let me see if I can get a breakdown of what happened. The first goal of the encounter came in the 5th minute of play when Pilar's old Warhouse, still an old warhouse when it comes to Nigerian football, Rabiu Ali found space between 2 Rangers defenders to slot in from close range. The early goal seemed to spur Pillars into action as they took absolute control of the midfield, dictating the play as Rangers defenders labored helplessly to curtail the rampaging Pillars attackers led by Junior Lokosa. He finished as the top scorer of the league that season in 2018. Yeah. Now, the dominant Pillars got their second goal of the game in the 20th minute of the second half when a corner kick by Alassane Ibrahim. That was another prospect that was supposed to play for the Super Eagles, but he eventually didn't play. He had a stint with Aqua United at some point. Alassane Ibrahim.
Austria Vienna at a point went to Portugal, but it just didn't stick for him.
Okay, so Alassane Ibrahim was a potential that year. So a corner kick by Alassane Ibrahim was parried into goal by Rangers' first choice goalkeeper Femi Thomas, more like an own goal. Now Pillars got their third goal in the 47th minute when striker Mwagwa Nyema, now Rivers United, took advantage of a mix-up in Rangers' defense to slot home from close range. That was how it was. Okay. Now Rangers, however, bounced back when midfielder Kevin Itoya, remember him, a powerhouse when it comes to Nigerian football. He powered home a stunner from outside the 18-yard box in what can be arguably described as the base goal of the game. Not done yet. Rangers went on to rampage after 2 Pillars players got injured in the space of 15 minutes and were straight out off the field of play and taken into an ambulance to the hospital. The Flying Antelopes got their second goal of the night in the 82nd minute when midfielder Chidera Eze, remember him too, scored after a free-flowing counter-attack. The turning point of the game that night came in the 92nd minute of extra time when Ajani Ibrahim sent the entire stadium into frenzy with a clinical finish after he beat a helpless Pillars defender to level the game 3-all. Well, the game became a physical combat after as tempers flared among the players after the referee, Adebimbe Quadri, one of Nigeria's finest referee, stamped his authority on the game, kept the tense nerves at bay, and in the end, it had to be decided on penalties. Directly, there was no extra time. Pillars drew of Rabi Ali and Jimo Ismaila lost their penalties while Rangers scored all 5 of their penalties, ending 5-3 to lift the trophy. So that's how it was. It was not decided on regulation time 3-2 as the caller said, but it was 3-all. Rangers bouncing back to get that trophy 2018. So that same scenario can happen in Onikon Mobile Energy Johnson Arena. Abia Warriors can come back. They don't score one, they never score one. By the way, Switzerland is leading Italy in an interesting round of 16 clash, and we're heading a couple of minutes before the first half ends. Back to the phone lines. Hi, good evening.
So I'm not going to sue him.
Hey, Comrade Desire.
Because I'm not happy. No, see, he make a mistake. He need to fall back and correct himself. Sue him.
Okay, Comrade. Okay, thank you very much. But there's actually no need for that, okay? There's actually no need for that, Comrade Desire. We're all human, so these things do happen. Keep the reactions coming through 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951. When you hear a coach, a technical advisor that will inspire the spirit of our nation, and that will be a first-class coach with a track record, a pedigree, who will earn the respect of our players, what coach comes into your mind, or which coach comes into your mind? That is the attribute described by the senator, who happens to be the Nigeria sports minister, Senator John Owan Eno. Not an active senator anyways, but yeah, he's a one-time senator, now a sports minister. How do you guys do these things in Nigeria? From being a senator to being a sports to being a minister.
If it was somebody like Romario, now we could understand. Romario played football. He's a medical doctor. He's currently a senator in Brazil. And if he became or becomes a Brazilian sports minister, everybody.
No, it's not even okay. I understand the angle you're coming from.
Yeah.
I'm talking about from the angle of Senate minister.
Okay, like it's a drop or is a.
It looks like it's a drop, isn't it? From being a senator to being a minister.
It looks like a drop. Actually.
Looks like a drop because a minister you are appointed.
Yes.
President Fidel will come say my wife made me vex. He said now you cause the problem. Come up for the. But as a senator, you have to be impeached because you were elected.
Yes.
But when I do this thing for Nigeria, we're not talking politics. I'm just wondering. It's me thinking out loud.
It shows you're a sports person, not a politician.
Obviously, because I don't know how that works. I don't know if I'll be a senator, one-time senator, then I'll come back to be a sports minister. A minister. I don't know, but yeah, let's leave that one aside. Okay, so in the meantime, the sport minister has reiterated that Nigeria can still qualify for the World Cup. In that same interview, he said the majority opinion is that it's not impossible yet to qualify for the World Cup. In sport, nothing is impossible. We have only played 4 out of 10 qualifying matches. We still have 6 matches remaining. I believe that with the right mix of a coach who is convinced it is possible, the right mentality of the players, they have to have the fire and the hunger. It is still possible. The next round of qualifiers will be in March next year. So we have got some time. To get it right, we have to do things in the build-up. That's to the next round of qualifiers, to send fears to our opponents. The next window actually comes in September. That's for the AFCON qualifiers, Morocco 2025. So maybe they want to use that window. They'll be beating teams here and there. Anything where they are 3-0, 4-0. South Africa will start jittering. Benin. Okay, but they've played. I think they've played one team over 2 legs. Because they've played 4 matches. Okay, good. No. Yeah, 4. There should be 10 matches. So yeah. So South Africa will start jittering. Benin Republic, Lesotho will start. Nigeria, so they flop teams for AFCON qualifiers. Something like that. That's what the sport minister is looking like. He's looking at. So possibly that happens. Anyways, it's 85 minutes on the clock. It's still Academic leading Abia Warriors. Abia Warriors seems to be more adventurous now. They've lost possession. Is El Kanemi on the counter-attack. More like an opportunity to catch the defense line again, but that was lost by a wrongly placed pass that was looking for the man leading the lines for El Kanemi in this match. He should have done better. Suleiman Alabi Jojo should have done better from the left-hand side. He was looking for Gimba Ajiji, who was just waiting. And the high line doesn't look like it's helping Abia Warriors, or they just don't know how to do it. Yes, they have to come out. They have to go out and, you told them to come with sense of urgency. They went out for sense of urgency and they conceded. Henry, you're a bad advisor.
It's not about being a bad advisor. It's when there's sense of urgency and there's no plan at all to win the game from the onset. That's El Kanemi came here with a plan. Abia Warriors didn't come here with a plan. Abia Warriors just came here to play football. And they've played football and they're about to go home. And El Kanemi came with a plan and they've worked. Look, like, just with what we've been watching, they will look the likeliest or the likelier of the two teams to actually score. Even as it's 2 goals. They had a situation whereby it was an open net, just the defender, the forward was stretching back to head the ball and he now headed it over the bar from a beautifully worked opportunity. And we're seeing another situation like that again, although this time Abia Warriors are able to manage to deal with it. So, I mean, it's just been poor from Abia Warriors all through.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Reliance.
Yes, please. What's your name?
The champion of the champion.
Is that me? Or you?
Now you, Odogu for sports.
Abego, champion of champion, Odogu for sport, Abego. Welcome.
My name is Longman.
Okay, Longman.
Okay, the coach that will inspire Nigerians and the players. I want to ask if this man is he no longer coaching again, Bonfrey Joe or this man Westerhoff.
They are not coaching again. Westerhoff not coaching again. Bonfrey Joe not coaching. At least no club that I've heard or no team that I've heard is coaching. I could recall it was talking. Bonfrey Joe was in the news when was it Bonfrey or Westerhoff was in the news when Nigeria was hunting for a coach before they eventually appointed Ose Pesero.
Okay.
Bonfrey Joe, yeah.
Okay.
You want NFF to bring one of them back?
Yes. Wow. At least these are the people that know Nigerian terrain. They know Nigerian mentality. They know how to handle the boys. You know. So I think it could have been better for NFF to go for one of them. I think they have been here before. They know everywhere. They know the players' mentality.
Can you remember the last time Bonfrey Joe was in Nigeria or Westerhoff coached Nigeria?
I know as of 1994 World Cup by Westerhoff. Bonfrey Joe was one that led the Nigeria Atlanta 96. You know, so they did well. So I don't know. I don't know if it's age or what.
Okay, so from 1994 up until this time, how many years don't pass? Pikin don't finish university.
Yeah, but experience counts.
Okay, all right then. If you think so. If you think so. All right. Thank you very much, Longman. I do appreciate you for dropping by to talk to us. So we're just gonna have to wrap things up here. And we'll talk to you again from tomorrow by 1 p.m. Okay, tomorrow by 1 p.m. we'll talk to you on the show. We'll discuss other sports and then wrap it up with football. And surely, thank you very much for being our companion. And we do have a guest in the house that joins me before I wrap things up. Before I leave, I'm going to let her the honors of introducing herself. She is from Landmaster. Am I right?
Yes.
Right, yeah?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I'm barely wrong these days. I always get things right. Great to have you here. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening to you too.
How are you doing?
I'm very nice, thank you.
Okay, so tell us your name.
Okay, my name is Dari and I'm here to tell you more about Landmasters Properties and Development Limited.
Okay, so what has Landmasters? Okay, I mean, land, the name land suggests it's a real estate agency, yeah?
That's right.
Okay, and I'm sure you have something that's going to blow us out of the waters that want to attract people to want to do business with Landmasters. So talk to us.
Okay, good evening again. Landmasters Properties and Development Limited is a real estate company here in Port Harcourt. We're 3 years and still counting, very strong. We are very, very intentional about our customer base because we believe in referrals. So right now we're running a promo that will really interest you. If you want to be a landlord, then this is for you. If you have intentions of being a landlord, to get a land, maybe to buy and build or buy and keep or buy for investment, this is for you. Right now, the promo is for our luxury home, our Ipo luxury home, and this is going for just 2,500,000, and the location is behind the international airport. We also have the one of 900,000 naira, which is buy and keep. Then for the one for investments, maybe you want to buy and resell, then this particular estate is for you. It's called Pacific Gardens Estate, and the location is at the new UST extension in Abara, and we're giving that one up for 500,000 naira. So whichever, you will be going home with a bag of rice.
Oh, okay. A bag of rice.
To go with any of our estates you choose right now, whether the one of 500,000, the Pacific Gardens, or you go for the one of 900,000.
Oh, you actually have something for 500,000?
Yes, we do.
Because I mean, I know that it's been crazy prices these days, but why down to 500,000?
You know, when you hear landmasters dealing with land, then you should know we are really grounded in it. We know what we're doing. We have sorted out lots of estates that will really interest you that is listening, and also make sure your dream of becoming a landowner comes to reality. Land is positioning, land is where it is, and the neighborhood. We have found out that our estates are really, really the ones that you really need right now. So if you want the one of 500,000, then come pick up our Pacific Gardens. If you want the one of 900,000, come pick up our Ipo luxury home. Then if you are the one that want to buy, build and pack it maybe before December, then you will go for the one of our luxury home, 2.5 million naira. So everybody has something for his or herself.
So it's like you do not have an excuse not to be a landlord.
You don't have any reason. We have cancelled all the reasons. Let me just give you some of the few reasons people don't like getting land. They'll say, I don't want to get land because if I buy land today now, the next thing you hear is the uncle will come and say, no, this family land, we don't want to sell it. But Landmasters, we're a company, and we're really, we have the rules and regulation that is guiding the real estate company, and we're keeping it real. Some other people will say, I don't want to buy land because of the matching ground, the goats, the bush entry. Landmasters has made it easy. If you buy land with us, there's nothing like bush entry, there's nothing like kill goats, there's nothing like fencing permits. We have taken care of that. And other people, the fear they have, because we've gone out on the streets to get why people don't like buying land. You know,
so you did your homework.
They will say, I don't have money now to develop, so maybe by that time someone else has bought it or they've sold it to someone else. But right now we're a company and your database is in our system. Once you acquire this land, it's sold out. So whether you come back in the next 200 years, the land that belongs to Emeka is Emeka's own.
Please call Reliance. That's my name. Because I want to be a landlord as well. Okay, so for that reason, let's have your contact. Somebody wants to reach out to you now, because it struck me when I hear 500,000 there for a land, you know, and I think it's a very nice opportunity for people to venture in because of how, you know, expensive things are getting. So let's have your contact, your office address.
Okay, our office address where you can walk in and talk to us, ask us that question that is going through your mind right now is 184 NTA Mboba Road, God's Favor Plaza, directly opposite the NTA gate at Mboba. Landmasters properties were located at opposite the NTA gate at Mboba. Pick up this number if you want to know more about us, you want to buy land, you want to build, you want to sell. Call this number now, 080 81 22 2211. The number is 080 81 22 2211. You sure you want to get a land, but you don't know how to go about it? You want to get a land, but you don't have the money. You want to get a land, but this 500,000 naira that is here is looking like one big thing. Come, let's discuss. Let's give you a payment plan that will really help you and your business. Our number is 080 81 110002. Then you're not sure if you want to get a land, my dear, just have this number in your phone. Anytime you make up your mind, Landmasters, we're here to serve you better. Our number is 080 81 110002.
Okay, how about those deed of conveyance, government registration? Because people can buy land and in the next 1, 2, 3 years, government comes in and say, no, I want to, you know. How have Landmasters dealt with that?
Okay, I will still emphasize that we're a company, and before we get any estate for ourselves, we go on a real thorough check to know if government will come, if government has anything around that area, but before we get our land. So all our lands are not in any way close to where governments have any potential deals in the future. But the neighborhood has the government presence. Like I said, in our Pacific Gardens, the new USC extension is located around that area. So it's a developing area.
It means you whatever you want to use the land for, either for the residential purposes, business purposes, because of the presence of a government entity, is commercially viable.
You are allowed. And another thing about getting your land from Landmasters is everything about documentation. We give it for you free. I know that's another big reason why people don't want to get land. I have money to buy land right now, but I don't have the money for the papers. We're giving you the paperwork for free. And right now we're doing instant allocation plus your 1 bag of rice plus no bush entry.
That 1 bag of rice is very important.
What are you waiting for?
What are you waiting for? Call your number again, please.
Our number is 080-8122-2211. 080-8122-2211. You want to get a land and you're not sure on the location. You want to get a land. You're not. The money is not complete. Call this number today. 080-8111-0002. Don't forget, you can still walk into our office opposite the NTA gate, 184 NTA Mboba Road. Right now, we are on promo. Make use of this promo right now. Get yourself a plot of land.
Thank you very much, Tari from Landmasters.
Correct.
I do appreciate you for coming by.
Thank you so much. I will be expecting you.
Okay, so go out there to Landmasters and get yourself a